not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when I eat. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when I eat. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one courage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river.
Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, teachers, good morning. Pleasant morning to you all, judges. I'd like to welcome you to the third sitting of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament. Please stand as the Speaker of the National Assembly comes to the House. You may take your seats. It is customary that after the third bell, the Speaker of the National Assembly enters the chamber. We would like to do this for you this morning, so the first two bells that you heard, followed by the first two bells that you heard, followed by the third bell, the Speaker of the National Assembly enters the chamber, by which time you stand at attention. And that was the third bell that you just heard. All right?
Madam Speaker. Honorable members, I now declare this third sitting of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be in session. I now ask the clerk to read the prayers.
Almighty God, we who are here gathered together do most humbly beseech thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, thine aid and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the results of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead that all the people of this fair land may enter into that state of brotherhood and unity, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action.
Please be seated.
Messages from the President, announcements by the Speaker, presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions on notice, statements by ministers, including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government business, private members' business, motions.
Honorable members, the first motion stands in the name of the Honorable Shadow Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport. Honorable Member, Mr. Daniel Singh, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obstacle don't have to stop you. If you run into a wall, don't turn around and give up. Figure out how to climb it, go through it, or work around it. Honorable Speaker, ministers and government, members of the opposition, members of the government, media personnel, good morning all. My name is Daniel Singh, and I am the Shadow Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, and I rise to move the motion how the allocation of additional funds to sports and training of athletes. Whereas the government of Guyana allocates a large percentage of its annual budget towards sports and culture, but the amount is inadequate. And whereas the draft sports policy of Guyana 2019 has identified the creation of centers and excellence for training of athletes, coaches, and administrators as an important aspect of sports development in Guyana. And whereas the National Sports Commission Act, Section 5B and C, stimulates provision for establishment, erection, and maintenance of sports facilities and encourage and attain of high standards in sports. And whereas Guyana athletes have a poor showing at international level despite having the potential and talent, and whereas the poor showing of a direct result is a lack of training facilities, trainers, and athletes in full-time employment. More physical education and sports classes need to be included, preferentially on a daily basis. Why, you ask? It would improve physical fitness in all age groups and lifestyle changes among youth, ensure that our future generation is healthy, active at an early age, where they would be much stronger, confident, and athletic, emphasizing more on self-discipline. Sports is nothing without self-discipline. We can encourage our youth to achieve through learning to gain recognition, achievements, and aspiration to succeed in future. Most young people see physical education as staying fit and healthy, but they must be able to educate and convert what they have learned into something positive and productive. That is where the importance of rules and regulation in sports need to be taught in sports facility and school. Example, respect your opponent, act mentally tough, enjoy your wins and learn from your losses. The building block for important life skills depends on self-discipline, which will impact students, school sports facility and communities in order for them to learn more from each other to become successful. In addition, self-discipline is a key function to execute this process. This is necessary for regulating one's behavior in order to achieve specific goals. Example, avoid temptations, ability to control, strengthen and improve, abuse or overuse, unwanted behaviors and urges. Example, drugs and criminal acts. Improve condition for sports facility, equipment, and promoting. By doing this, it holds a number of benefits that will enhance the quality of life in community for all youth, regardless age, ethnicity, gender, special needs, etc. Athlete facility serve as an anchor for many communities to congregate and participate in games or sports, whether it is friendly competition or competitive competition. It brings youth together for the same cause in order to improve. We must have these valuable programs and the equal opportunities. Without proper funding, this is not possible for such activities. Example, promoting school programs, disability programs, sponsorship programs, job training, physical fitness class, maintenance of equipment, enhancing local sports club, proper training and trainer, athlete programs, sports advertisement, gain awareness, flyers, media and social media. Building, improving, and upgrading where necessary. These provide opportunities for promoting and competition plus more for all youths and athletes in all parts of the country, which will eventually transform youths and build their self-esteem, skills, and help them to focus more on training and executing their sports. However, to realize the great value of sports facility, a great investment must be made. I directly quote from a news reporter, Raul Tony, who stated August 12, 2021, imagine going to the Olympics and your per diem given by Guyana Olympic Association is 2,000 Guyana dollars a day by the Guyana Olympic Association. Imagine going to the Olympic Games and you're asked to provide your own playing gears, since the body responsible for sending you, Guyana Olympic Association, says it's not their responsibility, end quote. With this, Madam Speaker, I hope you see why we should allocate additional funds for athletes and for their continued training. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Jaim James, Minister of Agriculture, I invite you to the floor.
Good morning, all. Members of the House, members of the public. Now, Madam Speaker, what is sports? As we all know, sports originated in ancient Greek and has now vastly spread across the world, reaching countries like Guyana, and has now made a massive impact on the world today. Okay, so for many countries, sports are a big part of their culture, whether it be cricket, which originated in Southeast England, basketball, football, or hockey. Now, this list of sports can go on for quite some time. However, today, I rise to address the motion tabled by the Shadow Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports that provides that the government should allocate more funds for the training of athletes. It is my humble task to firstly show that athletes have been outstanding in their performances at an international level. Secondly, even though a portion of our athletes are under full-time employment, the factual reality is this does not account for the athletic population that are younger, that takes up a large percentage of our population. And lastly, I will shed light on the benefits of being an athlete in Guyana. Even though we may not receive payments, there are incentives in place for our performances. Now, generally speaking, Guyana has been quite up to date with sports, even qualifying for the Olympics, which in itself is a great and tremendous achievement. Madam Speaker, for members of the opposition to say that their performances at an international level is poor is rather absurd. Over the years, Guyana has birthed many outstanding athletes, like Michael Anthony Paris, who in 1980 Moscow Games fought in the 54-kilogram division and reached the semi-finals. Shivnarine Chandrapal, a world-class batsman that gained worldwide fame as one of the most complete hitters, and in his record, played more than 20,000 runs in international cricket. Madam Speaker, do you remember Andrew Sixhead Lewis? Lewis, in 1993, went pro and was active for 15 years. In that period, he won 23 fights, 20 of them by knockouts, 6 ties, and those aren't even athletes from my era. Athletes from my era like Alika Prasad, who in the Tokyo Olympic Games shattered her national record of 28.10 seconds when she registered at the Olympics, registering at 27.76 seconds in Tokyo Olympic Games. Chelsea Edgell, the 24-year-old who became the first woman of the English-speaking Caribbean and the first Guyanese to play table tennis at the Olympics, and Kevin Adcock, who in 2015 was named the best youth boxer in Guyana. These are athletes that took part in the Olympics and did exceptionally well. Madam Speaker, to say that their performances were poor is unacceptable and marks an unappreciation of decorated achievements. Yes, there is room for improvement. There is no running from that. However, I am positive if you ask Usain Bolt, Michael Phelps, Simone Biles, or Serena Williams, they will always say there is always room for improvement. Nonetheless, there are systems put in place for athletes to continue to work on their craft. Athletes are not being left behind, but rather investments are being made to support their continued training with provisions of new facilities and direct funds for training as they continue to climb the international ladder. Secondly, since I diluted the erroneous proposition by the poor performances, I have done the research to say that athletes may not have been optimum because they can be affected by many condescending factors like mental health issues, lack of commitment to their craft, trauma, and many other crestfallen festivities. These have proved to be the downfall of many athletes across the world, and to say that this is because of the funding, the lack of funding is untrue. Even so, whilst it is true some athletes are in full-time employment, majority of our athletes do not see sports as a career, but something done a part of their leisure. Reality is, a remainder of our portion of our athletes are still under formal education systems, which proves it is not sensible to pay these athletes. Think about it, Madam Speaker. Do our parents pay us to go to school? No, they don't. No, they don't. Given that we have black gold, that more consistent monetary assistance can be given to qualified athletes. Lastly, Madam Speaker, over a number of years, we've all heard the cliche, it doesn't pay to be an athlete in Guyana. Nonetheless, athletes receive many incentives from the government, like monetary rewards, a plot of land, or a house built on a state-supported scheme. Just to mention a few. Additionally, I must mention over and above support private stakeholders play in providing for our athletes. Just recently, GBTI sponsored a tennis tournament, and the Golf Association made donations of of equipment to Region 6 to promote their sport. The National Sport Commissions have continued to highlight the pledge of support financially in their training and continue for years to come. From the factual existence of these athletes' tremendous performances, I find it rather strange and unfair that the opposition would make such claims. Currently, the National Draft Policy is being revised by the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports. Athletes will continue to see more support being made in a timely manner, and we must be accountable and be guided by principle for every funding. It is no doubt that sports in Guyana will see a new horizon, and I urge that the opposition to take a look around and see what's going on in the country of Guyana, and to continue, and as we continue to build our sportsmen and women, new facilities, training, and financial assistance so our basket
Honorable
of talents.
Minister, please advise you have 30 seconds to complete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As training and financial assistance so our basket of talents and potential can continue to shine on our international stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Amisha LaRose, Shadow Minister of Agriculture. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Special good morning to all. Madam Speaker, allow me to share a quote by James J. Mapes, who was an American chemist and was well known for his achievement in scientific agriculture. And I quote, "Agriculture is a fundamental source of national prosperity," unquote. I, the Shadow Minister of Agriculture, stand here today humbled to support the motion of the additional funds to be allocated to sports. However, it is to promote agriculture projects which will benefit the athletes. Madam Speaker, how do you think agriculture is beneficial to the athletes? Well, it offers the athletes a chance to make a difference by growing enough food for themselves and to alleviate malnutrition. Agriculture is going to forever play a key role in keeping these sports beautiful. Nonetheless, projects are the most carried out and carefully planned research or design that should be implemented in school, whereby you can allow students to grow their food, which can be used to nourish them and so make them healthy and capable of performing per excellence in sports. The agriculture products can be given to the establishment of farms which produce a variety of crops. However, it has been proven, according in the Guyana Chronicle article dated June 8, 2019, the Institute of Private Enterprise Development created the Guyana Youth Business Trust. This non-governmental organization provided to young people aged 18 to 35, who wanted to start their own farm and also wanted to become successful galactic entrepreneurs. Athletes can also be trained to manage their own farm and be educated in agriculture science. I can suggest that individual athletes be given cash grant to do their own farming and to buy their own farming implements, insecticides, and fencing material. Also, in the area of animal farming, funds can be assigned to do community animal husbandry, such as the rearing of cattle, sheep, poultry, and pigs. These farms can also produce surplus, which can be sold to buy the things needed in the sports, in terms of sports, such as sports gear. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I have shown you why this motion should be carried out, and I hope I have convinced you and honorable members of the government our country would not move forward if no difference is made. This motion doesn't help athletes, but other ministries as a whole, the country at large, for our country, would be recognized by our athletes' performance. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Adrian King, Minister of Labor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Madam Speaker, honorable members, good morning. I, Adrian King, the Honorable Minister of Labor, stand firm on this platform to address the motion brought by the opposition claiming that additional funds should be allocated to sports and provide for the continued training of athletes. As the government, my side of the House will show that we already have centers of excellence and the continued training of coaches. Secondly, a cautious approach is taking the erection of building new facilities across the country as the Occupational Health and Safety Act mandates that these facilities are safe for the use of all. And thirdly, my side of the House will show that the claim by the opposition that the Guyanese athletes have had poor showing at the international level as a result of them lacking for facilities and coaches, which is far from true. In Guyana and other countries that witness sports facilities being built into their culture will see various facilities and modern amenities being constructed with the inclusion of coaches and administrators that mentors athletes training. Madam Speaker, in our beloved country, there are a number of training facilities where training takes place, like the State Art, Lenore Synthetic Track and Field, which have a well-experienced coach and is paid by the government. And we also do have, the athletes also do have training sessions from time to time. There is also a Cliff Anderson Sports Hall that is currently used right now for a number of sports disciplines, and they have different days in which they go and train. Madam Speaker, there's a tennis court at Wilford Avenue. There's a National Aquatic Center at the Inland Yandal, and we also have grounds across the country that our athletes go to train. The opposition may argue that they are limited, but recently, new and improved multi-purpose sports facilities, as highlighted by my colleagues, are on the way. And the government will continue to provide these sufficient training facilities and will continue to do so and allow our Guyanese athletes to perform at their best at the international level of competition. Moreover, though we have a long history of sports achievement in our nation, the cautious approach is taken when seeking the erection of sports facilities. As the Minister of Labor, it is under my mandate to ensure it complies with the irregularities and safety standards as required of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Also, Madam Speaker, under the 2019 draft policy, page 23, it charged the Minister of Labor to ensure sports facilities are proper and secure for workers' safety. So the government cannot just embark on widespread facilities erection, but rather take prudent approach to these initiatives, bearing in mind other key considerations at hand. Madam Speaker, the opposition claimed that Guyana's athletes have had poor showing at the international level despite having their potential and talent. And whereas this poor showing is a direct result of lack of proper training facilities and athletes in full-time payment. As expounded by my colleague, athletes in our history have decorated our country with their commendable performance at the international levels of competition. Recently, we had a record-breaking performance from our very own Guyanese athlete, Akilo Persad, shattered our own swimming record. Whereas it is proven that the argument that says the athletes' performance are underperformed as a result of lack of proper training facilities and coaches is not true. Some of our athletes may not perform at an optimum level, may be related to the lack of full commitment to the game, or may have been affected by mental health related issue, which is swept under the mat of our country. Madam Speaker, opposition colleagues, athletes and all listening, mental health issue is real. Madam Speaker, How could the opposition make such statement that the athletes are underperformed because of the lack of training facilities and coaches? Where is the statistic to show such? And what about all the medals, record-breaking achievements at the Pan American Games and recently the Olympic? Yes, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, please be advised you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, we can improve. We can improve, but even the best of the best will say that there is always room for improvement. Madam Speaker, as reflected in our national 2021 budget of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Guyana's sports has been a major boost with 1.5 billion budgeted to facilitate development programs throughout the country, and will continue to provide more and allow our Guyanese citizens, our Guyanese athletes to perform at their best at the international level of competition. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Marcus Liu, Shadow Minister of Labor. I invite you to yield the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Somyajit Kash, one of the youngest Indian players to qualify for the London 2012 Olympics, said, and I quote, "Being a sport person is important to train the mind and stay fit and ready for battle always." Honorable Speaker, ministers of government, members of the government, colleagues, invitees, good morning all. My name is Marcus Liu, and I rise in the support of the motion for the allocation of additional funds to sports and training of athletes. As the Shadow Minister of Labor, I will be examining how allocating more funds to sports and training our athletes can prepare them for the world of work. Madam Speaker, all of the skills needed to effectively function in the workplace can be taught through sports. Sports teaches teamwork, which according to the Oxford Dictionary is the combined action of two sports, especially when effective and efficient. As an athlete who was a naturally introverted person, sport has taught me how to collaborate with others, and it can help to develop the skill set of others, athletes too. Further, Madam Speaker, sport teaches discipline. Motivation is finite, but our capacity for motivation can be bolstered. Discipline teachers and athletes to stay on course and obey rules and authority. These skills can be transferred into the world of work. The words of Rene Lopez, an expert coach, author, and sports educator, I quote, "I truly believe that participating in sports is not just a hobby, but incredibly invaluable in teaching life skills," end quote. Madam Speaker, the allocation of additional funds will encourage more young people to be involved in sports because they will know that there's an opportunity to continue in this area, and they will also be equipped with these skills that they can take into the world of work. Madam Speaker, it's a win-win situation. Additionally, according to the comprehensive participation model contained by Draft Sports Policy 2019, the government is required to allocate funds and financing to schools, National Sport Association and Federation. They are also required to provide sports and games education from nursery to tertiary. Madam Speaker, there is nothing new in this motion. Being moved by the opposition, the government is obligated to perform those duties contained in this policy. If these policies are implied, it will not only equip our athletes for the world of work, but also create jobs. Since more persons will be encouraged to study sports, we will have more sports teachers, more coaches. Seemingly, many people stand to benefit from the allocation of additional funds to sports and training. This also shows that the opposition is taking a comprehensive approach towards the allocation of funds. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, additional funds should be allocated to sports and training for our national athletes. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Bruce Bernard, Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. distinguished judges, honorable members of the Parliament, and all. I, Bruce Bernard, the senior minister within the office of the President with responsibility for finance. I stand here today to support the finding made by my colleagues that show that we, the government, adequately provide for athletes and their training. To further shed light on the funds allocated to the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, I will take time to break down the wise allocation, show the disadvantages of erecting sports facilities in the rural areas, and lastly, despite those obvious challenges, we, the government, will continue decentralizing sports facilities in Guyana. Madam Speaker, Jenna Kingsford once said, and I quote, "Balance is not something you find, it is something you create." Unquote. That was the guiding principle in our budgetary allocation towards sports in Guyana. We were just reminded by my colleagues that they received a $2.7 billion last year, in which $805.3 million went directly to sports, and this year's budget, $1.5 billion went directly to sports. Amen to the wise budgetary allocated, Madam Speaker. Consequently, the actual Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports wisely said in his commitment towards sporting athletes and in Guyana, and I quote, "You know, I've been waking up sometimes in the middle of the night, just trying to assist with drawing and ideas of how to spend funds to be used in a prudent way so that you can get the most out of what you spend. Because you have spent on certain things, all of your money could be gone and you wouldn't really get the same kind of effect. So I've been playing with ideas. I've been consulting with all of the engineers and talking to people generally, store owners, private sectors, and how we could use the money to get the best value for our community and for our money," unquote. Wouldn't really get the same of the effect. So we've been playing with ideas. No, I'm so sorry. I strongly support this financial wisdom of the minister, and my colleagues on the other side of the house must take note of the challenges we face to erect centers of excellence and sports facilities, especially in the rural areas. Madam Speaker, how wise will it be to construct synthetic tracks in the hinterland regions where the topography of the land is not suitable? How wise will it be to erect centers of excellence in rural areas only with a few youths that can utilize them? How wise will it be to erect facilities in regions that are still untamed by the wild? Madam Speaker, the opposition wants to be bitten by a snake whilst playing football. Nevertheless, the opposition may try to argue that we are neglecting our hinterland youth, and they too have commendable talents. Madam Speaker, let's not be swayed by misguiding thoughts, since not two, but three multi-purpose sports facilities is scheduled to be built in Region 2, 6, and 10, respectively. To further bridge the gaps to provide facilities for all athletes, the newsroom article on last Monday reported that the decentralizing of sports is high on the National Sports Commission agenda as they endeavor to give all athletes opportunities. Director Steve Nineville explained that most activities is clubbed in Region 4. This gap will various facilities all across the country for the continued training and supporting for the athletes and development. Madam Speaker, we are not putting all of our eggs into one basket as a result of these wise financial allocation. It was reported by the International Monetary Fund that Guyana's economy is expected to grow by 20.9%, and looking forward to 2022, a whopping of 46.5%. Nothing short but commendable. Madam Speaker, I wish our athletes will see the improvement that they will not be disadvantaged at the international level. I therefore proudly include the sentiments expressed by the Honorable Charles Ramson, and I quote, "Sports will not be left behind, and the country, sportsmen and women, can rest easy knowing that they have an administration that cater for their needs." Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Julius Marquis, Shadow Minister with responsibility for finance, I invite you to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I continue, please permit me to share a quote by the iconic Mr. Nelson Mandela, who was a South African revolutionary who served as President of South Africa. And I quote, "Sports has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire, the power to unite people in a way that the little else does. It speaks to youth in a language that they understand. Sports can create hope where there's only despair." Unquote. Today, as I vouch for the said motion, I ask that you continuously reflect on this quote. I rise to support the motion standing in my name, additional funds to be allocated to sports and the continued training of athletes. We, the member of this side of the House, aren't ignoring the budget allocation for sport. But, Madam Speaker, is it enough? People forget other shortcomings of their nation. To recapitulate, sports has the power to unite people. When a country loses in international competitions, it harms the moral of its people. Therefore, I strongly believe that the government side should provide additional funds to support the sports clubs and athletes. The additional allocation of funds in this sector will be a process of planning, managing, and comprehensively assigning the funds effectively, which will aid the efficiency and the significant benefit and the returns of such funds. There are so many ways in which these funds can be allocated within this sector, but I will only be able to touch base on three. One, the build and implementation of more synthetic tracks in Guyana, which is stated in the comprehensive participation module contained in the Draft Sports Policy 2019. As we all know, Guyana has only one synthetic track, which is located in Leonora. Because of where it is located, it is not accessible to many. At least one synthetic track should be constructed in every region, allowing easy accessibility for youths around Guyana to showcase their talent and open new doors of opportunities for them. Number two, the building of a sport academy. As we all know, not everyone learns the same way, whereby some learn by practical experiences, some are born naturally talented. Imagine an institution that offers training, diplomas, and degrees for persons with such talents, allowing athletes the opportunity to expand their knowledge and skills, and also obtaining opportunities to travel and set goals in which they wish to achieve. Just as any other academical student, the institution would also provide job opportunities and expand career opportunities for students who attended. Funds can also be allocated or invested to the hosting and organizing of sport events on various occasions, which can provide significant returns of funds invested in the charges and of entry fees. These funds can then be utilized and or invested back into the sector or used for other purposes. Please note, this will not be limited to local events, but also international as well. Placing Guyana on the map. Imagine us being more recognized across the globe. Imagine the benefits of such publicity. Imagine the impact it would have on other sectors such as tourism. I can go on and on with many benefits allocating these funds in this sector, but time will not permit me to. In conclusion, the allocation of funds to sports and continued training of athletes does have the power to tremendously change the world, the power to inspire, the power to unite people in a way that the little else does. So, let's allocate these funds as we speak to the youth of tomorrow through a language they easily comprehend, while we aspire to create job opportunities, health, knowledge, and economical benefits by implementing these funds in sports and the training of our very own athletes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Crystal Smart, Shadow Minister of the Public Service. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The arts, sciences, humanities, physical education, languages, and maths all have equal and central contributions to make to a student's education. Ken Robinson. Honorable Speaker of this House, Ministers of the Government, members of the opposition, members of the government, media, invitees, good morning all. My name is Crystal Smart, and I stand in support of the motion for the allocation of additional funds to sports and the training of athletes. As the Shadow Minister of Public Service, I will be examining how the allocation of additional funds to sports and training can be used to create scholarships. Honorable Speaker, according to United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and I quote, sports can teach values such as fairness, discipline, inclusion, equality, team building, perseverance, and respect. It has the power to provide a universal framework for learning values that contribute to development of soft skills needed for responsible citizenship, unquote. Because sport is of such importance to youth development, UNESCO has created a value education through sports program that aims to support active learning, complement cognitive skills, and give students increasing amounts of responsibility and enhance their level of concentration and participation. The aim of this program is to reinforce existing skills taught in subjects such as physical education, nutrition, and biology and arts. It helps students to transform and put values into action outside the school environment. Honorable Speaker, this suggests that sports is education. Further, if we are to examine Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory, we will understand why sports can be considered education. In this theory, he posits that there are different forms of intelligence, such as musical intelligence, sport intelligence, and mathematical intelligence. Honorable Speaker, this means that sports is just as important as any other area. Yet there is a limited amount of scholarships given to young people on a yearly basis in this area. This poses a problem which must be addressed urgently, and that is why the opposition moves this motion. We need more scholarships in the area of sports. Honorable Speaker, the government has the obligation to provide scholarships for sports according to JAS Sports Policy 2019. In the comprehensive participation model contained in this policy, the government is required to put systems in place, and I quote, develop athletes from the amateur to the elite, unquote. It is not unreasonable for one to imply that part of this development involved awarding scholarships to athletes. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that Guyana is blessed with talented athletes. This can be seen from their performance at the 2020 Olympics. Despite the challenges faced, they still represented our country well. Now imagine, Madam Speaker, if more funding is allocated to train our athletes, imagine if more scholarships are awarded to our athletes. Wouldn't we be able to improve their overall performance at the regional and international level? Madam Speaker, athletes cannot be fully effective if they have to be constantly worried about funding. And upcoming athletes would not be motivated to continue pursuing sports if they know they would not reach far because of inadequate funding. In the words of my grandmother, it is a wheel in a wheel. Therefore, the allocation of additional funds is inextricably linked to improving sports and training in Guyana. Madam Speaker, we need scholarships and not trophies and medals that will sit on our dividers and fade and collect like pieces. In closing, permit me to quote the words of the President of the Athletics Association of Guyana, Mr. Aubrey Hudson, and I quote, lack of facilities, exposure, and finances are often the biggest bugbears for national sport associations in Guyana. This is why the members of the opposition implore on the government to solve this issue by allocating additional funds to sports and training. There is an old adage that says talent is equally distributed in society, but opportunity is not. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the government to create opportunity for our athletes. If we truly believe that the children of Guyana are the future, shouldn't we do everything that we can to help them secure their future? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Saskia Jones, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Madam Speaker and honorable members of the House. Madam Speaker, sports has been a well-celebrated event local to Greece in the early years. Today, sports shows itself as an important factor in developing a country. It is instrumental in the development of infrastructure, creates employment, generates foreign exchange, creates more athletes, and for large events, contributes significantly to the economic development of a country. On this note, I would like to commend the opposition for acknowledging the importance of sports and its beneficial factors. However, their motion gives the impression that the government is doing insufficient for our athletes. This is far from the truth, Madam Speaker. In the Emergency Budget 2020, Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports was awarded $2.7 billion, from which $805.3 million was directly allocated to sport. Sports journalists and advocates describe this as the largest grants given to sports sectors in almost a decade. This year, the same amount was budgeted to our ministry, with a significant change. The amount allocated to sports was $1.5 billion, an increase of almost $700 million. Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, an increase was given to sport that almost doubles the previous budget's allotment. Yet, the opposition raises the argument of funds being insufficient. To break it down for my colleagues on the other side of the House, $915.5 million is allocated for the improvement of community grounds countrywide. $680 million is set aside for the hosting of tournaments, maintenance of sports facilities, and for supporting select sports associations. Of the $680 million, $320 million is budgeted towards the professional training of athletes and coaches as part of the Sports Academy program. Madam Speaker, how much more would we need to allocate for them to consider the amount to be adequate? And let them tell us which Peter should we rob to pay Paul. Another important way through which we wish to demonstrate our commitment towards sports, Madam Speaker, is the Sports Academy program. This will be Guyana's first multi-purpose sports academy, which is set to be built in regions 2, 6, and 10. It is an institute where athletes will be given the opportunity and training to become professionals. The academy will accept athletes from the ages of 14 to 21. This program is set in place to ensure that the above-average player is paid a stipend for their time there. This, I believe, Madam Speaker, and my opposition colleagues, is a step in the right direction as our side of the House continues to show our commitment towards supporting Guyana's current and potential athletes. The opposition is insinuating that we, the government, do not care for nor support our athletes. This is a severely misguided and unconscionably misleading portrait of we who are the servants of our constituents. The reality is Guyana's various sports associations and organizations are indubitably funded and supported. Turning to athletes and their training, the National Sports Commission has already contributed $1 million towards the Guyana Table Tennis Association. $900,000 was given to the Guyana Badminton Association, $1.6 million to the Guyana Bodybuilding and Fitness Federation, $500,000 to Youth Basketball Guyana. The Commission will also cater for athletes who will show great potential. This goes to show that this is not a temporary investment. It is something that will continue to happen throughout the years. I therefore conclude by reiterating the sum provided by the government is sufficient for athletic development in Guyana. Recent initiatives have proven the commendable commitment of the government. Allotting more funds to sports will come at the expense of other similarly important obligations. With all said, Madam Speaker, 1-1 bill down, and Guyana's sports sector will reach new heights with the plans we have in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Danielle Singh, Shadow Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, I invite you to yield the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We, the members of the opposition, listen meticulously to the argument put forward by the government. On this motion, we would like to identify some of the errors in the argument. Madam Speaker, we would have already mentioned in our presentation that the funds will be allocated in a comprehensive manner. We spoke about agricultural projects, creation of scholarships, and increasing jobs through the allocation of additional funds to the sports and training. Yet, the members of the government seems to think we would take a limit approach to this motion. Madam Speaker, cash grant and allocation does not mean the same things. Common members of the government, this is a debate, not a lesson. In English language, I retaliate that we, the members of the opposition, are committed towards ensuring these funds are used comprehensively for the improvement for all athletes. Madam Speaker, Honorable James, Minister of Agriculture, said, the government cannot pay athletes that go to school. Do your parents pay you to go to school? Quote, unquote. Madam Speaker, we, the members of the opposition, are not moving the motion that solely deals with paying athletes. We are speaking to the allocation of funds of sports that training sports is an industrial allocation. It is not meant giving them money only. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Labor mentioned that Cliff Anderson Sports Hall and the National Aquatic Center that are available to athletes. Madam Speaker, most of the sports facilities are located in Region 4. So what about the other regions, right? Facilities need to be in all the regions. Am I supposed to walk from Region 6 to Region 4 just to use the Cliff Anderson Sports Hall? I think not, Madam Speaker. And that is why the government argue breaks down. Further, Madam Speaker, Honorable Bruce Bernard, Minister with the responsible of Finance, said that we are decentralized. Taking place, almost all sports facilities are located in Region 4. Madam Speaker, this is not balanced at all. So my members of the opposition need to create it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, clarification. Madam Speaker, Honorable Julius Marcus said that the rural areas needs training facilities. The government have distributed funds and equipment to Region 6, 2, and 10. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, you have already spoken. I will not permit you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No!
The noes have it. The motion.
Division.
Division is declined. Oh, sorry, wait. My apologies. Clark, you may take the division.
Miss Crystal Smart? Aye. Mr. Daniel Singh?
Aye.
Miss Terry McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Yadram Totaram?
Aye.
Miss Colleen Embleton?
Aye.
Mr. David Hassan?
Aye.
Miss Ariel Ashby?
Aye.
Mr. Marcus Liu?
Absolutely.
Miss Siobhan Joseph?
Aye.
Miss Amisha LaRose? Mr. Nelvin Thiram?
Aye.
Miss Tiffany Williams?
Aye.
Miss Bibi Kanai?
Aye.
Miss Jilly Marcelo?
Aye.
Mr. Julius Marquis?
Aye.
Miss Christina Roberts?
Aye.
Miss Yaddle Downer?
Aye.
Miss Sarah Danraj?
Aye.
Honorable Gamisha Samlal?
No.
Honorable Sikai Jones?
No.
Honorable Caroline Platter?
No.
Honorable Taisha Moore?
No.
Honorable Danielle Dowding?
No.
Honorable Deidre Ferreira?
Aye.
Honorable Natalia Henry?
No.
Honorable Adrian King?
No.
Honorable Parmeshram Gobind?
No.
Honorable Jahim James?
No.
Honorable Sharida Passad?
No.
Honorable Marquise Benjamin? Honorable Whitney Johnny?
No.
Honorable Bloon Lima?
No.
Honorable Bruce Bernard?
No.
Honorable Amia Ataleward?
No.
Honorable Ashmani Jaigobin?
No.
Honorable Afina Wolford? Honorable Divine Kalichesi?
No.
Madam Speaker, 19 members voted in favor of the motion, 18 members voted against the motion, and 0 members abstained.
Honorable members, the motion is carried. Honorable members, before I move to the final motion on the order paper, let me recognize and welcome Honorable Dr. Tandika Smith and Honorable Alistair Charlie, members of the National Assembly, who are also serving as mentors. The next motion stands in the name of the Honorable Shadow Minister of Legal Affairs. Honorable Member, Ms. Yadel Downer, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honorable members of the opposition, members of the government, distinguished audience, members of the media, audience all, a pleasant morning to everyone. I wish and I rise to move the motion in my name, which speaks to the introduction of legislation to address cyberbullying of juveniles in Guyana. I, Honorable Shadow Minister of Legal Affairs, wish to begin by defining some key terms in the moot. Those being legislation, cyberbullying, juveniles, just to provide a bit of clarity for our audience. Legislation, the act or process of legislation, lawmaking, and propose or enact law or group of laws, or the enacting of laws and statutes. Cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is said to be the repeated and international use of technology, where computers and cell phones are used to inflict, to harass, to tease members on social media. Juveniles. The term juvenile is typically used to refer a young person, youth, between the age of 14 to 17. Why is legislation important generally? Legislation is important for several reasons, including standards and controls to govern the actions of people and groups in the public and private spheres. Legislation is sometimes referred to as a statutory law, and it is a law that has been put in place by the actions of the legislature or governing body. So my wise friends, if there weren't any legislation in our country today, there will be chaos, madness, crime upon crime. Madness in the country. Legislation are there to govern our citizens. Now, knowing this and having been given the definition of cyberbullying as a citizen of this great country, wouldn't you naturally want legislation in place to address cyberbullying, a problem that has been grown in prevalence in both our country and globally? Madam Speaker, I believe I speak for the opposition when I say that we simply do not believe that the members of the government are doing enough to address or to combat this harm that is happening in our society. The members of the opposition, Madam Speaker, are confident that the time has come that we must take strong steps to implement the structural changes in the form of progressive policies to address these issues. We in the opposition, Madam Speaker, are going to go where the government do not want to go. We will explore this issue. And that is the effect policy to address cyberbullying. Legislation relating to cyberbullying can and should be addressed under civil law or criminal law. Based on the situation, young people, Madam Speaker, are our generation for today. What happens to them when they are destroyed? Suicide, Madam Speaker. They have suffered drastically from cyberbullying, and we say enough is enough. Madam Speaker, cyberbullying victims are more likely to have low self-esteem, depression, and consider suicide. According to Starbrook News in 2018, an analysis of the proposed cybercrime bill for Guyana, and I quote, "We began to scrutinize this proposed cybercrime bill for Guyana in the previous statement of this column, we acknowledge that the bill addresses several matters that merit the attention we are requesting from the government to issues that we felt are problematic. For instance, let's compare other Caribbean countries that have cyberbullying legislation established. In Trinidad and Tobago, a cyberbullying bill was passed in 2015. 6 years later, and their cybercrime rate has reduced from 80% to 4.2% in decrease. If our government would have placed a legislation for cybercrime earlier, too, the rate of suicide in our country today would have decreased. What can be done, my colleagues of the government? We, the members of the opposition, declare that the bill must be passed, and I repeat, a bill must be passed to decrease the rate of suicide in our country today. We demand that cybercrime be included in the Juvenile Offense Act. Madam Speaker, the juveniles we are talking about are our youth. They are the next generation of our country, and they are the greatest natural resource we have, simply because of the development they will bring to this green nation. They are our future, and I would like to know that our government is concerned with the future of this land. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, please be reminded that you have mics and we can hear you clearly. Honourable Caroline Platter, Minister of Human Services and Social Security, I invite you to the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the First Minister who will be elaborating on the motion on behalf of the government, permit me to share with this Honourable House the government's position on this motion. The motion states, and I quote, introduction of legislation to address cyberbullying amongst juveniles. After examining the title of this motion, one can conclude that this motion speaks about introducing a new, hear it again, new legislation which addresses cyberbullying amongst juveniles. This new legislation proposed by the opposition would perhaps set out to include how to protect juvenile perpetrators. Our position is to urge the members of the opposition to utilize our existing policies which already addresses cyberbullying amongst juveniles rather than to focus all our energies on introducing legislation which is completely new. Honourable members of the National Assembly, in 2020, when the official quarantine was issued throughout the world, the use of social media increased with online classes and studies. Thus, the rate of cyberbullying has increased amongst juveniles. Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Health will elaborate, a juvenile's mind is not yet able to understand certain consequences of their actions. So, instead of punishing the cyberbullies, who are juveniles who more than likely thought of the act of bullying online as just fun, they should receive counseling and should be educated to understand the mental effects of cyberbullying. The Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children, Marta Santos Pais, a member of the Human Rights Council for the United Nations, has prepared, pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 69 of 157. In this report, they had reviewed key developments and initiatives that she has promoted to accelerate the progress in the protection of children from violence. One of those initiatives is a program called Educating the Unaware. that the article Cyberbullying Amongst Adolescents and Children, a comprehensive review of the global situation, risk factors, and preventive measures that was published on the 11th of March 2021, this year, by Zhu C, Huang S, Evans R, and Zhuang W, states that when lack of information leads to difficult judgment, the quality is considered to be unclear. And this article of the United Nations Convention of the Rights of a Child, might I remind you, that Guyana is a signatory of this convention and is therefore bound to follow the laws under this convention. Honorable members of the House, allow me to aid you in having transparent understanding of the government's position. Let us say we introduce a legislation that seeks to punish juvenile perpetrators of cyberbullying. We have already established that a juvenile does not have the capacity to fully understand the consequences of their actions. So the question is, what good will punishing them do? If a juvenile does not understand the consequences of their actions, I ask again, honorable members of the House, what good will punishing them do? As the Minister of Human Services and Social Security, my duty is to ensure that the citizens of our great country is protected. So on the one hand, if we punish a juvenile perpetrator, they can go back to doing the same thing because they have not understood why they need not to do what they have done. However, if we use the program educating the unaware juveniles that we already have, then we can help our juveniles to understand that cyberbullying can cause long-term mental effects on the person they bully unknowingly. And a quote, I will end this off by saying this quote made by UNICEF. No child is absolutely safe in the digital world. As such, it is of paramount importance that we utilize the laws we already have. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Terry McRae, Shadow Minister of Human Services and Social Security. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Terry McRae, Shadow Minister of Human Services and Social Security, stand before you in support of the motion proposed, that being the introduction of legislation to address cyberbullying to juveniles. It is the Ministry's mandate to provide psychological, social, financial, and other material assistance, as well as regulatory services to the infirm, the indigent, and the destitute to improve their status and implement their abilities to cope with the stress of living. The destitute in this instance being our youths, those youths who are unable to stand up for themselves, the youths that compose the vast majority of our young people, and those youths that are victims of cyberbullying. With the impact of COVID-19, our country was pushed to an intricate relationship with technology as a means of communication, an alternative education system, and so much more. With this new normal way of living, young people have become even more attached to their devices and their social media, opening the floodgates for cyberbullying. Guyana has braced herself as hard as possible, but cyberbullying continues to run rampant, going further than can be controlled. The government must ensure that the young people, the future leaders, know that they are still working for their safety and their children's safety to ensure a healthy emotional growth, since they are the future of our nation. Madam Speaker, how are we to ensure our nation's safe and secure future if we do not take the necessary steps in the present? The youth is a blank slate, John Locke. This simply means that anything given to a youth will either be molded into their personality or break it instead.
Most of the youths today are extremely sensitive to the views and opinions of other young people, especially when those views are expressed via social media. And the harsh words being implied these days are simply appalling, leading to our youths taking desperate measures to fit in. And at least 1 of 15 practice self-harm and sometimes even suicide, which is yet another issue our country is struggling with. Tell me, are we supposed to sit back and continue being the country with the highest suicide rates in the Caribbean? It's embarrassing. People may even start to question their safety in this country. Whereas the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 73 of 154 on 17 December 2018, which recognizes cyberbullying as a form of violence that compromises child's rights to freedom of violence as enshrined in the United Nations Convention on Rights of the Child, of which Guyana is a signatory. To not legislate this will go against all that we stand for as one people, one nation, and will derail our one destiny. And to not legislate goes against what my ministry stands for, whereas the Cybercrime Act 2018 of Guyana seeks to protect its citizens from cyberbullying and punish the perpetrators. But it does not adequately protect child victims and punish perpetrators who are legally considered children because cyberbullying is not listed in the schedule of offenses of the Juvenile Offenders Act 2018. If we are to introduce legislation, it will not only decrease our suicide rates, but it will ensure our people that their lives are safe in our hands and show our youth that, yes, we care about them and they are a major concern to you and the future governments to come. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite Honorable Amia Ataleward to yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alia Bagusta, a 13-year-old girl from Britain Village Quarantine, Berbice, was cyberbullied by another colleague. She subsequently ran away from home after a distasteful video of her was released. Omika Frank, another juvenile, was cyberbullied when her friend decided to create a fake Facebook profile just to harass and threaten her. Honorable members, on the 6th of May 2020, a letter published in the Kaichor News highlighted a citizen's personal experience on cyberbullying. Box posted that there is a great need to send awareness of the terrible problem cyberbullying. He further stated that no matter how busy we are, bullying can jeopardize. No matter how busy we are, it is important to deal with this matter because cyberbullying can jeopardize a country and its people. In order to address this issue of cyberbullying, we can take a look at the policies that Guyana already has. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation is responsible for promoting the interests and image of the country abroad. We are also responsible for upholding the law in international affairs and establishing peace. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Convention on Rights of the Child adopted Resolution 73, which includes laws to protect and prevent our children from bullying, whether it be via a media platform or in person. It recognizes that cyberbullying can take both a direct and an indirect form. It clearly states that a child should have the right to freedom of expression in all forms, whether it be orally, in writing, or in print, in a form of art or any other media of the child's choice. Though a child shall have the right to the freedom of expression, the exercise of this right will have certain restrictions. Since Guyana is a signatory of the United Nations Convention on Rights of the Child, which recognizes that cyberbullying as a form of violence, we could risk damaging the image of our great country and sever any possible or pending alliance Guyana has with foreign countries. Madam Speaker, I wish to reiterate once again that Guyana has policies in place which address
cyberbullying amongst juveniles. So let us utilize these policies we already have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Honorable Christina Roberts, Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quote, unless and until our society recognizes cyberbullying for what it is, the suffering of thousands of silent victims will continue, end quote. These were the wise words of attorney at law, inspirational speaker and community leader Ana Maria Chavez, which I agree with in its entirety. Honorable Speaker, I, Christina Roberts, Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, stand to express my full support of the motion proposed by my colleagues for the introduction of legislation to address cyberbullying amongst juveniles. Madam Speaker, it is a known fact that is vital for our nation's continuance that we take special care and consideration of our young people, and it's sad to say that to date, cyberbullying still remains an issue of grave concern. To this vast majority of our population, as a member of this House, a youth myself, and a representative of young people, I believe that it's more than time for the government and its honorable House to begin introduction of legislative governance curbing cyberbullying within our borders. Madam Speaker, history and research have shown that cyberbullying is not an issue that arose overnight like Independence Day, countrywide flooding. It did not suddenly appear like the Guyana COVID-19, but has been with us for as long as technology has been incorporated into Guyanese society. Many of our people, especially our youth, have suffered from negative effects of cyberbullying for far too long, and we, the opposition, believe that there is no better time to curb this than here and now. Madam Speaker, as we speak, almost every other country made the necessary amendments or introduction to their legislation to aid in the curbing of cyberbullying within their community. I turn to the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda includes a specific target to end abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence, including bullying and cyberbullying against and torture of children. UNESCO member states declare the first Thursday of November of every year the International Day Against Violence and Cyberbullying, recognizing that school-related violence in all its forms is an infringement of children and adolescents' rights to education, to health, and well-being. Preventing all forms of bullying, including cyberbullying, is a priority for children and adults. It is an issue that needs to be tackled in school settings, in home, and in the community at large. Initiatives in this area encompasses information and awareness-raising initiatives to consolidate the understanding what constitutes bullying and cyberbullying. They're both thus strengthening the values of respect and concern for others among children in their sense of responsibility to prevent discrimination, promote respect for human rights, and foster safety within the school and online. And it is important that children learn ways of ensuring learning, their own protection in cyberspace, including by learning to identify dangerous or risky situations, including online, coping with distress, abuse causes, ways to enhance their reliance, and ways to avoid situations, whether in person or online, in which image, honor, and reputation may be compromised. Madam Speaker, we the opposition do call upon our government to continue work we started in 2018 with our cybercrime. We insist that they add cyberbullying in the Juvenile Offenders Act, where it should have been from the inception. Madam Speaker, in addition, we call the government to use its resources to implement solutions and measures for the exclusive purpose of protecting our children from the dangers outlined in international law. Madam Speaker, I close by saying that I believe with the right legislation, as well as educating the youth as to accept digital behavior, not only we can curb cyberbullying, but we can ensure that the next generation is a group capable of accessibility existing in society. I thank you for your attentive ears, and I wish my humble and sincere contribution for justice is considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Whitney Johnny, Minister of Health, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In May 2019, Alyssa Robnerine posted in a letter of the editor that cyberbullying has become something we are constantly hearing about. Psychologist Robnerine noticed that when fusing cyberbullying, there is what is known in psychology as group thinking, which is where we are likely to follow a trend if there is a group of people who feel the same way or are doing the same thing, even if we don't necessarily agree with it. In simple terms, and in the case of cyberbullying, seeing others' negative comments about others fuels us to do the same because we have the support of others within the group. Moreover, cyberbullying has become proven to cause anxiety, depression, and in some cases, psychological identification and suicide. Introduction of legislation to address cyberbullying among juveniles is not going to occur in the juvenile's brain as what they are doing wrong, like the way it would occur in an adult's brain. The difference between the brain of a child and that of an adult, according to Dr. Deborah, is that adults are able to think before they act, to reason through situations, and to relate to logic and experience to make decisions. Adults are able to withstand pressure from others, to interpret what others do and say, and to map their own response using judgments. Dr. Deborah posted that these are qualities adolescents possess growing up, but have not yet fully developed. Madam Speaker, this prominent doctor is a first world country posted after years of research that an adolescent who is growing is likely to have good judgment and make decisions while understanding the consequences of their act. However, it must be emphasized that while an adolescent possesses these qualities, they are not yet fully developed. The question then is this: if adolescent's mind is not yet developed as it portrays to these critical skills, can we say the same for a juvenile? Simple answer, of course, not. The points I'm trying to make, honorable members of the House, is that juvenile is incapable of understanding the effects that cyberbullying may have on a victim. Can we expect, Madam Speaker, a juvenile to understand that if they bully a person online, is likely that they will cause long-term physical effects? What needs to be happening is juveniles perpetrators must undertake the programs that we eloquently addressed by the Minister of Human Services and Social Security. These programs, might I remember you, already exist and we can use them before introducing new legislation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Bibi Kanhai, Shadow Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. People think cyberbullying will never end, so why try to fix it? I'll be the first to tell you, it is not going to end. But if you start making the change and putting the necessary measures in place, over time, change is assured. As Shadow Minister of Health, I rise to continue the motion brought by my fellow Shadow Minister and further emphasize that the time has come for us to introduce legislation to address cyberbullying among juveniles. And further, I wish to present alternatives to complement the implementation of said legislation. Madam Speaker, I'd like to clarify, cybercrime is defined as the use of insensitive words on the internet platform. Madam Speaker, cyberbullying may be a cybercrime, but it is so much more prevalent now, and I believe that we need a specific legislation to address this issue alone. On that note, the fact is, cyberbullying will never truly end. There will always be some young person making themselves an ignoramus that insists on making someone feel less of themselves on the internet. And thus, the concept that is cyberbullying will unfortunately live on. That doesn't mean that we, as a people, as a country, should just roll over and let cyberbullying run unchecked. We need to establish within every facet of every institution that makes our country great, from our education system to our constitution, that we will not stand for cyberbullying. I cannot stand by and not discuss the devastating effect that cyberbullying has on the juveniles of my country, especially when it relates to their physical and mental health. On the topic of physical health, an article in the Guyana Chronicle by psychologist Caitlin Vieira. It states, a juvenile victim of cyberbullying more than often feels afraid, ashamed, depressed, weak, isolated, lonely, and lacks self-esteem. They're usually afraid to and unwilling to attend schools and other events. This results in poor academic performances, high stress levels, anxiety, and loss of interest in activities previously enjoyed, which further goes into isolation, social exclusion, aggression, rage, self-hatred, all of which leads to self-harm. Madam Speaker, I wish to tell a story of one of our very own young people of this country. Published in 2015 in the Kite News, Mistress Patricia Van Buckle Diabru. Mrs. Diabru, in high school, was diagnosed with an unidentified illness. The doctors couldn't figure out what was going on with her. She confided in a few friends in the same institution as her. They made fun of her. That was physical, right? Now, they went on to the home economics school, where some of these same individuals and her were in the same environment. There now, where she started to exceed and she got successful, she was big on social media. That is where the envy of her friends stepped in. Madam Speaker, they dragged her on the internet. They verbally abused her. They made allegations, threats, mocking her on the internet through various platforms, through different social platforms. Madam Speaker, her husband came home and found her dead in their bathroom. She was married 5 months before her death. He had 5 months to spend with her. Her family is grieving. And you know what's sickening? There is no justice. Why is there no justice? Charges couldn't be pressed because there isn't a legislation in place for her. She isn't the only story. There's so much more to come that is not published, that is not out here, and that is not known and addressed. In accordance with my ministerial portfolio, it also falls within my capacity to make mentions of certain points outside of my ministry, due to their correlation to the Ministry of Health, such as the Education Ministry. Thus, in addition to the provision of the legislation, basic good etiquette should be incorporated into the education system, which in turn will send positive ripples into the health sector. with the rise of the internet use in the education system, especially because of the 2020 COVID-19 protocols, bullying and cyberbullying specifically affect a high percentage of children, generating, as I mentioned, depression, low self-esteem, and other related issues that are associated with long-lasting consequences for our child development. With growing access to smartphones and information and community technologies, cyberbullying is becoming an increasing source of concern, placing children at risk of harassment and abuse, reaching out quicker and wider and magnifying children's vulnerability. While my opposition has provided alternatives, please understand that there is no way to reach these and there is nowhere forward until effective legislation is first implemented. It is time to stop talking about the problem and it is time to start acting. I appeal to my members, the honorable members of the government. This bill, this motion should be passed because it is important to protect the people. I appeal to you on behalf of the previous victims of cyberbullying, on behalf of the generations to come that may be affected by this. Let us end this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Ashmani Jaigobin, Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, I invite you to present.
Honorable Madam Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly, I thank you as I stand here. As we sure would like to want to know what the young minds of our country has to be faced with, right? The punishment of adult perpetrators. Is it really necessary for us to use our young minds or our very young juvenile perpetrators to undergo all of these adult precautions? Do they necessarily, or do we need to give them the punishment and adult treats? As you were saying, there is a legislation and there is already a rule in place for whatever these crimes are stating. The Juvenile Justice Act is there to protect the young victims, but are not necessarily saying that our young perpetrators should be locked away or punished for something they have no knowledge of. Do you expect a child, a little being child that is considered a juvenile, to understand the concept of cyberbullying? Are you really wanting to put this child into this emotional state in which they will be disturbed by the fact that people are blaming them for things that they have no idea what they're doing? Before we get into any more of these questioning offenses, let us look at how the human mind works. As the Honorable Minister of Health said, the child's mind and the biological makeup isn't as fully as developed as those of a grown adult. Studies have shown to prove that the mind of an adult works faster than of a child. For example, financing and retailing. Do you expect a child to understand what financing and retailing is? Do you expect them to fully understand what it's about? You cannot expect a child to understand these things. You cannot just give them instructions and expect them to know what you are talking about. You have to go through these things one by one. Do you really want to put a legislation in between that to show that? You're putting a legislation in today. What are they expected to be tomorrow? What do you expect them to be? As for saying, this is a third world country. We have signed onto one or more foreign resolutions. One of these conventions being the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, adopted resolution 73 out of the 154 laws, which not only protects juveniles from just cyberbullying, but of the bullying of all aspects. Our current education systems in Guyana are experiencing these sorts of mishap behaviors, but the punishments we put in place doesn't last on a full-term method. Do you say that you want to put a legislation in today, and do you expect them for the next, what, months, years, what? Where do you expect the progress to come from? We, as a continuing developing country, need to understand, so we need to educate these children. We need to provide these guidance counselings. We need to give them and educate them to what they necessarily need to know. We cannot just expect them to know what they are doing, are we? We cannot just say that just because they committed the crime, they know what they are doing. They're children. They are juveniles. They are considered to be children. They are considered to be people under the age of 18. They're not even legal yet. How do you expect them to know these things? These kids are still in school. And as I was saying, members of the opposition, honorable members of the opposition, I recall from a few hours ago, you were strongly against opposing to the fact that we should not we should use technologies instead of reopening schools. Now, what is the mode you are saying today? That we need to open these schools? We need to go abroad more? You are inviting in cyberbullying once you have opened the technology world. Aren't you doing that? Aren't you inviting these people in? Aren't you inviting them to come and persuade in more cyberbullying? You said it yourself today that we should be able to guide them, that we should be able to give them these things, that you need to put a new resolution and a new legislation in. You are promoting these things. If you are looking at them over the internet, you are using examples that are over the internet. As the Honorable Shadow Minister has said, she declared something that was given to by an adult. She never said that this kid was a child. This was not a child. This was an adult. This was an adult who probably did not even report to this issue. You are telling me you are going to put in a legislation. How are you going to know when the cyberbullying happens? How are you going to automatically assume this? You cannot assume this. As for saying, as a Minister of the Parliamentary Affairs, it is my duty to ensure that the matters of this magnitude are thoroughly debated in this House, and I strongly disagree with this motion. Why would we want to introduce a new legislation when we already have ones in motion? Members of the opposition, if we were to introduce a new bill or a new legislation, how long would that bill take to go through the Parliament? Everybody knows it's either 10 or more working days. How long do you expect this bill to go through? How long are you going to make us wait for there to be a new legislation when we already have ones in place? We already have these things in place. Why do you need more? We need to take action, and that's what we are doing. We are providing people with the guidance counseling they need. And as a conclusion, let us look at the laws we already have. Instead of adding a new legislation, we can just improve our laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I would like to request a point of clarification. May I be granted?
You may go ahead.
Thank you. In my debate earlier, Honourable Member of the Government, I mentioned that the victim was in high school, right? When she had moved on to the School of Home Economics, right? She was basically 17. She was married at 17. That 2015, is that such a wrong? Is that wrong?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Afina Wolford, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. Madam Speaker, there is no universal definition of cybercrime, but it has been defined as any activity in which computers or network are a tool, target, or in a place of criminal activity. The prevalence of cyberbullying may be attributed to the Internet, a component of ICT, which is now providing juvenile with fast, convenient, and anonymous avenue to commit various crimes. Honorable members of the House, this type of crime transcends the traditional crime we are so accustomed to seeing. It is very important to note that cyberbullying is not limited physical boundaries, which ultimately makes the crime much easier to commit. In 2013, the United Nations reported that half of all the nations have sufficiently good frameworks to criminalize cyberbullying. The Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, in its 2016 cybersecurity report stated that the Internet use had penetrated the country by 37%. Now, in light of our country's rapid use of technology, the growing of Internet penetration, which can be attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic, Guyana is now more vulnerable to cyberbullying. This also due to the fact that schools have shifted from physical classes to online learning. In the early decades of modern information technology, computer crime were largely committed by disgruntled and dishonest employees. However, with the rise of online learning, juveniles have found a more creative way to victimize their colleagues via online bullying. Therefore, Educating the Unaware, a program which has been implemented under the Convention of the Rights of a Child, and of which Guyana is a signatory, should be used to help correct the behavior of juvenile perpetrators. Madam Speaker, if this program is not enforced as a way to help juvenile perpetrators, they will continue to be motivated to commit cybercrime in our jurisdiction. It is then safe to say that without this efficient framework, we would be powerless to address cyberbullying. One point of introducing new legislation. I would suggest that the 2014 African Union Convention on Cybercrime and Personal Data be used as a guidance. This convention is a prominent international instrument that provides the topic cyberbullying as a cybercrime amongst juveniles. The offenses under this convention include creating, downloading, and disseminating any ideas that have a racist or xenophobic nature through a computer system, threatening through a computer system, as well as insulting a person through a computer system. However, Madam Speaker, I say that we make full use of these policies mentioned by our Minister of Human Services and Social Protection. These policies are already exist in our country, and we must not turn a blind eye to them. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Yadil Downer, Shadow Minister of Legal Affairs. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I stand firmly with my fellow colleagues of the opposition as Yadil Downer, Shadow Minister of Legal Affairs and mover of motion, introduction of legislation to address cyberbullying amongst juveniles. Madam Speaker, this is an issue that destroys the mental health of our youth and therefore the future of our nation. Why is this even up for a debate when it is quite evident that with the introduction of legislation and implemented systems, we can curb this issue? The government spoke on using the existing legislation of policies. Madam Speaker, it is quite evident that these existing policies are not working. They are not having the effect we deserve. Therefore, I expect that the problem lies with the legislation and not with the government. As a result, a legislation needs and should be instructed, and we, the opposition, stand by our motion. Madam Speaker, I would like to educate the government that a legislation is a new law and does not necessarily have to punish, meaning that the point made by Honorable Platter is understood and misguided. In addition, the government continued by saying that no child is safe in the digital world. This is exactly our point. Again, Madam Speaker, if the existing laws of the enforcement and legislation actions are not helping the situation, clearly you can see why we need to introduce a legislation that will graduate a result that addresses cyberbullying amongst juveniles. Madam Speaker, I heard the government acknowledge that the cyberbullying can jeopardize a country and its people. Thank you for the agreement. We look forward to securing our vision of a safer Guyana that secures the mental health of our youth. Madam Speaker, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, quote, that our country has laws for cyberbullying, but where are these laws to
regards to your feelings would you punish a robber or counsel them? That's why our generation today, they use slangs and they say, it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No. Division.
Division. Division, Mr. Clark.
Miss Crystal Smart. Mr. Daniel Singh.
Aye.
Miss Terry McRae. Mr. Yadram Totaram.
Aye.
Miss Colleen Embleton.
Aye.
Mr. David Hassan.
Aye.
Miss Ariel Ashby.
Aye.
Mr. Marcus Liu.
Yes, yes, yes.
Miss Siobhan Joseph.
Aye.
Miss Amisha LaRose.
Aye.
Mr. Nelvin Siram.
Aye.
Miss Tiffany Williams.
Aye.
Miss Bibi Kanai.
Aye.
Miss Jilly Marcello.
Aye.
Mr. Julius Marquez.
Aye.
Miss Christina Roberts.
Aye.
Miss Yeddle Downer.
Aye.
Miss Sarah Danraj.
Aye.
Honorable Gamisha Samlal. Honorable Sekai Jones. I didn't hear.
Abstain.
Honorable Caroline Platter.
No, no, no.
Honorable Taisha Moore.
No.
Honorable Danielle Dowding.
I abstain.
Honorable Deirdre Pereira.
No.
Honorable Natalia Henry.
No.
Honorable Adrienne King.
No.
Honorable Parmesh Ramgobin.
No.
Honorable Jaheem James.
No.
Honorable Sharida Prasad.
No.
Honorable Marquise Benjamin.
No.
Honorable Whitney Johnny.
No.
Honorable Blue Nima.
No.
Honorable Bruce Bernard.
No.
Honorable Amia Ataleward.
No.
Honorable Ashmani Jaigobin.
No.
Honorable Afina Wolford. Honorable Divine Kalichesi.
No.
Madam Speaker, 18 members voted in favor of the motion, 17 members voted against the motion, and 2 members abstained from voting.
Honorable members, the motion is carried. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of our business on the order paper for this morning. Honorable Prime Minister, you may move the adjournment.
I move to adjourn Assembly till 1 p.m. this afternoon.
The Assembly now stands adjourned to 1 p.m. today, 18th August 2021.
Please be seated. That was wonderful. That was indeed wonderful. Give yourselves a round of applause. As the judges are tallying the scores, I would like to invite the mentors, the past mentors, to give their brief remarks. But what I would ask them to do is use the mics all the way to the end there. All right, the mic closest to you. And also, I would then ask members of the Youth Parliament, they too can share their remarks. But we would ask the mentors first to do so, followed by the participants for this year's Youth Parliament.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sherilyn Semple, and I am a mentor at this year's Youth Parliament. I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate each and every one of you. I was just telling my fellow mentor that I'm really impressed with the quality of debates I saw here today. And I know that Guyana is in great hands. I particularly liked how everyone was able to articulate and do what they needed to do. And I know it was not easy. As a mentor, I can tell you that I had 1 hour of sleep. I was up until 4:20 this morning going through speeches. But I liked the way the mentees pushed themselves, and we were encouraged to do the same. As you leave this Youth Parliament, I want to encourage you to continue to follow your dreams, make the most of this opportunity, and encourage someone to do the same too. Thank you.
Good morning once again, everyone. I stand to say congratulations and extend a heartfelt congratulations on behalf of all of the mentors of Youth Parliament 2021. I must say that we are extremely proud of the work that you guys have done. I know I can say personally I am extremely proud of my mentors, my mentees, and how far they have come and the way they were able to produce and present their speeches in the National Assembly today. I also want to say to you, as Sherilyn said earlier, that this is one of the most important opportunities that you have received. Do not take it lightly. Do not take it for granted, and ensure that you use this opportunity to continue to encourage, motivate, and inspire your colleagues to do something great, and at the end of it all, to build our beautiful nation, Guyana. Thank you.
I thank you for your remarks, sir. I'd also like to extend the invitation to the teachers who are accompanying the students here to also share any remarks that you wish. Before you do that, or before you come up, I would like to invite our Member of Parliament, the Honorable Alistair Charlie, to give his remarks. You can do it right
here. Good morning, all. For the past 2 days, you were here. I sat there comfortably in the hollow walls of this August House. And somewhat joy came to me to see the performance of you over the past 2 days. To all the speakers on both sides of the House, you did extremely well, and I want you to give yourselves a round of applause. I must admit that I did not mentor all the mentees, but somewhat were in contact with some of the mentees, and what was related to the mentees, I saw they delivering on what was said. Where we go from here, that's the question I think you have on your mind. But I want to urge you to continue what you're doing, because I can see here, coming out of this youth parliament, I can see lawyers, I can see doctors, I can see politicians in time to come to chart the way forward, to lead our country. I can see leaders of this team here ready to take Guyana forward. Yesterday, someone asked what it takes to be a politician. I don't want to give you the answer, seek and thou shalt find. I want you to be very good young leaders in your own right as you chart the way forward for our nation. And with these few words, I want to compliment you once again and congratulate you. You have done well. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. I would like to now invite Dr. Tandika Smith, the Honourable Dr. Tandika Smith, to give her brief remarks.
A pleasant good morning, everyone. First of all, allow me to register my heartfelt felicitations to each and every one of you for taking such a bold step in becoming part of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament. Indeed, today, and over the past few days, I have seen great leadership skills. I have seen hunger for higher learning. I have seen determination, passion, and so many more that requires each and every one of us to become great leaders in the future. I must say this is indeed commendable. I'm proud of you. I'm truly impressed. This is what our country needs, and you have displayed that today and during the past days. So I want to encourage you. I want to give you a little encouragement, and I want to share my personal experience. I stand here as an Amerindian. I was born and raised in Pomeroon, Region 2. I am from a very humble beginning. And I want to tell you, I had so many challenges growing up. And some of those were accessibility to school, other social, financial challenges. But guess what? I made the best of every opportunity that came my way. I benefited from the Hinterland Scholarship after I completed my secondary education. I also benefited from another scholarship, and that is to study human medicine. Today, I'm a medical doctor. I've been practicing for the past 8 years. And I must say I'm living my dream, because I consider myself a humanitarian. I have cared, I have nurtured the sick. I have done more than that. I have been a shoulder to cry on. And you know what? You can take my experience and you can build from that. I believe that each and every one of you here have very strong leadership skills. I want you to challenge yourselves. I want you to think about 5 years down the lane. Where do you see yourselves? And I hope that sometime in the future, I see at least more than 10 persons here in leadership skills, possible minister, president, so many things. I have full confidence that you will rise above all the challenges that you may encounter on your road to success. I believe in you. I know you can, you must, and you will. And I feel safe, I'm confident that young, brilliant mind like yours will definitely lead our country in the future. I thank you all. Be good citizens and continue to be your brother's keeper. I want to let you know that if any time you have any challenges, you have my number, you have a shoulder to cry on, whatever it may be. Whatever advice you may need, I am here. Even if it's one word of advice, whatever it is, I am here for you. Thank you.
I thank the honorable member for her remarks, and I also would like to encourage each and every one of you to pay heed to what the honorable member just mentioned, both honorable members. And should you, and I just want to let you know that you are now a part of the Parliament, a part of the National Assembly, your family, and we are here for each and every one of you. So please do not be afraid to reach out to any of us. And as Dr. Smith said, even if it's just advice, please reach out to us. And I thank her for saying that. Is there anyone else that would like to share their remarks as the judges? Oh, go ahead, sir.
Well, where do I begin? In my opinion, today was a lot tougher than yesterday, even though I spoke yesterday. I commend, first of all, the leader of the opposition. Her team came strong today. Although I believe that the first motion shouldn't have passed, I'm sure the honorable member had her motives and her reasons, and I just want to let it be known that I don't hold anything against her. But the second one had me thinking. I was sitting here passing notes among my teammates. I was thinking it over, and at the end of the day, why I voted no was because although they had a point, I feel I didn't have enough assurance that our youth wouldn't go to jail. So it was definitely tough. It was tough making that decision, and the two honorable members that abstained, I fully understand that, and I was going to abstain or vote in favor of the motion, but at the end of the day, I felt that no was the most suitable answer to the question posed today. I'd just like to say once again, congratulations to you all on completing Youth Parliament, and I hope to see you again as real members of Parliament and leaders in our society. Especially Ms. Downer, her speeches were proper, man. Had me thinking. Yeah. Thank you. That's all for me.
It takes a grown person, a mature person, to do what you just did, sir. I give it up for you. I would like to invite the honorable member on the opposition benches to give her remarks.
A pleasant good morning to everyone. My name is Sarah Danaraj, and I'm humbly the leader of the opposition. I would like to start by saying that thank you to all those who have contributed in any way to the 6th Annual Youth Parliament, in any way, and I truly mean that. And congratulations to all the youth parliamentarians, Prime Minister. And it has been quite a journey. I really enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We have made many friends along the way, and I hope we will be friends for life. And I'm proud to say that we are the future of the nation, and I look forward to working more with you, and also with our mentors and other people who have guided us along the way to get here. Thank you.
As we go on, we remember. Okay. I'm not much of a singer, so I will stick to my profession of being the public relations officer. I would just like to now invite a teacher who is going to give us her remarks. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sure it's still the morning, so I would say good morning, everyone. I'm super happy that I actually came here with few of my students and met a lot more, and this was my first time taking responsibility of students as well. I feel so happy to be out here, and it was very very nice to see interacting, taking up another responsibility. And as I sat there for the last 2 days, I just had chills down my spine listening. I was so happy to see what was going on. And I'm super proud of this. And I would like to encourage every one of you here as young people to continue to do and share the positivity and just be good to other persons so that they as well can learn and gain experience from you. So thank you once again, and I'm super happy and I'm positive that you will be great leaders for our country. Thank you.
I'm also positive that the chills that she was experiencing down her spine is not the AC only. I do believe we have another person, any other teacher that would like to extend any remarks. Please feel free to do so. Thank you very much, my dear.
Good morning, everyone. I am a teacher, so since I've arrived here today, everyone was taking me for a student. I'm very small, and also in my school, my students are very taller than me, even the chalkboard. So, but I would just like to say that you've made your school proud. You've represented. Your speeches were very good. And also, I am a former youth parliamentarian. I came here in 2017, I think. I was very young back then. I'm still young. Yes. So I was very nervous back then also. As the speaker called my name, my palms were very sweaty and I was shivering, getting chills. And the first day I came here, I saw some students while they were holding their papers, they were shaking, and I understand you. But I'm very proud of you, and both sides, you did very, very well. And I just also want to tell you that whatever you have in mind to do, whatever your contribution is to the country, whether you want to be doctor, politicians, lawyers, nurses, whatever it is, go for it. Don't let anyone tell you that you're not meant for that. Let your light shine and let others be followers. Let them see what you have done and also be motivation to other people around you. So, yes, that's all I would have to say. And I hope you take your memories back home and share it with others so that, you know, sometimes you would have your other friends here who would be debating next year, and it would be good. So thank you and have a great day today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a confession. That story that she mentioned about someone mistaking her for a... What? Why are you laughing? You think it was me? Yes, it was me. My apologies for that. But she looked just like a youth parliamentarian. And I'm saying, and when I saw her, I asked her if she needed any assistance. Apparently, but little did I know that she was here to provide assistance. So, with my foot in my mouth, I bid her farewell and continued my business. I would now like to introduce or to welcome our Deputy Clerk of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament, Ms. Ruth Wilson.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to say congratulations. I want to echo the sentiments of every person who said congratulations. I know exactly how it feels when your turn is about to come up for you to present. I remember sitting right next to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, in the chair next to her, and I was very, very nervous. But I think that when you're passionate about what you want to say, after you read or after you say your first couple of lines, that feeling, that nervousness, it will fade away. But I want to remind you that when it comes to forums like this, you should be eager to research. Don't get weary in doing your research. And that's one. And the second thing is that you need to listen. Listening is key. You have to listen before you can make a response. You have to listen before you can make an effective or a direct response. So those are the two things I want to remind you, and I was very impressed with your speeches. Again, congratulations, and I just want to remind you to savor this moment and go on to do greater things. Don't let it stop here. Go on to do greater things, yeah? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. I would like to now invite the clerk to share his remarks. Mr. Charlie Arar.
Thank you, Mr. December. Good afternoon, everyone. Like the other mentors that have spoken so far, I also wish to congratulate every mentee, every parliamentarian that sits here today. As a mentor, I have seen you from the inception of your motion to the delivery, and I'm proud of how you've managed to transform and grow and present today. I've seen especially some of you have been very afraid of public speaking, and when you stand up to present your motion, compared to when you were in training, the growth and the development that you've displayed is significant, and it shows. So a round of applause to you for that. Furthermore, I would like to congratulate and thank the team who have organized this competition, especially for introducing a new procedure that was not there when we presented. Voting. I'm sure you all really enjoyed the voting and calling for division. And based on how you voted, I could tell that you are not just voting along, because yesterday I made the wager that the motions that the opposition were going to move would be thrown out because of numbers, but now I could see that I was clearly wrong. You were weighing the merits in your mind, and to me that's something that should go on in an actual parliament where real people are going to be affected by the motions and the actions that you take forward. And that, to me, shows that our country, Guyana, is in the hands of leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Before I ask other parliamentarians, youth parliamentarians, to share their remarks, I was looking at the comment section in Facebook, and I would just like to give a few shout-outs. I am seeing Miss Safia Shaw saying that she's proud of her daughter, Bibi Kanai. Let's hear it for her. I'm also seeing she's also extending congratulations to all the students as well, to all of you. I would like to also acknowledge Jamal Downer. He said, well said, cuz. So, Summer Splash, the name is Summer Splash on Facebook. I hope that's not on, I don't know if that's her correct name, but the person is proud of Jaheim James. Ramona Adhar said, well said, Charlie. All right. And as I am saying, as I am giving these shout outs, I'm seeing more and more comments coming now. All right. I'm also seeing Miss Lal. She's saying proud of Sarah, fellow bishop's girl. Rupesh said congratulations to all the youth parliament members. Debbie Ghani said congratulations to all the children. and great leaders. So these are some of the comments that I'm seeing from the social media page, and I encourage others to, drop their comments and let us know. Feedback is important. We need to know that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing for our future leaders, and you are our future leaders. So I would like to now invite any of you to, oh, you're ready. So the chief judge is actually hinting to me that they are ready. So what we will do now, we will ask the judges to make their brief remarks. I will introduce them, and we will make an announcement of the best speakers, both from the government and the opposition benches. So I would now like to invite our judge, Ms. Africa Salmon, to share with us her brief remarks at this point in time. I'd just like to remind you that Ms. Africa Salmon is a former grade 6 teacher, at the Success Elementary School. She's a former political science lecturer at the University of Guyana. She holds a Bachelor of Social Sciences degree in International Relations. She served as a Member of Parliament in the 9th, 10th, and 11th Parliament of Guyana. She is also an advisor to the Minister of Education. I would like to now invite Ms. Africa Salmon to the floor.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know why I usually ask when it's still morning. I think sometimes the time just goes away. To begin by commending you participants. You've all done extremely well. I am going to make some observations in relation to today's debate. And in no order necessarily, begin by saying that quotes are important in advancing arguments generally. But we have to ascertain whether the quotes that we're using, as lovely sounding as they may be, the relevance of the quote to your, in this case, the topics on the discussion. And so, because we're guided by time, or time is a major constraint, I think you were allotted 5 minutes per participant. Therefore, you have to use your time wisely. If we're going to use quotes, let's use especially as the basis upon which we make our argument. For example, one participant opened with a lovely quote, which I really like to. But then if we're going to use that quote has to form part of the framework to which we make our advance. So we can desist from doing that one. So we do not need to reintroduce ourselves, as I say it. I know that you're the Attorney General and you're honorable, or you're the opposition leader. You've been introduced by the speaker from the time you're called, so we just rise to make our contribution. There were instances where some participants failed to interpret both motions this morning. It is imperative that we do not be sidetracked with other issues, but we stick to the motion. So we read the motion, we ascertain what the motion is asking us, and then we advance the arguments based on that, right? Oh, one thing we just kept omitting was the resolve clause. The resolve clause in any motion is, in my opinion, extremely critical, in that coming out of that would be your resolutions or your recommendations, which would form the basis of what is it exactly you're asking for. So we advance varying arguments, well-founded arguments too, some of them, and I want to commend you, supported by data or empirical evidence. But we fail to bring home or take our argument to the natural conclusion, which would be to say, this is what we want to happen. So the resolution is critical and important. Sometimes we make statements. Statements were made to the effect that children may not be aware of cyberbullying and therefore should not be punished for their ignorance. Yes, that may be true, and you may say that, but when you make the statements, you have to support it by an authority. Again, some statistical analysis which would say that research has indicated that children under 10, for example, do not have the mental capacity to commit or to distinguish or differentiate between what is right and wrong, right? So you have to show some sort of statistics. Don't just say things without backing them up. There are times when, and as I listen to the government, there are times when the members appear to be supporting the motions brought by the government. And I'm not sure at what point there was a deviation or departure from that support. So I'm thinking all the time, here is the Attorney General, for example, not necessarily the Attorney General, so no offense. The Attorney General supporting the motion. And then coming down to the end, the Attorney General concludes by saying we already have legislations or we already have an act which speaks to juvenile and so on, and we're not supporting what you're requesting. So I say that to say that sometimes we may have an act or we may have a mother legislation, but those legislations can be strengthened, and regardless of which side of the house it's being brought from, whether there are merits in it or when there are merits in it, we should support the legislation, right? So if you're in the opposition and a motion or a bill is brought by the government, once you can see that it's going to advance or it's going to contribute to the evolution of society in a positive way, you should therefore support it. And I don't mean support it wildly. Support it after consultation with the party you're representing, or in this case, the government or the opposition. And so I saw a lot of abstaining. I'm not certain whether that was agreed on in a caucus prior to the debate, but I want to assume that that was done, in that you're responsible legislators, as I see you now, because you're sitting in this hollow chambers, so you're lawmakers for the moment, and therefore it is incumbent that we consult with our fellow lawmakers and come up with a common position so that your fellow members are not taken by surprise. I think I've covered everything. One wants to detain you any further because I know you're anxious to know whether you're the winner or the loser, or there are no winners or losers today, right? And so regardless of whether the opposition member or the government member, you've all won, in that the knowledge you've gained will enhance your life in a positive way. And so I want to, on behalf of my fellow judges, if I may, to commend you for your performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Salmon. I now would like to invite another judge. Her name is Ms. Anisha Mohammed. She is the head of the Learning Channel and a mother of two. She has been involved in the privatized communication sector for more than 10 years. Ms. Mohammed held the most recent post of Chief Executive Officer before transitioning to public service. Ms. Mohammed is extremely passionate about her career, technology, education, women's rights, and is a published author. I would like to now invite Ms. Mohammed to give her remarks.
Thank you. Putting together an event like this, I know, comes with its own challenges. So firstly, I'd like to commend the team that worked, I'm sure, tirelessly to pull this off. Without a doubt, you did an exceptional job. To the mentors, you all did well, as is evident in everyone that spoke today and yesterday. To the members of this 6th Annual Youth Parliament, I applaud you for being here. You're all now embarking into the next phase of your lives, and this experience will certainly boost your CVs, I'm sure. You're all winners in my book, and you're all for coming here and being a part of this. It's a great opportunity. I myself am very humbled to be here and witness you all partake in this 6th Parliament. Research and facts were clearly evident based on the numerous excerpts of statistics you presented in your arguments. The opposition, it's imperative, and this is a kind note, it's imperative that you remain constant in your approach to the motion. There were quite a few occasions where you were contradicting your positions, and there were also a few occasions where generally a few of you strayed away from the motion itself. So it's important that you remain constant and you stick to the motion being represented. I felt that reading was too apparent in some occasions. At this level, you want to ensure that you practice as much as possible and you're sure of what you're saying, because that confidence in itself gives merit to what you're saying. So a little less reading for future. Altogether, I was very impressed by both sides of the House and your abilities, and I'm sure you all have a thriving career ahead of you. I'm very proud that we are breeding a pool of distinctive youths to represent Guyana, and I'm sure you will represent us well in the next decade or two. Congratulations to you all.
I thank you for your remarks. I would like to now introduce our Chief Judge, Mr. John Adams, a former Geographic Member of Parliament in the 10th and 11th Parliament. He is also a Regional Member of Parliament for the Region 3, a former Head of Department in Language, and a retired teacher, 32+ years of service. I would like to introduce, put your hands together for the Honorable John Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Fellow colleagues, members of Parliament, Shardy and Dr. Tandika, parliamentary staff, honorable members of the House. One observation, though, I noticed that the government side is being addressed as honorable, and on the side of the opposition you have Miss. I think that's here on the Parliament office, because as it is, all of you are honorable members. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you. You did very well in your debate. I want to congratulate your teachers, because those persons who helped you, who prepared you for this exercise. I know it must not have been an easy one. Coming the first time into the Parliament chambers to debate, but you did well. I want to recognize the Speaker of the House. I noticed the clerk had some problems this morning, but you got it over. In general debates, you debated, you had a bill which says safe uses of Guyana's roadways. And in an ordinary debating, that would have been the moot, isn't that so? Very often, persons did not refer to it. And in debating, you often refer to your moot, and you strengthen it, you build on it every time. I think Ms. Selman made reference to the using quotation, but you need to come with facts. Someone said yesterday they know that the police takes money on the road. In the normal sitting of the parliament, the speaker would have told you up front you can't say that. You have to have the facts in your hand before you. There's another mood which spoke about the traditional opening of schools. Traditional meant that school had been reopened as we were accustomed to, isn't that so? So everyone sitting together and everyone playing, and but the opposition, you did not use the key word traditional, and whenever you're debating, there are some key words you must not overlook. I think I made a few more copies. But all in all, I know we've kept you a long time, and you need to know what is happening, how well you did over the last few days. So we look at day one, and the first moot was safe usage of Guyana's roadways. We had the government, 379.2 points, your mass total. And with the opposition, 275.2 points. So, sorry, the opposition with 379. The government, 337.8 points. And the opposition with 379.2. So the safe use of Guyana's roadways. My correction, please. I needed to remove this piece of paper. So the opposition had 301.1, sorry, and the government with 337.8. So the government won that. Are we sure? The motion, the safe use of Guyana's roadways.
Yes.
The reopening of schools. The reopening of schools, the government, 379.2 points. Isn't that so? And the opposition with 275.2 points. So the government won both moots yesterday. The best speaker for yesterday was Divine Kelly. Day two, additional funds to be allocated to sports and the continued training of athletes. Right. The government with 254.6 points, and the opposition with 272.5 points. And the second motion for the introduction of legislation to address cyberbullying amongst juveniles. The government, 280.5 points, and the opposition with 288 points. the opposition we recognized won both motions for today, and the best speaker was Sikai Jones for the government, and the best speaker for the opposition was Ms. Honorable Yaneli Downer. So that's the results we have for the final debate for the 6th Annual Youth Parliament, the junior category. There was no winner, no loser. You participated, you did well, and those are the scores you amassed. I trust that you will not end the day here, but you will move on, and I'll see you in other debating competitions, and at some point in time, we'll see you sitting in this very house as a member of Parliament. I thank you.
Once again, put your hands together to the judges. I know that this was indeed a difficult task because, like they said, we have no losers here. We are all here to learn, to gain from the experiences that we would have garnered here, and to take it forward in life. So, to that I say, we are all winners. Congratulations to the best speaker, or the best speakers for both the opposition and the government benches for the 2 days, the 2 sittings. I would just like to say to all of you that this is a stepping stone to greater things. Please remember that. It's a stepping stone to greater things. I would like to bring the curtains down on this session because it is imperative that we stick to the time for tonight's, for the sitting in the afternoon and also for our award ceremony. I would just like to encourage the persons who are viewing on the social media pages to please remember to join us and to tune in this afternoon for the other sitting and also for the award ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, honorable members, I would like to thank you all for participating, and please remember to have a pleasant rest of the day.
So we ain't giving up no more.
Everyone, welcome to the 4th sitting of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament 2021. I'm your moderator for today's session.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, you may be seated. Honorable members, I declare this 4th sitting of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be in session. I now ask the clerk to read the prayers.
Almighty God, we who are here gathered together do most humbly beseech Thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, Thine aid and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside our private interests, prejudice, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead, that all the people of this fair land may enter into that state of brotherhood and unity, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action.
Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed judges who have returned to be with us today. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of current and former members of Parliament who are present here to witness today's sitting.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions on notice, statements by ministers including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government's business, motion.
Honorable members, the first motion stands in the name of the Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister Malika Russell, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Honorable House, good afternoon. Today, I acknowledge the great people of Guyana and the confidence that they've instilled in the government, and it is my duty that I try my best to represent their interests today. I rise to move the motion in my name, the liberalization of the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, as promised in our 2020 manifesto, to develop a world-class energy mix, to reduce the cost of electricity for all Guyanese, for households and businesses, to increase the global competitive sector of our energy sector, the government is committed to delivering these promises. The government proposes to break the monopoly of the energy sector that will allow for the introduction of other companies to make this sector competitive. As a result of breaking the monopoly, it will allow for companies to innovate and create competitive prices that can subsequently reduce these utilities for our Guyanese, especially at a time during a pandemic. It is worth noting that liberalizing the energy sector does not necessarily mean privatization. It can happen, or this can achieve, through which competition is seen through the private sector in the energy sector. The benefits is derived through the competitive nature of this sector. In Guyana, we have communities around this beautiful country that are deprived of this basic necessity. Communities that are still using traditional way of cooking. Imagine kerosene. How many of us use kerosene to cook? Are these communities deprived of such a basic need, or don't they warrant these services provided at competitive prices? Imagine how much it costs for a household to generate electricity, to power their homes, for students to study, for students to have access to the internet. These things cost extra strains on parents in such deprived community. The initiative will allow for new services and new tariffs and encourage companies to set up shops in these areas across Guyana, including various alternative energies such as solar, hydro, and renewable energy. Renewable energy can be seen as sustainable towards Guyana's development because it essentially contributes to the limiting of the greenhouse gases emissions. And so it is a way to go forward being a sustainable country. Additionally, some of the concerns that about breaking this monopoly may include is the challenges faced by persons becoming unemployed. However, the concerns about job losses through competition and pressure to improve the output can affect employment, yes, but the government acknowledges this and therefore is seeking to bring flexibility to the workforce together with fair policies on redundancy terms, pensions, and retraining of our human resources in a variety of areas. This means that our human resources will be developed with different skill sets that can benefit our country. Imagine a diverse country with solar powers, hydro powers, and even natural gases. The government will support this initiative through social programs in specific problem areas and a robust economy that are all essential for this smooth transition. This transition will not happen all of a sudden. There are policies that will be implemented gradually to see this change. The government will also, for example, try to break barriers where persons can be faced with unemployment challenges. As a result of this new sector, we'll have to train our human resources to actually be able to acquire competencies to be able to join these employment sector. As a result of that, what we will do is to have fully government scholarships to cater for such needs that will subsequently continue to develop our human resources.
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another concern is the supposed abandonment of the public sector, and as a counterpart, allowing shareholders to become dominators. The effect is to enable all Guyanese to access efficient energy sources. This is a statutory requirement for the regulation of the natural monopoly services such as wires, where these companies will still be responsible for distributing this necessity. The initiative is intended to promote the advent of new technologies that can only see Guyana's development, and this can go a long way for our beautiful country. To bridge the gap between the developed and developing nations in terms of technology and advancement. Be it resolved that the government moves to break this monopoly in the interest of the people and our development. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next, we'll have the Honorable Shadow Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility to finance. Actually, next we'll have the Shadow Minister of Labor, Mr. Keshav, the Honorable Keshav Tiwari. Keshav, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permit me to do away with the civilities and from the outset state my utter disappointment with this most ordinary motion that stands before this most honorable House today, a motion which I cannot in good faith support. The Prime Minister's speech is commendable, but the motion isn't. The motion itself is unqualified, uninformed, and stands dialectically opposed to what the very essence of this youth parliament stands for. Youth means vigor. Youth means creativity. Youth means innovation. Youth does not equate to replicating and regurgitating the policies and preferences of politicians past. This is what this motion sets out to do, at least on the reading of the motion, which I hope members of the House have done. The only thing youthful about this motion is its infantile complexity and its juvenile articulation. And I trust that I do not say these things lightly. Honorable members, let me explain how I have sought to appreciate this motion, and I ask that you indulge me a bit in a bit of a thought experiment. Imagine that you have people outside and they're looking in. They're seeing that the youth parliament is going on. They want to know, what are the preferences of us youth? What do we care about? What do we want to see? What do we want to see in our future? Imagine further that this motion is passed. God forbid. What is that person to think as they read this motion? This is what I think. On the motion to discuss our nation's national energy policy, supposedly a most contentious and important segment of youth interest all around the world, much less in Guyana, there is not one single reference to renewable sources of energy, preferences for green technology, not one hint of the complexities of the energy policy in similar regard. They do exhibit some preferences, though. Let me tell you what they are. And I quote, they have a preference, and I quote, for foreign energy giants. Specifically in the motion, foreign energy giants. Mr. Speaker, if I were to survey this room and ask everyone what comes to mind when they hear about foreign energy giants, what do you hear? You hear about the likes of Standard Oil, of BPs and the Exxons. You hear about oil and natural gas. That is not what youth want. You don't think about renewable energy companies when you hear about energy giants. In the statistical review of the world energy published by BP Oil in 2019, of all the world's energy generating capacity, 84% comes from non-renewable sources. And while renewables are indeed on the rise, they are by no means dominant. Even the world's largest renewable resource company, renewable energy company, Next Extra Energy, they make use of fossil fuels and natural gas and oil and coal to the tune of over 50% of its generating capacity. So I asked the minister, what does she implicate when she speaks about foreign energy giants? And not just foreign energy giants, low-costing foreign energy giants. It seems a bit iffy to me what that implicates. It points to the old policies of the past. And while we're at it, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask, what is with this infatuation and fetishization of foreigners in our country and in our youth? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the government a simple question. Can we not liberalize this sector by ourselves?
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Can we not diversify our energy portfolio by ourselves? Why should we at first glance stretch our hands out to the foreigners to help us? Can we not do it ourselves? Why is that the first thing on the motion? Foreign energy giants. Absurd. At one and the same time, this motion says so little, yet it speaks volumes. How can we in good faith, as a youth parliament, allow such a motion to reflect and represent what youth stands for, what we want, what this house stands for? Is this the best we have to offer? I think not. Even if my honorable members on the other side bring up green technology as if to posthumously exhume this corpse of a motion, and it is indeed a dead motion, we can still be guided by the fact that they simply thought not to mention it. Why is that so? And it is this point I wish to remind the members that we're not here to play parliamentary gymnastics or play political peekaboo.
Honourable Member, your time is up. A member may have to request an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I move to request an extension for the honourable member.
Honourable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you. Legislation is a science and deliberation is an art, and both must work together to ensure meaningful discussion, and I hope it is evident that this motion does not facilitate meaningful discussion. Liberalize the energy sector? How? Where? When? Why? And by whom? Not why. Well, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable members on the other side are here to play peekaboo, I have a surprise for them. There's already a legislation in place, The Electricity Sector Reform Act of 1999 that effectively liberalizes the supply of electricity in Guyana to private producers, independent power producers. But why hasn't anything changed? Because the economics of the situation don't make sense. It is apparent that the government is both philosophically bereft and economically misinformed. And fear not, my colleague, he will address the economic points. I do wish to say one last thing before my time is up. There comes a time in each of our lives, let's not make it that important, but this motion, I believe, is what defines us. We've been voting according to party lines, and I believe that this motion should not represent what this House stands for. If anyone reads this motion, they will be appalled, that they will be stunned that this is what the youths produce. Foreign energy giants, those are the words I want you to think, foreign energy giants. We're not independent, aren't we independent? Aren't we capable of doing this by ourselves? We need to toe the line between principle
Honorable Member,
and skill.
your time is up.
And I hope you all take my word. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Tiwari. Next, we'll have the Honorable Babita Singh, Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility to finance. Honorable Minister Singh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I draw the attention of the House to the ripple effect of insourcing energy giant into our country. Let me begin with simply, Mr. Speaker, that our nation people will be able to take advantage of cheaper electricity prices and no more power outages. The biggest hindrance, let me repeat myself, the biggest hindrance to our people, power outages. GPL will have new competitors to help bear the burden of this energy grid. Mr. Speaker, your attention to this gas energy project, as it will not only reduce the cost of energy by 50% and subsequently more over the years of implementation, but it provides reliable and clean energy. Guyana is known as one of the few countries in the world to have net zero carbon emission. This gas energy project will help us maintain that title. Currently, Guyana produces energy at a cost of between 20 to 30 US cents per kilowatt. That, Mr. Speaker, is the highest in this hemisphere. An article from Kaitro News dated 7th of December 2020, GPL was allocated $475 million US for a new generator just to produce 9.6 megawatts. And still, we had power outages, a number of power outages throughout Guyana and the areas that GPL covers. Maintenance of these machineries, Mr. Speaker. These machineries are old and require constant maintenance. Millions are spent on maintaining them when it could have been spent on other beneficiary projects. The government can benefit from taxes and license fees from these new energy giants, which that can be used in other development sectors of our nation. Mr. Speaker, purchasing megawatts from the private sector is proven to be more expensive than just breaking the monopoly, as the plan to purchase megawatts from Glyphama has proven so. Just 5 megawatts for $9.9 million. Maintaining it per month is $29.5 million. 29.5 a month, let me repeat that, just to maintain it. And it did not even solve one issue of power outages. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the House that government cushions the agency to a point where that GPL has outstanding loans from the year 2007 to 2020. 10 loans, 3 recently given in 2020. $202.2 million US That is the total. This information is readily available at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the government is willing to introduce a waiver on importation tax under the conditions so that potential investors can feel at ease investing in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, with this gas energy project in place, cost of living will decrease drastically as our people see lower electricity bills and standards of living increase as the population has excessive cash to spend on a lavish lifestyle. Isn't that what every Guyanese dream of? Mr. Speaker, with cheaper, reliable, and clean energy available, other industry would want to invest in our productions, will be interested in producing in our country. We will no longer be exporting our raw materials. We will be turning them into finished products ourselves.
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, Mr. Speaker, permit me to say liberalizing the energy sector will create a gateway into other sectors of our nation. The tourism sector will bloom as foreign investors take interest in our country. Agriculture sector will benefit from byproducts of natural gas plants. Transportation public development will see the best materials for construction. And most importantly, life of Guyanese will be safeguarded as reap the benefits of this decision. Mr. Speaker, with those my final words. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We will now have the Shadow Minister of the Public Service, the Honorable Rajkumar Kemraj. Honorable Mr. Kemraj, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully endorse my first speaker's position about the lack of youth, vigor, and vitality demonstrated by the government's motion here today. Mr. Speaker, I now endeavor to give a more sober argument as to why liberalization might not be the most best interest for the Guyanese people and the Guyanese economy. Mind you, these points that follow do not speak to a critical rejection of the government's motion. Instead, tells a cautionary tale, one that outlines possible dangers along the way. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to bring to your attention to the fact that while competition is usually considered to be the universal precursor to innovation, efficiency, and greater consumer satisfaction, these outcomes are by no means guaranteed, for there is always risk of collusion and cartelling. An oligopoly is a market structure in which just a few frames dominate and anyone who knows their stuff would appreciate that energy markets are notorious for their collusive and anti-competitive behaviors. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, is the first thing that should pop in our minds. OFGEM, the Office of Gas and Electricity Markets, is a government regulator for the electricity and downstream natural gas markets in Great Britain. In 2014 report titled Constellation and Proposal to make a market investigation reference in respect of supply and acquisition of energy in Great Britain, they decided that the state of energy market, which was then dominated by 6 major energy frames, was stagnant and largely uncompetitive, and so they launched an investigation. In this, they found, and I quote, "There is evidence of strong alignment of pricing, as well as pattern of suppliers rising prices more rapidly and to greater extent in response to an increase in costs than they reduced prices in response to the fall in costs." End of quote. OFGEM stressed that while it found no evidence of explicit collusion between these suppliers, but tacit coordination can have effect of reducing competition between suppliers and worsening outcomes of consumers. My honorable members, collusion and market controlling oligopolies are very real phenomena, and if we are to liberalize this sector, we must ensure that we have sufficiently effective and enforced antitrust and competitive laws that protect consumers from such deceitful behavior. And without a recognition of this, honorable members on the other side, we will not allow the Guyana to be sold to the dogs. Another important point to consider, and this speaks directly against privatizing energy industry, is that there may sometimes be strategic reasons for keeping the control of provision of goods and service in public hands. These reasons are obvious. When it comes to private companies, the philosophy they understand in the bottom line is profit. But when it comes to an organization that is accountable to the public, one where there is greater mandate to the people, we expect that more sustainable long-term decisions be made. Decisions that are embraced by broader principles such as commitment to the environment, to the green technology, to providing jobs, to building capacity. You cannot expect that from private companies, foreign private companies, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to small and remote rural hinterland areas around the country, dwellings that we know are scattered and sporadic, that require electricity, we can be sure that private companies would not find such expansions attractive or feasible. This is exactly why Electricity Sector Reform Act of 1999, well intended as it is, cannot bridge the gap between policy and outcome. Profitability is not there. This is where governments can come in and absorb the costs for the greater benefit of our people. Would you expect to find a private company giving free electricity to all 40,000 households that utilize under 75 kilowatts of energy for a month? Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute
Thank you,
remaining.
Mr. Speaker. We can only find initiatives like this aimed at helping and reducing the burden on those who need it most when an industry as important as electricity remains in the control of our government hands. Mr. Speaker, when one carefully examines the potential risks and disadvantages associated with liberalizing the energy sector, it is evident that the cons are weighty enough to outshine the pros, especially if we do not have anti-competitive measures in place. I therefore urge my fellow members to listen to the discussion and make sound judgments based on reason and principle, as my first speaker would have emphasized. And it is in the case that their arguments are sufficiently uncritical and on principle, as their motion is, we must strike it down. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call on the Honourable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance and the Government Chief Whip, Ms. Tabitha Alves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now rise to add my voice in support of my colleagues in favor of the liberalization of our energy sector. Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that Guyana is in the era of transformation since it's unraveling before our very eyes. The honorable members of this House may question why break ties now with GPL after the numerous years of service to our land. However, Mr. Speaker, we, the government, are committed to the people of this land, and wherever there are opportunities for our people to benefit, we'll take full advantage of it. The sole beneficiaries of this project, if realized, are our Guyanese people. They are our human resource. They possess the knowledge, skills, creative abilities, and talents that are needed to propel this very land. So permit me, Mr. Speaker, to elaborate more on the additional benefits this project can have if the monopoly is broken. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, with breaking the monopoly that GPL currently has will lead to the creation of a level playing field for Guyana's energy sector, thereby allowing foreign investors to come to Guyana and invest in our energy sector. With these investments spurs numerous opportunities. One such opportunity is the diversification of our energy sector. What do I mean? Energy diversification is defined as using different energy resources, suppliers, and transportation routes to reduce the dependency on a single resource or supplier. However, a country that diversifies its energy mix insulates itself from energy disruption and strengthens its energy security. Honorable members, the goal of my ministry and the government holistically is committed to achieving the transition to the use of renewable and clean energy for the generation of electricity here in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this will be sourced from our country's indigenous renewable resources, that being solar, hydropower, wind, and biomass, thereby supporting the pursuit of the Green State Development Strategy Vision 2040, which aims to accelerate progress towards sustainable, low-carbon, and resilient development. With the emergent oil and gas sector, there is also an opportunity to utilize the associated gas from the oil production for electricity generation. As such, a combination of renewable energy and natural gas can be the primary energy sources to accommodate Guyana's energy need. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, reliability is a function of many things, and I truly believe that renewable energy can contribute greatly to being more reliable and stable grids than GPL. The Guyana Power and Light Company generates most of the energy consumed here in Guyana, but it does not meet the required criteria. Its production levels are way too low, and it is far from being reliable. Renewables are less complex and more reliable. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, states, and I quote, renewable energy technologies can help strengthen grid supply while reducing the dependency on fuel. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Development Program states, and I quote, the access to modern energy services is fundamental to fulfilling basic social needs while driving economic growth and fueling human development. As a developing nation, the need for reliable and affordable energy is vital. The Guyana Manufacturing and Services Association is among the private sectors that have long called for reliable and affordable energy sources. President of GMSA, Shyam Nokta, stressed that energy is critical to move the private sector from primary producers to value-added producers. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, with the integration of renewable energy sources, significant impacts on the manufacturing and other productive industry is expected to occur.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thereby leading to the creation of jobs. How do we plan on ensuring job security for our Guyanese people? By drafting of a local content policy. The local content laws drives inclusive participation of the local community while allowing for foreign business to come and operate competitively here in Guyana. My ministry plans to form collaborative efforts with foreign investors so as to develop the skills of our Guyanese, thereby catalyzing an expansion and upgrade of training and educational institutions here in Guyana. This ever-changing industry promises growth, stamina, and more importantly, better living for Guyanese people. In closing, honorable members, I would like to urge you all not to stifle your conscience and let our energy sector be liberalized. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call on the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Richard Bainey, to give his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, first and foremost, let me say I want to support this motion. I too am affected by the shortcomings of GPL, the sole energy provider in this country. But, Mr. Speaker, this poorly crafted motion is misinformed, misguided, and misconceived. I don't know what the strategy behind drafting such a vague motion was. Maybe the honourable members were hoping to introduce the element of surprise, but this noble institution of Parliament is not a place for political peekaboo, as my honourable friend said. When you draft motions to be presented to this House, they must be facilitative to discussion. This House is where the representatives of the electorate gather to discuss matters of significance, of national significance. You don't conceal your intentions when you come to this House because everyone has a contribution and they must represent their constituency. You speak about gas to energy project. The honourable members, sir, they speak about very honourable, they speak about gas to energy project. They speak about scholarships. They speak about renewable energy. None of that is mentioned in the motion here. How are we going to discuss it? How are we going to add our contribution? The motion is titled Liberalization of the Energy Sector, and it's not, and it's the only let it be resolved clause in the motion. Sir, I want to remind this House that when motions are presented here, they are recorded. They form part of history. They are recorded in the Hansard. And So this is something I want to record. This motion is more of a disaster than GPL itself. Sir, while it can be inferred that the very honorable members are moving to break the monopoly by liberalizing the energy sector, it seems that they are moving without any direction. The honorable members, sir, but sorry, I say that to ask this question. How? Let it be resolved, a resolution is made that what is put in place for the monopoly to be broken. Is anything like that contained in this motion? Let it be resolved that what action is taken. The honorable members are running around with this motion like headless chickens. Mr. Speaker, I move away from the sole, ambiguous, uncertain, and unfocused let it be resolved clause and address their whereas clauses. The second whereas clause speaks about the creation and introduction of additional energy giants. The third speaks about opening the nation to companies abroad in the energy sector. Well, sir, at least my honorable friends understand that Guyana doesn't have energy giants other than GPL, so these will have to be imported. But did they really think this true? The fourth whereas clause says these organizations will create employment and skill training for Guyanese. Of course, but what type of jobs? Janitorial? We have seen it for time immemorial that when large corporations come here, they bring their own people to fill the most important positions. The corporations will use all sorts of excuses to make sure their interest is protected and to prevent a nationalist Guyanese opposing any wrongdoing. They will say, the people are not qualified, and that is not untrue, Mr. Speaker. How many Guyanese are qualified in specialized areas in the energy sector? It bothers me, sir, that the most honorable members did not think of moving to invest in training in Guyanese in specialized sectors of the energy sector. So maybe we could actually make a move to transform GPL, honorable members. And GPL already has the infrastructure in place. Look at the power distribution lines. Who owns them? And did you know GPL also has $85 billion in assets ready to serve the sector? Mr. Speaker, we need to move away from politics of the past. This youth parliament is not a Jurassic Park. Why beg foreigners to come and run one of our most important sectors when history has proven what occurs when this happens?
Honorable
Look at
member,
our bauxite industry.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Guided, Mr. Speaker. Sir, at least improving GPL could have been a short-term plan. And I urge the Honorable Prime Minister to amend the motion to reflect a proper, detailed, feasible, effective plan that is conducive to actually developing our country, rather than to enable our little dollars to leave local circulation through remittances, because foreigners aren't spending the bulk of what they earn locally, it goes abroad. So amend it. Put all the plans in the motion. Let's have proper discussions. Think about implications and repercussions of having such a motion debated in this honorable youth parliament. We must strive to do better, sir. Discussions where we can scrutinize what my comrades on the government side intends to do to break the monopoly.
Honorable member, your time is up.
And sir, guided sir, one thing I would like to say
You may
before
have to request an extension, honorable member.
guided sir, I close.
Sir. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition be given 1 minute to conclude. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you may proceed.
Thank you, my honorable friend. Sir, I did not feel that I needed the extra minute because I've already established my point. But, like I was saying, let's have proper discussions in this youth parliament. Discussions where we can scrutinize what the most honorable members on the government side propose to break the monopoly, none of which are contained in the motion. Discussions which are conducive to developing our country. And in closing, sir, I beg the honorable members to come here and do proper presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I now call on the Honorable Prime Minister, Ms. Malika Russell, to conclude on the motion.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I rise to reaffirm you of our position to break the monopoly of the energy sector in Guyana and to show you why this is economically feasible and represents the best interests of the Guyanese people. I'd first like to acknowledge the efforts made by the Leader of the Opposition and the Honorable Ministers. However, there are some key areas that I must further elaborate on to show them why the government has the best interest and why this is a feasible and sustainable plan. The first Honorable Minister, he presented on his opinion but failed to show substantial evidence that this is what the Guyanese people want. I pointed out in my presentation that there are numerous communities in Guyana that are suffering from the deprivation of energy. Aren't they deserving of such a basic necessity? Foreign energy giants don't only come to the foreign energy giants don't only deprive the essential. All right. The next point is that the motion speaks to opportunities that can be offered to the Guyanese people. We've outlined that liberalization. The Honorable Minister of Labor was asking, why can't we do this as a government? May I remind you that liberalization doesn't necessarily require privatization, but local companies can be liberalized, Honorable Member. He also accused the government of voting along party lines. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to look at each and every person in here. Aren't they intellectual and brilliant enough to make firm decisions as it relates to the benefit of Guyanese people? My next point is that the Shadow Minister of Public Service, he spoke of revenue, he spoke of the disadvantages, in his opinion, of the liberalization of the energy sector. But aren't revenues derived from insourcing these companies? Aren't these companies paying license to operate in our country? We also spoke of the sustainable development. Guyana is a green economy, and by actually utilizing the resources that are available for us, conserving on our low carbon emissions, we can gain a revenue from such a sustainable plan. And these, may I remind you, are natural resources that are available in the beautiful, diverse country of Guyana. The Honorable Minister of the Leader of the Opposition, this Honorable Mr. Baini, he spoke of the motion that was drafted by the government, and he asked where and how we plan to make this monopoly. Should I guide you in the second whereas, that the creation and introduction of additional energy giants shall not only break the monopoly. A monopoly means one company providing that service, and by insourcing other companies, that's how you break a monopoly. We also mentioned that training, as he pointed out, that there are many disadvantages, but isn't training of our human resources to develop these diverse competencies beneficial to our country? He also mentioned that GPL, that we should try to better the service, but liberalization, isn't that bettering the service?
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I remind this Honourable House of the trust that the people of Guyana has imposed in the government to truly represent them and the best interests, the creation of jobs, the training of our human resources, the conservation of our forests, that starts to limit the impact of climate change as is seen to be most drastic in Guyana as of recently. The government is committed to the representation of the people for the people, and that is my best, and that is what we intend to do to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. And that concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Those against? No. Clerk, division.
I'll now call the names of the members and ask you to vote. Mr. Rajkumar Kamraj.
No.
Ms. Khaleesi Fraser.
Nope.
Ms. Savitri Ramlochan.
No.
Ms. Narissa Stewart.
No.
Mr. Aki Myers.
No.
Mr. Romario Swetnam.
No.
Mr. Keshav Tiwari.
No.
Ms. Esla Moore.
No.
Mr. Chandrada Jagdeo.
No.
Mr. Ashton Hussain.
No.
Ms. Alicia Singh.
No.
Ms. Bibi Wazida Yassin.
No.
Ms. Shania Mitchell.
No.
Mr. Amar Budram. Mr. Vikash Bazdio.
No.
Mr. Vikash Budu.
No.
Mr. Chandradat Sipasad.
No.
Mr. Richard Baini.
No.
Honorable Oscar Adams.
Yes.
Honorable Ethan Pujadas.
Yes.
Honorable Tisha Davison.
Yes.
Honorable Naresh Sugrim.
Yes.
Honorable Angela Ramudit.
Yes.
Honorable Kezia Albert.
Yes.
Honorable Purandial Umacharan.
Yes.
Honorable Giselle Williams.
Yes.
Honorable Kieran Williams.
Yes.
Honorable Chitranjan Jaikisun.
Yes.
Honorable Dante Wilson.
Yes.
Honorable Trevon Melville.
Yes.
Honorable Devishani Naipal.
Yes.
Honorable Marlon Phil.
Yes.
Honorable Babita Singh.
Yes.
Honorable Kira Mahadio.
Yes.
Honorable Tabitha Alves.
Yes.
Honorable Divine Ross.
Yes.
Honorable Malika Russell.
Yes, yes, yes.
Mr. Speaker, 19 members voted in favor of the motion, 18 members voted against the motion, and 0 members abstained.
Thank you, Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Mr. Clerk. Private members.
Private members' business. Motions.
Honorable members, the first motion on the private members' business stands in the name of the Honorable Shadow Minister of Natural Resources. Honorable Member Mr. Romario Swetnam, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion standing in my name, the consideration of the establishment of a feasibility study for the establishment of an oil refinery. Good afternoon, all. In early 2017, a feasibility study was conducted by Hire3 Partners to answer a question that was becoming more frequent since our newly discovered oil resource. Why can't we have an oil refinery here in Guyana? Pedro Haas, the Director of Advisory Services, had reported that the cost would be approximately $5 billion for a refinery that processes 100,000 barrels per day, while Guyanese would only consume the equivalent of roughly 14,000, leading to a negative return of investment on approximately $2.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, I'll be honest, these are very concerning numbers. But before any cause for alarm, let's take a closer look at these figures. From 2017 to now, we have had a steady rate of inflation, around 3.3% globally. So yes, based on Mr. Ass's estimate, that refinery would cost even more now. But permit me to use the most recent example of such a refinery for a more realistic model. In 2019, the government of Angola announced a public tender of $3.5 billion to build, own, and operate a 100,000 barrel per day oil refinery in Soyo. According to OPEC in 2019, Angola's proven oil reserves was 7.8 billion barrels, yet 31 companies globally expressed interest in this lucrative opportunity. This tender was awarded just 5 months ago following a long due diligence process to US Quantum LLC, and was well received by citizens and hailed as a great opportunity for Angola and the US by the US Ambassador Nina Marie Fight. The two things we can take from this is that the negative return on investment is drastically slashed. But in 2017, our reserves were also touted as significantly less than Angola's 7.8 billion barrels. But where are we now? It's 2021, Mr. Speaker. The numbers they pulled then would have been off of the Liza 1 block, which confirmed an estimated 800 million to 1.4 billion barrels of oil equivalent resources at the time. To date, we currently have 20 wells with an estimated 9 billion barrels and counting of oil equivalent resources. The Liza Destiny, the first FPSO in Guyana, has a total liquids capacity of approximately 160,000 barrels per day. We are mere months away from commissioning the second FPSO, the Liza Unity, which have a capacity of 220,000 barrels per day. The Phase 2 Liza project is even larger, with 30 more wells expected, and more than 50% of them being oil-producing wells. This Phase 2 project will be running by mid-next year. The Payara project will be developed similarly, but is expected to have even more wells, 45 wells expected, and we'll see our third FPSO, Prosperity, coming on board. This startup is expected in 2024, and that FPSO has a storage capacity of 220,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, by 2025, we are expecting to produce over 750,000 barrels per day. And mind you, these are all very, very conservative numbers. As recent as July 8, 2021, just last month, a new tender process was introduced by the Ministry of Natural Resources to, and to quote, competitively market and maximize the value of the government's crude oil entitlement. This is following 28 of the 29 bids received in August 2020 being discarded due to a failure to meet the required criteria. One of those 28 included Hire 3 partners. How was this never seen as conflict of interest? What was the criteria set in selecting a firm to conduct the said feasibility study? This in itself certainly opens one to ask, will we ever get the deal that we believe the Guyanese people deserve? Or will we be forced to settle with yet another subpar offer for our resource?
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we believe in transparency, and that brings me to our second resolution. A project of this magnitude requires technical as well as fiscal knowledge. This is why we are recommending an independent task force to deliberate this project wholly and solely. In doing this, we will not be pulling resources away from one of the most burdened teams, the Petroleum Department, but rather we will have a project team dedicated to analyzing the findings and recommendations, resulting in a more informed and timely decision. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind everyone here of the change in the political, economic, social, and legal landscape from 2017 when we conducted the last feasibility study to now. The Ministry of Labor reports over 2,000 persons employed directly and indirectly by over 20 contractors and subcontractors in the oil and gas industry. This is training, experience, education, and specialized skills that we did not have then. We have gained approximately $300 million from the industry in the U.S. Federal Reserve Banks now. The quality...
Honorable Member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move for an extension of 1 minute for my honorable friend.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The quality of living is improving. We are actively passing bills and writing legislation to protect our resources and our environment. Because, like Dave Martin famously sang, is we own. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder?
I second, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion is proposed. I now call on the Honorable Shadow Minister with the responsibility of finance, the Honorable Amar Budram.
Permit me to remove my mask. Salutation, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I rise as the Shadow Finance Minister responsible for finance to further emphasize on my Minister of Natural Resources on the motion, and I quote, consideration for a feasibility study to be conducted in Guyana, end of quote. With Guyana's vastly growing economy, oil and gas is one of our gems that have now been discovered with billions of dollars in projected revenue. Guyana stands to become one of the fastest growing economies in the Caribbean. However, what stands to be our revenue is being gifted to our crude, being sold to external refineries. This is exactly why the government should consider a feasibility study for an oil refinery. Mr. Speaker, allow me to summarize financially the feasibility study for an oil refinery. One would recall that the government of Guyana had contracted an international consultant to conduct a feasibility study on the oil refinery in Guyana. The presentation concluded that an oil refinery, a conventional oil refinery, would not be feasible in Guyana against the backdrop of capital investment it would require to establish at the sum of $5 billion US. Indeed, Guyana cannot afford such a capital investment. Therefore, we cannot mobilize through public or private partnership because $5 billion is greater than Guyana's GDP, merely close to $4 billion US dollars, rarely close to about $2 billion US dollars. Therefore, a modular oil refinery production capacity of 30,000 barrels per day would be able to satisfy Guyana's local consumption need, which would also save a hefty importing bill of excess $500 million US dollars annually, with an excess production would be exported to CARICOM countries. Hence, to date, Guyana has an increase in the gross domestic product. Mr. Speaker, permit me to elaborate on Guyana's total revenue. It was recorded that Guyana's gross domestic product is reflected $5.17 billion US dollars in 2019 to $5.47 billion US dollars in 2020. Conducting a feasibility study of a modular oil refinery wouldn't be very economical. In fact, this is one more reason why Guyana should consider a modular oil refinery, given that the petroleum in Trinidad and Tobago was recently closed down, which prompted CARICOM countries having to look for newer suppliers in fuel. This is a strategic opportunity for Guyana to become the next oil-producing country in the region and position itself to advance in revenues to maximize profit. An oil refinery with 100,000 barrels would cost about $2 billion US dollars. It would employ about 2,500 skilled and unskilled workers. It would have byproducts such as fertilizers, which would help to sustain and expand our agriculture sector. To date, the oil discoveries made by ExxonMobil and its partners in the Stabroek Block offshore Guyana estimated to be 9 billion barrels. Guyana's oil projection. Mr. Speaker, permit me to elaborate on Guyana's projected revenue. An article published by Oil Now Guyana dated 22nd of April 2021 titled Guyana Total Revenues Set to Surplus $340 million recorded as follows, and I quote, Oil Now understands that the first quarter of the year, royalties announced to be among $14 million. Oil Now is trading just over $60 per barrel, when the country exported its 6 million barrel cargo. In this month, paving its way to revenues of around $60 million from the lift. This added to the previous total of $267,668,709 in funds representing sales and royalties, would bring the new total just over $341 million. While the International Monetary Fund projects that could Guyana earn around $50 million from each cargo exported by the government. This year, American multinational bank and financial services Goldman Sachs has a more optimistic outlook for the oil prices. The new forecast of Goldman said it expects to bring oil prices just about $70 per barrel in the second quarter of this year, up to $60 it's predicted previously, $75 in the third quarter of the year. This could see Guyana earning much as $75 million in each cargo exported. In conclusion, a consideration for a feasibility study for an oil refinery to establish in Guyana would benefit the country immensely and its citizens. Be it resolved that the government conduct an independent feasibility study for a construction of an oil refinery to reflect the new discoveries and take in consideration other partners than ExxonMobil. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shadow Minister Boudram. We will now have the Honorable Minister of Education, Trevon Melville. Honorable Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the words of Nelson Mandela, and I quote, education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. The power of education extends beyond the development of skills we need for economic success. It can contribute to nation building and reconciliation, end of quote. As it is, Mr. Speaker, the world is moving in the direction of renewable energy. We have the sustainable goals which have trajectories to meet by 2030. One of the targets of those trajectories is goal number 7, affordable and clean energy, whereby it's required by all signatories to cut their emissions by 50%. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, to establish an oil refinery in Guyana will only see this being short-lived. More so, major investments being lost. And guess who will feel that? It's the taxpayers. Rather than spending taxpayers' money on an oil refinery that will be short-lived, Mr. Speaker, we are suggesting to the honorable member to think again, because clearly we see that they haven't done their research properly, but we are going to help you. Wiser investments, Mr. Speaker. Wiser investments into funds, renewable energy, which are longer lasting, safer, more dependable, and as it seeks to develop, advocate the same green strategy. Wouldn't that be wiser, Mr. Speaker? Are we ready to abandon our country's green path and violate green mandates from such international agreements such as the Kyoto Protocol, which initiated green, lucrative developments? Mr. Speaker, we are not here to play dolly house like our opposition counterparts. We are here to help them. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, with education at the forefront of every nation, more so Guyana, we on the government's side do believe that there are several loopholes in the sector. Hence, we are suggesting to the government again, for this to be achieved, we should not allocate money senselessly. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, Significant improvements have been made throughout the various regions of Guyana in terms of the amount of teachers being trained, schools being built, resources being provided for better learning outcomes, among other things. But, Mr. Speaker, we are far from reaching the goals of the Sustainable Development Goals outlined by UN, which is goal number 4, quality education. Mr. Speaker, it is expected by 2030, 1, to have equal access to educational opportunities by all stakeholders. 2, early childhood development, preparation, and care for our young boys and girls so that they are ready for primary education. 3, opportunities for youth employment, skills training, and entrepreneurship. 4thly, to facilitate disabled learning and gender-sensitive environments for the benefit. Mr. Speaker, these and much more can be achieved if we only shift our focus from another potential white elephant. With over 600 oil refineries around the world, Mr. Speaker, bilateral agreements can be entered thereinto. We do not have to go till to Asia or Europe. Our sister country, Trinidad and Tobago, of whom we share a good relationship with, as well as we are a part of CARICOM with, will be more than welcoming. According to the expert, when a country decides to refine oil, it is inserted into an international economy. Being an internationally priced commodity, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has noted that if a country decides to follow the route of selling a product at a lower level, you are subsidizing it and you are sacrificing the difference between the price that you could have sold that commodity at and the price that you are selling internally at. Has said too that the feasibility study shows that Guyana would be destroying more than half of its investment should they decide to have an oil refinery. June 25th, 2020, article by Arnaud titled, "Setting Up Oil Refinery in Guyana, Even Less Viable Now from When the Study Was First Done." And the honorable member mentioned the very thing earlier. That risk factor, Mr. Speaker, since increased significantly with the outbreak of the coronavirus, which has seen, will see a divestment in oil globally. Mr. Speaker, if there is any sector you wish to plug
Honorable
over...
Member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request an extension of time for the honorable member.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Education, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there is any sector we wish to inject well over $5 billion into, it should be that of the education sector. With this boost, we will see state-of-the-art smart schools being built, e-libraries, more trained teachers in the school system, better paid teachers, a more balanced curriculum, training and scholarship. Mr. Speaker, we, the government side of this House, do see all of this happening, and we welcome the opposition to support. Mr. Speaker, we on the government side beg and have sense. We were elected to serve, and serve we must. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Shadow Minister of Education, the Honorable Zalisha Singh. Honorable Member, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, Guyana is aspiring to be a more developed country, which is why I believe that this motion is a necessary step to accomplishing this goal. In addition, I stand here to supplicate the move of this motion as, in result, Guyana would benefit greatly economically and we will be a better nation. As the Shadow Minister of Education, I stand before you members of this 6th Youth Parliament to express my views on why our government should attain and subsidize an oil refinery. Members of this Parliament, I wish to address one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by association of the oil and gas sector, which states, quote unquote, promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. What I'm trying to shed light on, Mr. Speaker, is that considering the fact that we advance into this oil refinery, we have greater potential to contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, enabling Guyana to now develop a path directly towards industrialization. As our nation's people, I urge you, Mr. Speaker, members of the government, to take a closer look around us. Numerous communities where penury is considered an obstacle in acquiring access to education. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to quote a paragraph from the out-of-school children study, which states, in Guyana, the enrollment roll is at least 95% at both primary and secondary levels through to grade 9. Meanwhile, at risk of dropping out are 11.7% of children across grade 1 to 6 and 4.8% across grade 7 to 9. Mr. Speaker, the national pre-primary participation rate was 84.9%. This data indicated that 15.1% of children of pre-primary school were not participating in formal education or primary level. Mr. Speaker, sir, homes within our nation are restricted from basic education due to economic circumstances. It is no secret that there aren't any mistakes when taking into consideration the challenges that are associated with providing quality education for our nation's youth. I wish to address another issue, which is the lack of affordability in providing human and material resources that are navigable. I suppose you think it is very curious to finance a local oil refinery. This guides me to my next point. Since 2009, Guyana has been supported by the Norwegian International Climate and Forest Initiative in honor of protecting our rainforests from exploitation. In 2014, Norway had deposited $80 million into the Inter-American Development Bank for Guyana's equity share. In Amelia Falls Hydropower Inc. Alone, Amelia Falls cannot provide 100% emission-free power generation in Guyana. We spent time and resources trying to enforce a project our country was not remotely ready for. Were we even able to put that amount of funding into use? Mr. Speaker, think about it. Was that $80 million not needed elsewhere on a project that would be able to show expansive benefits? We'll be putting our country in arrear just by utilizing the oil refinery from another country. That, from the initial start, has shut down the idea of refining our sweet oil. Due to the fact that our oil isn't compatible, are we going to refine our oil elsewhere, somewhere we are not needed, Mr. Speaker? No. We established our own refinery so that the people of our nation reap full benefits. They deserve the opportunity to prove themselves, to be a part of that population that is skilled enough to handle our sectors.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We should take into consideration also, Mr. Speaker, to increase our government fundings and provide more scholarships for our strong-minded youths. We are the future. Our country should be able to lend a helping hand in training personnel who are willing to be involved in the oil sector, and we will work together to better Guyana. Let us put a foot forward in becoming the best. Also, Mr. Speaker, think of the jobs we create as a result. As my colleague said, there are already 2,000 employed with the construction and operation of an oil refinery. We will create even more once again. Take the Soya refinery in Angola, which created 2,000 direct jobs for the local labor in content, along with 500 indirect jobs just from the procurement and construction which had just begun. I believe it is imperative to invest in our own local refinery for the better quality of life for each and every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Shadow Minister Singh. I now call on the Honourable Minister within the Ministry of Natural Resources, Mir Rahman.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, being a technocrat in the government today, I am confident that I can emboss some significant points to why it's impractical to refine oil in Guyana. Now, where do we start when we have to face the naked truth behind an oil refinery? Mr. Speaker, I'll first start off with employment. No doubt, oil refinery will generate an abundance of employment opportunities. But how many Guyanese will fill these positions? I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Oil refining is unknown territory to us. You see, we do not have the technical expertise available for dominance over the management of such an investment. This leaves Guyanese stuck with jobs on the bare minimum and medium pay scales, while the foreigners take the bigger cut. Okay, it is arguable that we can tax their salaries, but why not let them do all the work in the first place? Mr. Speaker, what is alluded by this is that there are a number of operating oil refineries near to this country. So why should we run the risk of blemishing our natural resources, our land, our water, and more so, our human resources? This is the only way our country will be destroyed. Are we prepared to take the chance, more so, to waste over 15 billion Guyana dollars, which is only a mere 15% of the total $1.025 trillion needed to refine this oil? Let's face the truth. Not only is it impractical to wither our money on oil refinery, but we simply can't afford it. Mr. Speaker, secondly, let's scrutinize the assurance of revenue. How are we supposed to ascertain a profit under conditions such as these dwindling oil prices and the uncertainty of the use of fossil fuels in the future? Mr. Speaker, do you, or as a matter of fact, anyone in here, see yourself in the next 50 years fueling your car with petrol or plugging it into charge? It is indeed a fact that the consumption of fossil fuels is on the decline. So now tell me, why must we dump our money into a plummeting market? Let's take our neighbor Trinidad and Tobago, for example. 2018, forced to shut down their main oil refinery for over 100 plus years. Do we want to be stuck in such a burden? I'd also like to speak a little on something called return on investment. You see, oil refinery is like a truck. Starts off working good, paying itself off slowly, but then maintenance cost catches up with it. Same with an oil refinery. As mentioned, our only way to fund a refinery is by taking a loan. Now, how are we going to manage maintenance costs on top of paying off a debt? Now let's pair this with our initial investment into this oil refinery, which on a project like this will take years to get back. Furthermore, when are we set to begin our 50-50 profit sharing with Exxon? If we take the money that can be paid back to Exxon and invest it into an oil refinery, we'll just be building up a bigger and bigger debt. In the next 30 years, say we do pay it off and it's time for us to collect, will oil even still be worth it? Mr. Speaker, an oil refinery is setting us up for failure. You see, the pros just simply do not outweigh the cons. So, are we going to make this mistake and then hand it over to the generations to come? Have we even grasped the concept of an oil refinery? Take operational costs into consideration. It would be impossible to see how we're digging our grave in the beginning. Things may start off looking up, but when these overheads hit us, we'll just become stuck. Let's avoid this. Let's save ourselves. We do not want to enter a market where there are huge international companies that can do the same thing, who have more expertise, more infrastructure, and know it better than we can do it. It's simple. Not only does Guyana have oil, but Guyana has high quality of oil. This was discovered when Exxon studied the oil in the Liza block. These international markets, they adore this oil, this high quality, and they would pay good money for it.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So why not sell it to the highest bidder? Our costs would just stay low, and our profits will soar a lot further. Mr. Speaker, my speech today was not of the intent to shut down the opposition, but was to ensure that us, as one people, and one nation, does not commit a grave injustice to the generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister within the Ministry of Natural Resources. I now call on the Honourable Purandial Omacharan. The Minister of Natural Resources. Honorable Minister, the floor is yours to present.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I wish to make clear the government's disapproval of a feasibility study to establish an oil refinery in Guyana on the grounds of price, market, and environmental impacts that are likely to be incurred. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, a feasibility study to establish an oil refinery in Guyana was done by Mr. Pedro, and on the basis of cost was deemed unfeasible at an estimated price of $5 billion US. When environmental mitigation methods are factored, this cost can be further inflated to $10 billion US, Mr. Speaker. And this is without considering maintenance and insurance costs, according to the Canada Energy Research Institute. Mr. Speaker, I therefore wish to ask, where would the money to build a refinery come from? Surely not from our oil revenue, because this is governed by the Natural Resource Fund Act 2019, which has strict withdrawal limitations. Further, Mr. Speaker, Part 2 of the Act indicates funds should be used for green initiatives and to ensure natural resource wealth across generation. Building a refinery does not accomplish any of this. Are we to then consider public-private partnership agreements? What would the system be like? How much control would these foreign entities want? Surely it is not recommended by anyone that the country takes a loan when oil prices are unstable at best according to the world market. How many generations of Guyanese, Mr. Speaker, would pass before such a loan is paid off, if taken? Another reason not to invest in a refinery is simply because of the global petroleum market, which has been experiencing huge competition with alternative energy, and it has been on a decline for the past decade. According to the Institute of Energy Economics and Financial Analysis 2020, Exxon, for example, in 2007, market capitalization was $527 billion US. It is now worth less than $140 billion. Are we to invest in a declining industry? Mr. Speaker, having multiple products in the market may seem smart. However, every market decides to use its petroleum differently. For instance, 50% of transportation fuel burned in Europe are diesel, while in the US it's 3%. This narrows the market for a particular product. Are we to put all our eggs into one basket and repeat the well-documented struggles of our sugar industry with the European market? I think not. Crude oil can be sold to anyone, anywhere, at any time. It has a longer shelf life when compared to refined oil. Therefore make it the best to have in stock. Further, Mr. Speaker, refineries are heavy pollutants, even with the best environmental regulations and technology in place. According to the US EPA, chemicals are being released and contaminate the air and water constantly around refineries. Numerous studies indicate these contaminations adversely affect our health. One such study by Oxford 2020, titled Proximity to Oil Refineries and Risk of Cancer, surveyed 6 million persons in Texas and found an increased risk of cancer diagnosis of all types. Shall we all shorten our lifespans in the name of wealth? Mr. Speaker, let's learn from Nigeria. Mistake. In 2020, Shell's refinery oil
Honourable
spill.
member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oil spill and had heavy impacts in Nigeria's agriculture, fishery, and forestry sectors. This resulted in a loss of marine and wildlife as well as their natural habitats. Farmland experienced infertility, crops were lost, and new plants experienced stunt growth, and the list can go on. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, this happening to Guyana's agriculture sector and forests which houses tens of thousands of rare and endangered species. Because of the aforementioned reasons, I stand resolute as the Minister of the Government to express utmost disapproval of this motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Natural Resources. Honorable members, I'd like to remind you that even though it may be of an encumbrance in giving your presentations, that we are guided here at the Parliament Office by the COVID-19 protocols. And as such, when presenting, please be reminded that you are to wear your mask. Thank you. Honorable Shadow Minister of Natural Resources, Romario Swetnam, the floor is yours to present.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please permit me to remove the mask just for this presentation.
Okay. I gave notice given the distance between the persons that are there. All right? Honorable Shadow Minister, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll begin to address the concerns of the honorable government, the ministers that would have mentioned all of the issues that they would have with the establishment of an oil refinery. Now, we all also have an order paper in front of us which has the motion on page 3. The motion recommends a feasibility study for the establishment of an oil refinery. We are not here to propose the establishment of an oil refinery. Just a study to determine whether or not it is in our best interests. So while you may mention that we did not do our research on some matters, clearly the motion was not read or misread. So to clarify it for you, we are here to make a case as to why we need to conduct a current feasibility study. The last one, as you would have mentioned, was done by Pedro Haas. Well, the findings were reported by Pedro Haas from the Hartree Company. I would have also mentioned the same feasibility study from 2017. I have a copy of that said report from 2017. As I would have indicated, the dynamics, the landscape, the current environment has changed drastically since then. Now, we want to go into the direction of renewable energy. That is one of the SDGs. I can agree with that. So the goal is by 2030. I can agree with that. Practically speaking, are we anywhere close to that? If that's the direction we're going, are we going to just plug and abandon all of the current oil wells that we have right now? Are we going to say no to a resource we have only just got, a resource that we haven't even reaped the benefits of as yet? Are we just going to say, let's not continue drilling for oil. Let's not extract oil. The oil is still, the crude oil, whether it's here or somewhere else, will still be refined. Now, there was also mentioned that the taxpayers' money, or we need to take a loan, is what would build the same refinery. I don't think that anyone would have listened to my example of what would have happened in Angola. The cost was emphasized, yes, it's $5 billion again, as Mr. Haas, who was a representative of Hartree, one of the companies that's currently bidding to refine our crude oil, again, clear conflict of interest, as I would have mentioned, would have indicated $5 billion was the cost in 2017. We've had inflation, the cost is reduced. Yet, just 2 years ago, the Angolan government was able to get a refinery built, owned, and operated, as I indicated, by another company. The interest was there by 30 plus other companies. They are not investing any of their actual taxpayer dollars. Everything is coming from another company that is only going to come in, make the investment, develop the country. They win, we win. Why can't we have a similar model? What is stopping us from doing something similar? We're not saying that we have the funds to build a refinery here. And again, that's proposing that following the results of the said feasibility study, we will decide to actually build a refinery. Again, I'll remind you, that's not what we are here to present. We're not here to say we need a refinery. We can see benefits of a refinery. We can see disadvantages of a refinery. But we are not the persons with the technical or fiscal expertise to make such a decision. There are many learned engineers, many learned professionals who would know this, and that's why we recommended getting an independent body to share this information.
Honorable
and from
member,
that,
you have 1 minute remaining.
we will be able to make a more informed decision. In 2030 as well, one of the SDGs is to create more youth employment and skills training. Need I remind you, how many persons so far have actually been employed in this new oil and gas industry? There are over 1,500 persons currently working with contractors and subcontractors. Are we against training those personnel now? Yes. Like the Honorable Minister would have mentioned, we don't have the expertise to manage our own refinery, yet we were in the same situation a few years ago. Now we have personnel that are trained, personnel that are operating, personnel that are actually taking over roles that expats once held. Our local content is actually growing in the industry. Just because we don't have the expertise now means that we won't be able to ever have it. Why not roll over on every single new industry there? Where will we get experts for
Honorable
cleaner
member,
energy?
your time is up.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I now put that concludes the debate on the motion, and I now put the question. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Those against? No. The noes have it. The Clerk Division.
Mr. Rajkumar Kemraj.
Yes.
Mr. Rajkumar Kemraj.
Yes.
Ms. Khaleesi Fraser.
Yes.
Ms. Savitri Ramlochan.
Yes.
Ms. Narissa Stewart.
Yes.
Mr. Hakeem Myers.
Yes.
Mr. Romario Swetnam.
Yes.
Mr. Keshav Tiwari.
Abstain.
Ms. Esla Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Chandra Jagdeo.
Yes.
Mr. Ashton Hussain.
Yes.
Ms. Alicia Singh.
Yes.
Ms. Bibi Wazide Yassin.
Yes.
Ms. Shania Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Amar Budram.
Yes.
Mr. Vikash Bazdio. Mr. Vikash Budu.
Yes.
Mr. Chandradat Sipasad.
Yes.
Mr. Richard Baini.
Yes.
Honorable Oscar Adams.
No.
Honorable Ethan Pujadas.
No.
Honorable Tisha Davison.
No.
Honorable Naresh Sugrim.
No.
Honorable Angela Ramudit.
No.
Honorable Kezia Albert.
No.
Honorable Purandi Macharan.
No.
Honorable Giselle Williams.
No, 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 no.
Honorable Kieran Williams.
No.
Honorable Chitranjan Jaikisun.
Yes.
Honorable Dante Wilson.
No.
Honorable Trevon Melville.
No.
Honorable Devishani Naipal.
No.
Honorable Marlon Phil. Honorable Marlon Phil. Honorable Babita Singh.
No.
Honorable Kira Mahadio.
No.
Honorable Tabitha Alves.
No.
Honorable Divine Ross.
No.
Honorable Malaika Russell.
No.
Mr. Speaker, 18 members voted in favor of the motion, 17 members voted against the motion, and 2 members abstained.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I now declare the results. Honorable members, the motion is carried. Honorable members, the next motion stands in the name of the Honorable Shadow Minister of Public Works. Honorable Member Ms. Shania Mitchell, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please permit me to remove my mask for this presentation.
You may. You may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I humbly rise to move the motion in my name, mitigating flood in Guyana. Our first point, and this information were gathered from the Department of Education. It states, heavy rainfalls continue to affect the lives of the people in Guyana. And this is no secret, as we have all witnessed the recent flooding. Our second and third point contain information on the weather patterns in Guyana, primarily focused on rainfalls. Allow me to educate the honorable members of the government. It states that 200 days a year rain falls, with 50% of this rain occurring from mid-April to mid-August. Therefore, it is expected that rain falls at least 5 days a week during this period. As I continue my point, in May 2021, over 1,380 homes were affected. Crops and livestock were damaged and some families evacuated. Don't forget that the 1,380 homes were only affected in the month of May. In July, when the flood was at its low level, the Civil Defense Commission published that 28,228 homes were affected directly and indirectly throughout Guyana. Roads were inaccessible, citizens could not attend work, children could not attend school virtual nor in person. Can you imagine citizens battling floods in a time like this when we are already battling COVID-19 pandemic? Mr. Speaker, can you see how anyone who opposes this motion are pressuring our tax-paying citizens? Mr. Speaker, when we addressed this motion, we stated areas that were affected by flood. Areas such as Kamaka, Mahaika Berbice, Pamaroon Supanam, Demerara Mahaika, and Kwakwani. In some areas, the water rose 14 feet above home. This circumstance caused inhabitants, surviving livestock, and wildlife to be accommodated in other areas. Let us turn our attention over to the fact that the current pumps, canals, and conservancies are no longer sufficient to mitigate flood in our country. I am not sure how we sing Green Land of Guyana when it is wet, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, a few weeks ago, when the Honorable President and Board Chairman of the National Drainage and Irrigation Authority made an impromptu visit to several pump stations, they found the attendants asleep, sluices were closed, and pumps switched off. Mr. Speaker, in pursuance of the power conferred upon the Honorable President by Article 99 of the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, the Honorable President declared a disaster by virtue of flooding. With all these facts and figures mentioned before, I ask that the Honorable sleeping government wake up and invest in infrastructures for our country. We have ideas of great infrastructures that can make a substantial impact, such as control dams, flood walls, and levees. Moreover, there is a system called the aquifer storage and recovery. This is an environment-friendly water resource management technique that stores water during the wet season, and this water can be filtered and utilized during the dry season. Mr. Speaker, this is like killing two birds with one stone. This water system can help mitigate floods throughout the country by building injection wells that connect to the aquifer. This system is used by countries worldwide.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the National Council, on the 17th of July 2021, among the top 5 countries to utilize this system, our own neighboring country, Brazil, was stated. Today, we stand and ask that the government implement more advanced technology like this to help mitigate flooding in Guyana. After all, we are an oil-producing country. Mr. Speaker, we need collaboration from the Drainage and Irrigation Authority and Ministries of the Public Works and Agriculture for the creation of policies and strategies not during the flood, but prior to the rainy season. Also, we ask that the government enforce strict penalties to the citizens that put our country at risk by littering in the canals, as this caused flood to be greater in community. I will now decrease and allow my honorable members to increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Shadow Minister of Public Works. I now call on the Honourable Shadow Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Chandrat Jagdeo. Mr. Jagdeo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to further elaborate upon our motion, the mitigation of flooding in Guyana, that was brought before this legislature. Mr. Speaker, for many decades, in particular the year of 2021, flooding has severely affected our entire nation. Mr. Speaker, every newspaper, from the Kaicher News to the Guyana Chronicle, published information on the disastrous effects that flooding had on our country. Mr. Speaker, out of all the sectors in this country, the agricultural sector is the one that has been the most severely affected. According to an article published on July 1st, 2021, by the Chronicle newspaper, it stated, and I quote, "Close to 90% of the nation's crops and livestock were destroyed by the floods. Between May 24th and June 10th, 2021, we've seen close to 20 inches of rainfall. This is the highest amount of rainfall we've seen since 1981, end quote. Mr. Speaker, these are more than just facts and figures. These are valuable resources. These are the livelihoods that many people depend upon for survival. Our agricultural resources are the backbone that Guyana's economy was built upon, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations organization. Long before the discovery of oil and gas, these agricultural resources will continue to be crucial in the future, but how can they be utilized if they are continuously being destroyed by the floods? Floods may come and go, but they also result in many other problems, from pest and disease outbreaks such as rice blast, typhoid fever, cholera, leptospirosis, and hepatitis, to high inflation at the markets for groceries that was well documented by the Chronicle newspaper. Mr. Speaker, tales as old as time, Guyanese have been subjected to all these perilous effects of floods, but we must put a stop to this once and for all. The questions we need to ask ourselves: why do floods keep on happening? What are we doing to combat them? Are the current strategies presented by this current administration sensible? Let us look at the facts. According to an article published on July 14th by the Starbuck newspaper, it stated that the Mayor and City Council of Georgetown requires over $500 million to maintain pumps, with an additional $264 million to properly dispose of garbage that are constantly blocking canals, drains, and cokers. Evidently, huge sums of money is being spent annually over and over on the maintenance of these pumps, and to continue to rectify the negligence of citizens who do not dispose of their waste properly. Further, in an interview with the Chronicle newspaper, the chairman of Region 6 distinctly stated that the current number of pumps, canals, and conservancies are no longer sufficient to prevent floods, since only 2 inches of rainfall can be drained within a 24-hour period. Mr. Speaker, we cannot ignore that climate change is also a factor that contributes to flooding. A report from the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel finds that the global mean sea level rose by 20 centimeters between 1901 to 2018 due to climate change, and this trend will continue. I am certain that the government admitted during yesterday's sitting with studies that the sea levels have risen when they were addressing the motion of climate change and Guyana's tourism industry. In fact, the honorable members of the government voted unanimously to pass that motion, and here's the best part, Mr. Speaker. Their be it resolved clause stated, and I quote, that the government implements modern drainage systems and set standards.
Stand on a point of order.
Honorable member, please resume your seat. Honorable member Jagdio. Honorable member, what is your point of order?
Section 22, 2, Part 1. And it says, subject to these standing orders, debate upon any motion or bill shall be relevant to such motion or bill, and a member shall not confine his or her observations to the subject under discussion.
Honorable member, I believe that is standing order 24-1, not 22-1.
22.
But thank you. Honorable member Jagdio, please retract the statement and proceed with your speech relating to this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the government, how are we going to combat the rise in sea level if our investment in infrastructure is stagnant? Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly the problems are that we lack sufficient infrastructure and assistance from the public by controlling their impulses to not litter. Therefore, pursuant to this motion brought before this noble House, I humbly solicit that we invest in long-term infrastructure such as control dams, flood walls, leavage, channel modifications, as well as modernized machinery required to carry out these assignments that are far more sensible than spending hundreds of millions in economical expense.
Honorable member, unless you retract the statement, I would have to ask you to resume your seat and have the other honorable members proceed with their
Sorry,
with their
Mr. Speaker, I retract the statement.
Honorable member, be mindful to proceed on the debate regarding the motion that is at hand and not make reference to others. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I retract the statement, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed, and you have 1 minute remaining, honorable member.
Additionally, in ensuring that every person is in compliance to reduce the occurrence of major floods, I implore that there is a serious enforcement of the Environmental Protection Act of the Constitution, where the penalty clauses take immediate effect against perpetrators found guilty of littering. Though in the future, as we invest in infrastructure, we still need the public's effort to mitigate flooding. Thus, we need the law enforcement. As I close my deliberation on this motion, I implore upon every member of this chamber that we vote yes to invest to achieve sufficient infrastructure and for the enforcement of the aforementioned laws. For our floods.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member Jagdio. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, the Honorable Angela Ramudet.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask to please remove the mask from my presentation?
I beg your pardon?
May I please ask to remove the mask from my presentation?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Members of the 6th sitting of the National Youth Parliament, I rise as the first Speaker of the government to debate the motion standing in my name, mitigation of flooding in Guyana. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, property damage and human injury of flooding has been...
Honorable member, might I remind you that the motion does not stand in your name? Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, property damage and human injury resulting of flooding has been considerable in recent months, and it is appropriate to anticipate that flood risk will increase continuously because of climate change. Mr. Speaker, I dare not remind this House of the gruesome situation we have faced with the 2005 flood. I dare not remind them of what occurred right here in the capital, Georgetown, where
194 mm was recorded as the highest amount of rainfall in the last decade in 2014. Or what happened in 2017, where at least 25 homes were destroyed and many more damaged. I repeat, at least 25. Whereas in 2020, over 1,600 households have been critically damaged. Of course, not forgetting the current situation we face that have affected not only one, not two, but all 10 regions in Guyana. It was declared a disaster as a total of 28,228 households affected. I know, members of the opposition, you may say, why am I talking about small or minor issues like about the 25 households being affected and not just the major issues? But let me tell you, as the government, it does not matter to us if it's a minor or if it's a major issue. Once it is an issue for our people, we will solve their issues for the betterment of our people. Therefore, I want to quickly, Mr. Speaker, bring to the fore the implementation strategies and suggest, Mr. Speaker, to this noble House the areas that the government and my ministry, Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, look at as we quickly seek to mitigate flooding in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the concept Room for River and People, the focus of the flood risk management can be effectively used in the flood-prone localities. The approach progresses to flood defense prioritization for the protection of people and property and the creation of space of water storage and channel cross-section modification. Actual manifestation includes 1. The improvement of drainage capacity through modification relative to the water behavior. 2. The introduction of retention ponds. And 3. The construction of pumping station and flood diversion works. These are the plans that the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development are focused on in mitigating flooding in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the appropriate actions to improve flood security is both feasible and necessary for the reduction in exposure and vulnerability of people and property to flood hazards. However, long-term strategies of flood mitigation and control issues must incorporate measures that are precisely integrated with socio-economic, cultural, natural, and environmental variables. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, public participants, including local communities, assumes related primacy among the framework of consideration necessary for the selection of management strategies and long-term procedures to flood management. Mr. Speaker, flow models of drainage and flood simulations have been developed and applied in the process of evaluation of feasibility of various technical solutions in strategizing flood management. The availability of software of water flow simulation in drainage system provides a useful advantage. When surface runoff exceeds the manageable threshold of the drainage system, a two-dimensional overland flow inundation model proved indispensable for stimulating the flood propagation phenomena in lowland region. Mr. Speaker, detailed hydrodynamic data of complex topography is facilitated of accurate evaluation of losses resulting of flood damage. A drainage inundation model is then useful for the provision of information on the extent and the depth of surface inundation of the flood. This simulation method and data collection is a must for our country. Mr. Speaker, I, the Minister of Local Government and Regional Development, and my ministry is engaged in correcting and mitigating the flooding issue by the plan so eloquently laid out. The plan proposed will prove useful even in the absence of weaknesses. Honorable Speaker, the increasing threat of more frequent and more hazardous flood is undeniable. Members of the opposition, do you truly believe we will sit here and do nothing for our people, for our nation, that you have to make such accusations? It definitely can be so. So let me tell you this. We will stand strong in the interest of our people, our property, and our nation. Improvements and modernization of system will be necessitated. Herein ends my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call on Honorable Minister Narissa Stewart, Shadow Minister of Housing and Water. Ms. Stewart, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I continue to address this motion, mitigating flooding in Guyana not only drastically changes the lives of persons in the agriculture sector, but also the other residents of this country. The Ministry of Housing has over the years been doing great things. We have 300 Barbicians, 400 Limdeners, 800 Caribbeans, and 1,000 Region 4 residents receiving house lots in just a short span of time. Now, while the government must be commended for this great initiative, it is very concerning that more isn't being done to prevent these new landowners. They're full of hope and excited from suffering the same fate as fellow villagers. To further elaborate on the suffering of the same fate, we'll now delve into the catastrophic phenomenon of flooding in Guyana. A total of approximately 52,000 households were directly affected, resulting in persons having to be evacuated from their homes. As reported by the Department of Public Information, July 2021, some communities affected are Nabakalis, Golden Grove, Ansgrove, Charity, and Amelia's Ward, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, these are the names of some of the very communities these new landowners were allocated house lots. The Honorable Minister added at the ceremony that these areas will be completed with drains and culverts. But allow me, Mr. Speaker, to provide with you a simple analogy for better understanding. If we have 1,000 households occupying a community and with 100 drains, and we later add 500 households with 50 drains, how effective can such an implementation be in a community that is already prone to flooding if there are insufficient effective systems to channel off the water? Mr. Speaker, I do not believe it is the intention of the government to sabotage our new land owners. As such, I stand here today to plead with the members, to ask them for them to see that prevention is better than cure. Proper infrastructural investments not only increases human security, but also our economic security, where we saw agriculture accounting for over 18% of the gross domestic product in 2019, as recorded by the International Trade Administration 2020. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to funding these investments, no questions should arise, for there is a tremendous cost to the economy as a result of flooding. The sugar industry alone has estimated losses of over $1.5 billion. The forest and mining sector estimated losses in excess of $23 billion and $8 billion, respectively. Mr. Speaker, additionally, in the President's address to the nation in July 2021, the flood relief is also estimated to cost Guyana billions of dollars. For instance, the assistance for the homestead farmers is in excess of $3.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, the very same $3.5 billion could have been used to invest in a similar structure like the $3.6 billion Hope Canal project, which was reported by the Guyana Chronicle for being the sole reason the east coast of Demerara was not underwater during the June 1st period 2021. Mr. Speaker, there is no clear-cut intervention that can solve Guyana's flooding issue, but we have options. The International Journal of Modern Power Systems reports of high efficiency in conservancies in China. Further, a 2009 article titled "The Flood Controls in Netherlands" emphasized on Dutch dikes in the western Netherlands that continues to mitigate flooding, though the country is below sea level just like Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we want to see a team of civil and hydrological engineers conducting studies around Guyana.
Honourable member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want to see a team of civil engineers and hydrological engineers conducting studies around Guyana so that informed decisions can be made before any infrastructure works begin. We do not want to be running around this place instituting pumps all over the country without having any survey conducted. Mr. Speaker, we also would like to have regular rehabilitation work done on the current systems we have in place. Though they might be old, and with the effort of all hands on deck, we can achieve mitigation of flooding in Guyana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shadow Minister Stewart. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Ms. Chitranjan Jaikasoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I take the floor of this noble House to state definitively government's position on this motion. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by making it pellucidly clear to this honorable House that the agriculture sector will be the breadbasket for the Caribbean. And for Guyana, it has the potential to be the giant on whose shoulders this nation will stand on as we take that next great leap forward. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the motion as timely and important. However, in examining its contents, allow me to clarify a few points. It states that parts of Region 5, I have the motion here actually, parts of Region 5 were mostly affected after flooding along the Maikoni River. Mr. Speaker, serious flooding occurred along the areas surrounding the Mahaika, the Maikoni, and the Bari rivers. Mr. Speaker, the motion states that on the 7th of June 2021, a total of 28,228 households were affected. And on the 10th of June 2021, a total of 6,900 households were affected. How is this possible? I thought it was a mistake until the Shadow Minister of Public Works repeated it. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to advise the opposition, whenever they bring a motion to this House, allow the honorable opposition leader to check it before they bring it. Mr. Speaker, this motion is seeking two resolutions that could be simply summarized as build more structures and stop littering. It is minuscule in its scope and is an injustice to the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, be it resolved that the issue is one of climate change, its mitigation, and the adaptation of climate resilient practices. The recent floods in Guyana saw the highest recorded rainfall in 4 decades, according to Hydromet. Mr. Speaker, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a report a few days ago, stating that within a decade, global warming could push temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And it called on policymakers, who we are, to take decisive actions at stopping this. The report stated that the agriculture sector is a major contributor to greenhouse gases, particularly methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrous oxide. About 10 to 12% of total global anthropogenic levels of greenhouse gases. It is the reduction, Mr. Speaker, of these gases that should be the main target. Emissions from rice production and the burning of biomass were heavily concentrated in the group of developing countries. Mr. Speaker, the question is asked then, what are the mitigating mechanisms? 1, reducing emissions, employing technologies that would see nitrogen delivered more efficiently to plants, reducing nitrous oxide produced, and ensuring that livestock make the most efficient use of feeds, reducing methane produced, enhancing removals, practices aimed at building carbon sinks. A lot of soil carbon could be stored this way, and avoiding or displacing emissions. Crops and residues from agricultural lands can be used as a source of fuel, either directly or after conversion to biofuel, example, ethanol. Now, upon its combustion, these fuels will still release an amount of carbon dioxide, but this would be of a recent atmospheric origin, rather than the use of fossil fuels that will release carbons that were stored millions of years ago. Mr. Speaker, the motion...
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion seeks resolutions to stop littering and
build more structures. In the last budget, I have it here, 60% of the agriculture budget was made available to improve drainage and irrigation structures. And if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, I could spend 4 hours right here in this House informing all the members of all the activities that we have put to improve drainage and irrigation capacity in this country. Mr. Speaker, but this is just part of the solution. The government also allocated sums to improve rice variety and specifically improve mechanisms to address climate change. Number 89 and 90 of the Capital Estimates Volume 3. In wrapping up, Mr. Speaker, I submit that this noble House can move a vote that the motion put forward by the opposition member in its current state should be reviewed.
Honourable member, you may require an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request an extension of time for the honourable member.
Honourable Minister, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In wrapping up, Mr. Speaker, I submit that this noble House can move a vote that the motion put forward by the opposition member in its current state should be rebuked, disregarded, and not debated any further. Herein ends my submission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Jaikasoon. Next, we'll have the Honourable Minister of Public Works, Mr. Marlon Phil. Honourable Mr. Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask your permission to remove the mask?
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I, Marlon Phil, the Minister of Public Works, rise to address comprehensively the motion put forward to this House today by the Honourable Shadow Minister of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, I firstly want to thank the good Shadow Minister for pointing out to this House that we cannot comprehensively talk about mitigation of flooding in Guyana or any part of the world without recognizing the impact climate change as attributed in their motion, which firstly identifies that Guyana is facing climate change. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Works does understand that the issue of flooding and the mitigation of flooding in Guyana is an issue. We are aware of this issue. We are aware that this issue must be addressed from a comprehensive standpoint that includes inter-ministries cooperation, especially with the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. Because it is through our regional organs that we can strengthen drainage and irrigation systems, the constructions of dams, channels and conservancies, the development and maintenance of mangrove and the restoration and the strengthening of our sea defense. I want to remind this noble House, Mr. Speaker, that Guyana and the world is facing one of its greatest threats. Mr. Speaker, this is climate change. We, Mr. Speaker, from the government have acknowledged this and have been a party and a signatory to several conventions concerning climate change. We cannot forget the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. Mr. Speaker, this has allowed the Ministry of Public Works to integrate into our policy the Sustainable Development Goal 13, which is climate change. It focuses on climate change, mitigation, adaptation, impact reduction, and even as far as early warnings. Mr. Speaker, I dare not remind you and this House of the 2005 flooding that occurred throughout the length and breadth of Guyana, which lasted for approximately 3 months, according to Chronicle News written in 2005. And before we can properly get all the water off the land, we suffered economic damages, we suffered social damages, families were in disrepair, homes and buildings were damaged, it even led to some health issues resulting in leptospirosis,
Mr. Speaker, a rampant rage of leptospirosis. Mr. Speaker, climate change has not been resolved in the world, neither has it been resolved in Guyana. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not experiencing the same things as we did in 2005. Mr. Speaker, our agenda promotes production, diversification, and flood risk management. It is reinforced our government's substantial investment in the sectors of infrastructure. Works involve construction and rehabilitation of pump stations.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pump station and adventure black bush polders, cottage and montrose in the coastal lands, supporting acres of coastal lands. My ministry will procure excavation and pontoons to desilt channels in the Pomeroon River, facilitating and improve access to farms and the development of water harvesting mechanisms to support farms in the South Rupununi rivers. These are all part of the relief effort of my ministry as we mitigate impacts of climate change. These and the many financial resources in the DNI, over $5 billion were spent. Mr. Speaker, in examining the motion, we can clearly see that the opposition leave nothing to chance in pointing out all situations where flooding has occurred, and in their pursuit failed to include the mechanisms that the government has started and will continue to do. Be it resolved that the government is committed to...
Honourable Member, your time is up. Please resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request an extension of time for the Honourable Minister.
Honourable Member, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Be it resolved that the government is committed to mitigating the flooding issue and the situation faced by our people. We are committed to building more DNI systems within new communities and seek to cater for water retention and drainage. These are important to our country and our people's development. Mr. Speaker, we need not allow our opposition to come to this noble house and to produce such a motion for debate that lacks the ability to take into consideration and the decency and the things that the government has started. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call on the move of the motion, the Honourable Shadow Minister of Public Works, to conclude. Honourable Shania Mitchell, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now rise to make my brief and final words on this motion. I must commend the members of government for agreeing with us on this motion. Mr. Speaker, the members of government came today and presented facts indeed. Facts on how flooding in Guyana continue to affect the lives of our people. However, I ask that the members of government not only go to get help from their Prime Minister, but also improve their communication skills within their group. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Local Government and Regional Development came and spoke about flooding, and that the government will not let big nor small problems surpass them. Yet, the Minister of Agriculture came and asked that our motion be rebuked. Mr. Speaker, why are they contradicting themselves? It is clear that they do acknowledge flooding in Guyana. The Minister of Agriculture also spoke that littering is just a minute problem. When my honorable colleague of agriculture spoke on the billions of dollars that are being spent yearly because of flooding in the agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank them for highlighting the facts that they've said honestly. Because they didn't leave any room for rebuttal. They just agreed. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture also spoke about agriculture being the bread basket in Guyana, but yet it comes back to the point that he wants our motion to be rebuked. Honorable Member, didn't you hear my shadow minister speaking on the billions of dollars caused by this flooding? Didn't you hear of the crops damage, the livestock damage? You say that this is the bread basket, yet you want this motion to be removed. How can the agriculture sector be the bread basket if you don't want to find ways that we can mitigate flooding in Guyana?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of clarity.
Honorable member, will you allow it?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, be mindful of moderate applaud. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, let us not forget this dear lands of ours is under sea level, low sea level. So we must treat this issue with urgency. So I plead with the members of the government to not only come here today and tell us that you recognize what flood is doing to the country, but don't do anything. I ask that you leave here today with these points and resolutions put forward by us to make Guyana a better place. Mr. Speaker, one more thing I would like to put forward is that the honorable members...
Honorable member, you have 1 minute
Thank you,
remaining.
Mr. Speaker. Focused a lot on the flood that occurred in 2005, leaving out the flood that occurred in this said year. Moreover, if the honorable members of government know that flood has been occurring since 2005, why are we still getting flood in 2021? Government members, would you not have addressed this situation from the day you came into office? Come on. Members, please, start making these resolutions a possibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, that concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Those against? No. The noes have it. Right.
Division.
Clerk, division, please. Clerk, proceed with the division.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Rajkumar Kamraj.
Yes.
Ms. Khaleesi Fraser.
Yes.
Ms. Savitri Ramlochan.
Yes.
Ms. Narissa Stewart.
Yes.
Mr. Hakeem Myers.
Yes.
Mr. Romario Swetnam.
Yes.
Mr. Keshav Tiwari.
Yes.
Ms. Esla Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Chandrada Jagdeo.
Yes.
Mr. Ashton Hussain.
Yes.
Ms. Alicia Singh.
Yes.
Ms. Bibi Wazire Yassin.
Yes.
Ms. Shania Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Amar Budram.
Yes.
Mr. Vikash Basdio.
Yes.
Mr. Vikash Budu.
Yes.
Mr. Chandradhat Sipasad.
Yes.
Mr. Richard Bainey.
Yes.
Honorable Oscar Adams.
No.
Honorable Ethan Pujadas.
No.
Honorable Tisha Davison.
No.
Honorable Naresh Sugram.
Yes.
Honorable Angela Ramudit.
Yes.
Honorable Kezia Albert.
No.
Honorable Purandial Omacharan.
No.
Honorable Giselle Williams.
No.
Honorable Kieran Williams.
No.
Honorable Chitranjan Jaikisoon.
No.
Honorable Dante Wilson.
No.
Honorable Trevon Melville.
No.
Honorable Devishani Naipal.
No.
Honorable Marlon Phil.
Yes.
Honorable Babita Singh.
No.
Honorable Kira Mahadio.
No.
Honorable Tabitha Alves.
No.
Honorable Divine Ross.
No.
Honorable Malaika Russell.
No.
Mr. Speaker, 21 members voted in favor of the motion, 16 members voted against the motion, and 0 members abstained.
Honorable members, the motion is carried. Honorable members, we will now move to the final motion for the day. This next motion stands in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Richard Bainey, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move the motion in my name titled, "The Death Penalty is Not Unconstitutional." Sir, as the second "let it be resolved" clause of the motion states, I move this motion for this honorable House to acknowledge and make a declaration that the death penalty is not unconstitutional. It is imperative for this to be done. For too long now, as this debate as to whether or not this sentence imposed by the judiciary is constitutional or not has been a topic of contention. And allow me to explain the motion and its intricacies so that there is no confusion. Mr. Speaker, constitutional experts Professor Bradley and Professor Ewing of King's College London, in their text, Constitutional and Administrative Law, 15th edition, 2011, describes the Constitution as a document having special legal sanctity which sets out the framework and the principal functions of the organs of government. There are also countries like Great Britain whose constitution is described as unwritten, as it is not captured in a document. But as Sir Ivor Jennings in his famed work, The Law and the Constitution, said, the document itself merely sets out rules determining the creation and operation of governmental institutions. And obviously Great Britain has such institutions and such rules. So, sir, it is more than just a document. It is actually regarded as the highest form of law in the country, guarded by a Supreme Court, and its articles are entrenched, meaning there are special procedures to amend it. such as a vote of referendum or supermajority. And in some situations, it cannot be amended at all. Our constitution, the Constitution of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, a written constitution, by the way, provides for these ideas. They are enshrined through a number of provisions, namely Article 8, which states, and let me quote this for you, the Constitution is the supreme law of Guyana, and if any other law is inconsistent with it, that other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void. Sir, but not only did the lawmakers, the crafters of the Constitution recognize this principle, but our apex court, the Caribbean Court of Justice, the arm of the judiciary, also recognized it. In the recent 2018 case of the Attorney General of Guyana and Cedric Richardson, at paragraph 5 of their judgment, they state, and allow me to quote this, "This Constitution is the supreme law, and the method of altering it is regulated to ensure that it is more difficult to do so than to pass ordinary legislation. This is referred to as entrenching the provisions of the Constitution." End quote. Mr. Speaker, as the third whereas clause states, the narrative purports that the capital punishment is contrary to rights established by articles of the Constitution, namely Article 40, which speaks of fundamental rights and freedoms, and Article 141, which speaks of inhumane treatment. But, sir, the crafters of our Constitution also made the death penalty part of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, consequent to a defendant being found guilty, they are sentenced based on the nature of the offense, subsequent to the learned justice taken into consideration, mitigating, among other factors. The death penalty is one of the most severe sentences imposed by a court of law for offenses, for capital offenses, namely murder, genocide, treason. The sentence is provided for by Article 138 of the Constitution, which deals with the protection of right to life. Subsection 1 of that article explicitly states, let me give you another quote, "No person shall be deprived of his or her life intentionally, save in the execution of the sentence of a court in respect of an offense under the laws of Guyana of which he or she has been convicted." The laws of Guyana to which this article refers is the Criminal Law Offences Act and the Criminal Law Procedure Act. Section 100 of the Offences Act states that the death penalty is to be imposed where a person is convicted of murder.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
And Section 163 of the Procedure Act states that where any person is convicted of an offense punishable with death, the court shall thereupon pronounce the sentence of death, and the sentence may be carried into execution. So it is not only provided for by the supreme law, but it is also provided for by ordinary legislation. Mr. Speaker, in the Cedric Richardson case, the court further pronounced of the level of entrenchment within the Constitution, which also caters for Article 138.1. At paragraph 6 of their judgment, they described Article 138 as being subjected to an intermediate level of entrenchment, meaning for it to be amended, it requires the favorable vote of not less than 2/3 majority of this House. It is also listed in Article 162, subsection 2, subsection B of the Constitution.
Honourable Member, your time is up. You may resume. Honourable Member, please resume your seat.
Sorry, sir. Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that the Honourable Member be given an extension of time to continue his presentation.
I will permit. Honourable Member Baini, please
Anytime,
proceed.
Mr. Speaker. So, sir, as I was saying, both the lawmakers, the legislative arm of government, and the judiciary, the arm that interprets and applies the law, recognizes the primacy of this article. And therefore, the motion is moved for it to be declared that only this House can amend that article. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to address this issue a quite notorious one. But sir, kindly don't be misguided. We are not here discussing whether the death penalty is abolished, should be abolished. We are discussing its constitutionality. Indeed, the rhetoric exists that the penalty is inhumane and breach human rights.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
Sorry, I'm concluding. Could you kindly permit me to? It's my last paragraph.
You may finish your sentence and then resume your seat.
Thank you, sir. Like I was saying, there is the rhetoric that it is inhumane and breach human rights. But sir, I'm not moving this motion to address this concern. I'm moving this motion to say the fact that is there in our law, it is trite and good law, and therefore it is constitutional. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, for your presentation. I now call on the Honorable Shadow Minister of Legal Affairs, the Honorable Chandrat Suprasad.
Please permit me to take off.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, in the interest of time, you no longer have to ask my permission to remove your mask. Just proceed with your presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, you will hear the honorable members mention that the imposition of the death penalty breaches Article 141 of the Constitution by reason that it offends against the evolving standard of humanity, as demonstrated by domestic and international state practice and judicial opinion. The honorable members will also attempt to say that the death sentence would be contrary to Guyana abiding international law's obligation under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Mr. Speaker, you would have recalled that the Leader of the Opposition would have quoted Article 8 of the Constitution, which states, any law which is inconsistent with the Constitution is void to the extent of the inconsistency. Any law, Mr. Speaker, in this instance is interpreted to mean domestic or international law. And therefore, sir, this notion that because Guyana would have signed on to some international treaty which are for the removal of the death penalty makes it unconstitutional must be discarded. Sir, it is undisputed that the interpretation of the fundamental rights laws, the court must take into consideration Article 39 of the Constitution, which states in their interpretation they should pay regards to international law and charters of human rights. However, Mr. Speaker, in interpreting Article 39, the court must also give effect to the intention of Parliament, this supreme lawmaking body. This, sir, was highlighted in the case of Enmore Estate Limited versus D.R. Singh, 1976, where it was not the intention of the framers of the Constitution to direct the court on how to determine issues pertaining to fundamental rights. This, sir, would be a great violation of the doctrines of separation of power. And therefore, while Article 39 is provided, the courts are not bound to apply these to international convention, but must merely consider them. Mr. Speaker, allow me to enlighten this House further on Guyana's legal architecture. Sir, this country is a dualist state. In a dualist state, Mr. Speaker, in the dualist legal system, sir, treaties that are signed onto by a signatory state are not automatically incorporated into the domestic law of that state. According to Justice Winston Anderson article, the treaty making in the Caribbean and practice, the question of parliamentary participation, the process of incorporation of the provision of an international treaty where not consistent with or not a part of the domestic law requires the enactment of the legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, the court cannot usurp the authority of this noble institution to pronounce on such matters. Mr. Speaker, Additionally, the Lord Justice Lord Hoffman in the case of John Higgs versus Minister of National Security and others in 2000.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Said unincorporated treaties cannot change the law of the land. They simply have no effect upon the rights and duties of citizens in the common or statute law. Mr. Speaker, Article 154 of the Constitution, which speaks to the 4th Schedule on Human Rights, has incorporated into the domestic right law enshrined in the international treaties, such as the Convention Against Torture or other inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment, but not as an absolute or unrestricted way. Mr. Speaker, 154A1 of the Constitution states, subject to paragraph 3 and paragraph 6, every person as contemplated by the respective international treaties set out to which Guyana has acceded is entitled to human rights enshrined in the said international treaties, and such rights shall be respected and upheld by the executive, legislature, the judiciary, and all organs of the agency of government, and where applicable to them, natural and legal persons, and shall be enforced in the manner hereinafter prescribed. Further, 154A6 explicitly states that the state may divest itself or otherwise limit the extent of its obligation under the treaty in the 4th Schedule, provided a 2/3 majority of elective members of the National Assembly voted in favor of such divestment. It is therefore recognized, sir, that the international
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to kindly seek your permission for an extension of time of 1 minute for my honourable friend to conclude.
Honourable Member, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is therefore recognized, sir, that international treaties do not take priority over provisions of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, to touch on the point which might purport that the sentence of death penalty would be contrary to Guyana binding international law obligation under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which safeguards the right to life, and also stipulate that countries which have not abolished the death penalty, the sentence may be implemented as long as certain conditions are met. Sentence of death may be imposed for only the most serious crimes. Therefore, there is absolutely no proscription against the death penalty in this treaty. Further, Mr. Speaker, the honourable members...
Honourable Member, your time is up. Please resume your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now call on the Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Honourable Divine Ross. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I please, Your Honor? Returning violence with violence multiplies violence, and this is according to Martin Luther King. Mr. Speaker, although Guyana has not carried out execution since 1997, death sentences continue to impose, and there are currently 14 persons on the death row. However, Mr. Speaker, with the submission of the motion by the honourable members of this House, it is a little confusing for me. I will just quote this part. Let it be resolved that the law complements and compounds itself to demonstrate the intention of the lawmakers to retain the death penalty as a form of lawful punishment and to guarantee that a court may therefore impose the sentence. From this, Mr. Speaker, I am getting that the honourable members of this House are trying to say that, okay, we must retain the death penalty, but this was not what the honourable opposition leader said. Furthermore, Guyana's continued retention of the capital punishment is an outliner, not only in the Caribbean, but in South America, since Guyana is the only country in South America that has the death penalty. And this is dated in the memorandum on the death penalty, dated the 10th of October, 2016. Also, on a global stage, since majority of the world's nations are removing from the death penalty, execution is a violent spectacle of official homicide and one that endorses killing to solve social issues, the worst possible example for our citizens and our children. Mr. Speaker, it is of the belief by the members of the opposition that one such benefit of retaining the death penalty is that it guarantees that the murderer commits no further crime. It is a high price to pay, since studies show that few convicted murderers that commit crimes do not commit any further crimes. I repeat, few convicted murderers. However, Mr. Speaker, what is guaranteed is that there are many instances and possibilities where the innocent person is being sentenced to death. I repeat, the innocent persons are being sentenced to death. Mr. Speaker, I am certain that we're all aware of the term an eye for an eye, but something to ponder upon, said by the great Mahatma Gandhi. An eye for an eye will leave the world blind. Can the state, which represents the whole society and is responsible for the protection of citizens, fulfill its duty by lowering itself to the level of the murderers? Mr. Speaker, let's face reality. Persons who choose a life of crime are not afraid of it. Further, Guyana infamously boasts of one of the highest suicide rates in the world. Honorable members, there's no doubt that the death penalty will increase the rate of inequality in our country. The poor and marginalized often lacks access to competent legal representation or suffer discrimination within the criminal justice system. As a result, the death penalty affects them inappropriately. If there is legal aid with the government, let's say the government pays for a lawyer, it is often very limited and not up to standards. An example being, low salaries are being paid to these lawyers. The judges can also be prejudiced.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Against people from minority groups and more likely to believe that they are guilty. Persons with mental health problems may not be able to properly instruct their lawyers, particularly if their mental health issues are not recognized. Moreover, it violates Article 149, protection from discrimination, and Article 149D, equality before the law, in the Constitution. Honorable members of the opposition, I strongly believe that our laws and the criminal justice system should lead us to higher principles that demonstrate a complete respect for life. To take a life when a life is being lost is revenge, not justice. In conclusion, honorable members, I must say that opposing the death penalty does not indicate a lack of sympathy for murder victims. I, the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, and my honorable members of the government will not, I repeat, will not support such a motion, which is hereby deemed as total confunction nonsense.
Honorable Member, your time is up. May you...
Mr. Speaker.
I will permit you 30 seconds to conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am gutted, disgruntled, and dismayed by this motion. Just a little advice to the members of the opposition. Don't raise your voice, but improve your argument.
Honorable members, this is the National Assembly. Maintain order. Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. I now call on the Honorable Shadow Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, the Honorable Vikash Budu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Leader of Opposition would have elaborated, the death penalty is provided for by Article 138(1) of the Constitution. Sir, I anticipated that the Honorable Member would want to suggest that the death sentence, as provided for by Article 138, does not prevent the death penalty from being unconstitutional. And I also anticipated that they would want to suggest that Article 138 was implicitly amended by the latter introduction of Article 149D, which states that the state shall not deny any person equality before the law or equal protection and benefit of the law. But, Mr. Speaker, if they are unaware, there were a series of amendments to the Constitution, and the intention of lawmakers to retain the death penalty was evident throughout. The death penalty was part of Guyana's 1966 Constitution in its original form and substance. As Article 4 of the Constitution stated, and I quote, "No person shall be deprived of his life intentionally saved in the execution of the sentence of a court in respect of an offense under the laws of Guyana or which he or she has been convicted," end quote. The provision was repeated verbatim in Article 4 of the 1970 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and Article 4 of the 1973 Constitution. And the provision of Article 4 has made into Article 138(1) of the current Constitution of Guyana. The only change that was made when it moved from Article 4 to Article 138(1), Mr. Speaker, was the addition of the words "or her life" immediately before the word "intentionally." So, in this case, Mr. Speaker, the death penalty has been retained in Guyana Constitution from time immemorial. Mr. Speaker, I must bring to the attention of the honorable members that there has been no other amendments to Article 138(1) but for the single amendment made by Act Number 10 of 2003. The amendment did not move to remove the constitutionality of the death penalty, but rather introduced limitation on the circumstances when it can be imposed, as it states, and I quote, "No person who was under the age of 18 years at the time when he or she commit an offense for which that person has pleaded or was found guilty shall be subject to capital punishment for the commission of that offense," end quote. Mr. Speaker, the death penalty even survived the 1999 reform process, which saw the enactment of the Constitutional Reform Commission Act to establish a Constitutional Reform Commission which received the Constitution to provide for the current and future rights of Guyanese people. And the report they presented to the National Assembly dealt with the protection of fundamental rights and freedom of the Guyanese people, Mr. Speaker. The right to life was one of the fundamental rights discussed at Chapter 6, Paragraph 6.5.4.2, and I will read a quote from it. I quote, "The right to life was discussed. It was considered that there should be a corresponding right to die. Example, in the case of terminal illness. A corollary to the issue of the right to life is the vexed question of the abolition of the death penalty." End quote. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the death penalty is still provided for in our Constitution means it survived this reform. The death penalty has survived this constitutional reform. Sir, as the Leader of the Opposition mentioned, the death penalty is also provided for by ordinary legislation, namely the Criminal Law Offense Act and the Criminal Law Procedure Act. And since we are on amendment, I must highlight that as recent as 2010 amendment were made pertaining to the death penalty. The Criminal Law Offense Act was amended in the year by Act Number 21 of 2010. It did not
Honorable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It did not remove the death penalty from the legislation, but rather, sir, all it simply did was remove the mandatory nature of the sentence and give the court discretion whether to impose the death penalty in Guyana. And here, the death penalty survived the legislative amendment process. Sir, I highlight all of this to prove the intention of the lawmakers to retain the death penalty as part of our Constitution and legislation. And sir, I highlight that to inform the members of the separation of power doctrine, which distinguish three branches of government: the executive, which is essentially the ruling party, the judiciary, which is the court, and the legislature, which is the parliament. From primary school, we learned that the legislator makes the law, the judiciary interprets and applies the law, and the executive enforces the law. So, sir, if after presenting this series of amendments, which highlights the intention I mentioned, then I would not be sung to suggest that Article 138 was implicitly...
Honourable Member, your time is up. Please conclude your sentence and resume your seat.
All right. The series of amendments, namely the move to change the sentence from mandatory to discretionary, buttress the principle that the lawmaker never intend to, in no manner or form, remove the sentence from being good law, and what is good law is constitutional. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member Boudou. We will now have the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs, Dante Wilson. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the legislature is obligated to ensuring that this nation is steered by a government whose standards reflect and complement the worldwide conception of a mature, contemporary society. In that regard, understanding that the death penalty in Guyana is not just specifically outlined and exclusive to three particular crimes, but the fact that it is outdated, considering that a person has not been executed in almost 25 years. The Organization of American States has labeled Guyana as a de facto abolitionist state. Hence, this nation is the reflection of that contemporary, maturing society. With this being said, Mr. Speaker, it is being argued that the abolition of the death penalty is imperative by members of the modern society because clearly there is an increase with regards to the respect of life and our obligations to protecting that by virtue of the protection of the rule of law. The last time a person was executed in Guyana, Mr. Speaker, it was the year 1997. Almost 25 years later, I find it counterproductive that the members of the opposition are unable to cogitate that our nation has adopted international best practices over time, and we have managed to preserve them. Consider the consequences of reneging on an international charter. I refer to the Cold War, when President Brezhnev of Russia signed an international treaty with the United States of America. In that treaty, it would be agreed that the Russian nations would be recognized by the rest of the European Union and the United States of America. And in return, Brezhnev would have to respect human rights. And when Brezhnev turned back on his word, there was, for want of a better word, a negative repercussion coming from both the local and international platforms to have him sanctioned, to place his government under pressure, and to have them ousted from office. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Guyanese, unlike the Russians, are not a world power. And if the Guyanese, the Russians rather, could not get away with a double standard, then how can we sign on to an international agreement and then simply break it because we believe that a person deserves to pay with their life? Now, Mr. Speaker, to date, there are dozens of cases where persons were convicted of murder. Yet, and to echo my Attorney General, a mere 14 persons are on death row. Is Section 100 of the Criminal Law Offences Act, Chapter 801, not being upheld? Or is there clearly a higher power in charge of what happens with regards to the decisions made by the men and women on the bench and the executive? Now, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights includes obligations to acknowledging the right to life and protection of sane, and charges chartered members to move to the eventual abolition of the death penalty. The Covenant further states that persons placed under the death penalty may apply or request amnesty, commutation, or pardon, and that it may be granted, Mr. Speaker. Now, before being a signatory, the death penalty was lawful, commonplace, and seen as a just punishment for the perpetrators of these specific crimes. And if our predecessors...
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if our predecessors had no intentions of Guyana conforming to international best practices, Mr. Speaker, they would have never signed the charter, and the executive would have absolutely every right in ensuring that the moratorium placed upon the society was rescinded. Now, what makes the death penalty in Guyana, or what considers the death penalty unconstitutional? The hangman, Guyana's only known apparatus for carrying out the death sentence, labeled cruel and inhumane by civil rights activists, lobbyist organizations, 25 of the 50 United States of America, and an additional 143 countries the world over. Mr. Speaker, in a logical and pragmatic sense, our conforming to the international covenant...
Honourable Member, your time is up. You may conclude with your sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a logical and pragmatic sense, our conforming to the international covenant on civil and political rights is step one and has the eventual result of the Guyanese population coming to conclusions that the death penalty has to be abolished.
Thank you, Honourable Member Wilson. Honourable Members, if you are the driver of PZZ 8482, you are asked to kindly remove it from the area which it is parked. We will now have the...
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion that my honourable friend be given an extension of 1 minute to conclude.
I will not allow it. Honourable Prime Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to further substantiate my government's position on the constitutionality of the death penalty. I must say that this motion moved by this honourable member of this honourable House, the leader of the opposition, that the death... And I would like to begin my presentation with this quote by the UN General, the former General Secretary for the United Nations, and I quote, "Death penalty has no place in the 21st century. Leaders across the globe must step boldly forward in favor of the abolition." End of quote, by Ban Ki-moon. Mr. Speaker, may I ask this honourable member, Mr. Bainey, if he is aware that Guyana incorporated the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights into its constitution through Article 39(2). Allow me to quote, "In the interpretation of the fundamental rights provisions in the Constitution, a court shall pay due regard to international law, international conventions, covenants, and charters bearing on human rights." End of quote. May I turn this honourable House attention to the Constitution of Guyana, to Article A141(1) of that explicitly states, and I quote, "No person shall be subjected to torture or inhumane or degrading punishment or other treatment." This provides for the protection of our people, all Guyanese. Turning your attention further to Article 39(2) that provides for the inherent dignity possessed by each and every Guyanese citizen. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this capital punishment is not only an infringement and a violation to human rights as established in the very Constitution of Guyana. Honourable members, the capital retention motion brought to this honorable house today is not only a violation of the people of Guyana's rights. In fact, it is the most cruel form of punishment and degrading treatment that is incompatible with the development of a civilized country. Capital punishment is an irreversible sanction. We cannot afford errors, and even in the best criminal system, there's always the possibility of human error. According to the inevitability of error, the Administration of Justice in Death Penalty Cases London, Death Penalty Project 2014, it shows convincing evidence that criminal justice process, irrespective of the country's concern, the susceptibility of human errors, and over hasty response to grave crimes. Therefore, honorable members, wherever capital punishment is imposed, there's always room for error, which means that innocent people can be convicted and sentenced. Allow me to quote from Helen Pregeen, a human rights activist. She said, and I quote, "If we as a people believe that murder is wrong and not admissible in a society, then it has to be wrong for everyone. And this includes not just individuals, but governments as well." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, capital punishment has not shown any evidence to suggest that it will stop anyone from committing a crime, rather than alternative punishments. The solution, therefore, must lie not in a penalty.
Honorable Prime Minister, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the solution must not lie in a penalty, but efforts that are put in place to prevent people from committing crimes. Therefore, in tackling such the social and cultural factors that contribute to lethal violence, by fashioning a more effective police criminal justice response that will increase the certainty of these criminals being caught. May I ask the honorable leader of the opposition if there is a humane way to execute someone? Lethal injection is sometimes seen as the kindest of them all because there are no visibly side effects. However, the intense pain that one can experience if it was done incorrectly can be adversely more painful. The suffering is not only about the minutes that it takes to
Honorable
execute
Prime Minister,
someone.
please conclude.
The suffering doesn't only start with when you execute someone, but think about it. From the minute you know that you are liable to that execution, you started suffering mentally, and that leads to a longer period of suffering, which is seen as sometimes more detrimental than the execution itself. Therefore, be it resolved that this violation to human rights, as the Constitution of Guyana allows for the protection of citizens from inhumane treatment, the death penalty infringes with that. And in no good conscience, that we will support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. I now pass the floor to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Richard Bainey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I did not prepare a speech to rebut because I want to explain some principles here in my rebuttal. Sir, in 2018, I recognized that the country had a mathematical problem, but I did not know there was a comprehension one as well. Sir, nowhere in my motion speaks of abolishing the death penalty. Nowhere in my motion speaks of any of the arguments in relation to human rights and how it infringes them and how depressed people get and all of that. Nowhere in the motion speaks about this. But what the motion does says is that a declaration is made by this youth parliament to explicitly acknowledge that the death penalty as provided for by law is not unconstitutional. All I'm asking for is a declaration, sir. If they were so concerned, the honorable members, with the rights and liberties of individual freedom and fundamental rights of the people, why did they not move to amend the motion for us to introduce a bill to amend the provision of the Constitution? A motion cannot amend law. A bill must be introduced. You should have come here and done better. But, Madam Attorney General, you were most misguided. The first whereas clause that you purported to interpret, evidently you did not do your own research, because it states that the law complements and compounds itself to demonstrate the intention of the lawmakers to retain the death penalty as a form of lawful punishment and to guarantee that the court may therefore impose the sentence. My honorable friend, Mr. Boudou, ran you through the series of amendments that the law went through. The Constitution, the ordinary legislation that provides for the death penalty. That is how the law complements and compounds itself. And I did not move here to say let it be retained. Did I mention that in the let it be resolved clause? No, I did not. I said the lawmaker's intention was proven there. The persons who amended and made that law, right? So let's get that out first. Sir?
Honorable Leader of the Opposition,
Mr.
speak
Speaker,
through the chair.
My apologies,
not-
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, there were some arguments that the Constitution infringes, the death penalty infringes certain articles of the Constitution. But I want to bring your attention back to Article 8. And the reason why I quoted it was to, let me just read it for you. It says, the Constitution is the supreme law, and if any other law is inconsistent with it. You know what what other law is? It refers to sources of law. It refers to ordinary statute. It refers to conventions. It refers to bylaws. It did not say if any other provision of the Constitution conflicts with itself, sir. It said if any other law. And therefore, sir, that makes it constitutional. Sir, I made some small notes. They mentioned that it goes against the rule of law, but to go against Article 8, which again, I might read for you, I may read for you actually, is the supreme law. What more is more arbitrary to the rule of law than to go against the supreme law? And sir, I want to make a point here. How this motion is voted upon will say a lot. Imagine if you are to go against the arguments that I propose. Where are your democratic values? You completely misinterpreted the motion first and foremost, so you could not have argued upon it, and if you read the provisions within the motion, you would have been enlightened that what it moves to say is just that a declaration is made. We could have moved at a later sitting to say that it is amended, right? But we just wanted that declaration to be made. But, sir, to argue against the Constitution, to argue against Article 8, what more is unconstitutional than that? Where are your democratic values? Sir, maybe I should have moved a motion of no confidence instead, because evidently we are headed in a state of dictatorship. We are headed in a state of dictatorship, sir, because if they cannot upheld the constitutional provisions, then what will they do for this great nation? Sir, the Honorable Prime Minister, she spoke of the ICCPR, how glorious it is and how Guyana signed on to it. But my honorable friend right next to me here, he told you of the legal architecture of the country. He told you that Guyana is a dualist state.
Remember, you have 1 minute remaining.
Guided, Mr. Speaker, I'm wrapping up. He told you Guyana is a dualist state. And he told you by ratifying a law, it does not mean you are bound by it. It must be enacted by legislation. And that has not been done. Are you not aware? Are you not aware? Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the honorable, most honorable member not aware of Article 138, which states that the sentence is legitimate? The sentence is legitimate! I believe I have expressed to the extent where, like I mentioned, the vote will tell how this motion moves forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. That concludes the debate on the motion. I now put the question. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? No. Clerk, division.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Rajkumar Kamraj.
Yes.
Ms. Khaleesi Fraser.
Yes.
Ms. Savitri Ramlochan.
Yes.
Ms. Narissa Stewart.
Yes.
Mr. Akeem Myers.
Yes.
Mr. Romario Swetnam. Mr. Keshav Tiwari.
Yes.
Ms. Esla Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Chandradat Jagdeo.
Yes.
Mr. Ashton Hussain.
Yes.
Ms. Alicia Singh.
Yes.
Ms. Bibi Waziri Yassin.
Yes.
Ms. Shania Mitchell.
Yes.
Mr. Amar Budram. Mr. Vikash Basdio.
Yes.
Mr. Vikash Budu.
Yes.
Mr. Chandradat Sipusad.
Yes.
Mr. Richard Baini.
Yes.
Honorable Oscar Adams.
No.
Honorable Ethan Pujadas.
No.
Honorable Tisha Davison.
No.
Honorable Naresh Sugrim.
No.
Honorable Angela Ramudit.
No.
Honorable Kezia Albert.
No.
Honorable Purandial Umacharan. Honorable Giselle Williams.
No.
Honorable Kieran Williams.
No.
Honorable Chitranjan Jaikisoon.
No.
Honorable Dante Wilson.
No.
Honorable Trevon Melville.
No.
Honorable Devashani Naipal.
No.
Honorable Marlon Phil.
No.
Honorable Babita Singh.
No.
Honorable Kira Mahadio.
No.
Honorable Tabitha Alves.
No.
Honorable Divine Ross.
No.
Honorable Malaika Russell.
No.
Mr. Speaker, 16 members voted in favor of the motion, 18 members voted against the motion, and 3 members abstained.
Honorable members, the motion is not carried. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of our business on the order paper for today. Honorable Prime Minister, you may hold up, Prime Minister. Honorable members, before we proceed to the adjournment, I would like to recognize the presence of several dignitaries. The Charge d'Affaires of China, Shen Zhuli. the High Commissioner of India to Guyana, Dr. K. Srinivasa, the EU Ambassador, His Excellency Fernando Canto, the Charge d'Affaires of the U.S., Mr. Mark Cullinan, the High Commissioner of Canada to Guyana, Commissioner Mark Berman, and I'd like to also recognize the Minister of the Public Service, Honorable Sonia Parak. Thank you, ministers and dignitaries, for joining us today. I would now ask the Prime Minister to move the adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to move this adjournment of the Assembly.
Honorable Prime Minister to 2022.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I wish to move the adjournment of this Assembly to 2022.
The Assembly now stands adjourned to 2022.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today's sitting. This afternoon, you were privy to robust debates by our young parliamentarians for the 6th Annual Youth Parliament, the 4th sitting of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament. I must say that I am deeply impressed by what I observed here today. And I would reiterate by saying that Guyana is in a good place. We have stellar young men and women here today, and they would have exhibited a sense of poise when they are presenting. I noticed that, and I would just like to say to each and every one of you, congratulations, and give yourselves a round of applause, please. The judges are tallying the scores and the figures for the best debaters for this sit-in, and as we give them some time to come up with those figures, I would just like to open the floor to remarks by the mentors that are here. Some of you are here. If you would like to, if you can just step on the floor next to the mic closest to you, and you can share any remarks that you would like to share. Any one of you, any of the mentors.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Members of Parliament, dignitaries, the organizing committee. Good afternoon again. And could I just say, firstly, before I begin, just how successful Youth Parliament 2021 has been. I think we should give a big round of applause. Firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks on behalf of myself and the fellow mentors to the Speaker and the Organizing Committee of Parliament for having us here. I would say that having returned to Parliament from 2019 to now, not as a youth parliamentarian but as a mentor, this is another step in my personal development, and I'm certain the other mentors can say the same. I would also like to say congratulations to all of you parliamentarians, especially to my mentees. I think you all have performed extremely well. This is a delightful experience. I hope that you all take it with you. to your last days, because I'm certain that you will reflect on this constantly, especially as you go ahead into different endeavors and continue to develop yourselves. I would also like to urge the Parliament Office to hopefully one day make this experience available to all of Guyana's children. As someone that hails from Berbice, I can tell you pointedly that not everyone in Berbice feels included in some of the initiatives that happens here in the capital. Most persons feel as though those initiatives are actually for the benefit of those in the capital. And I must say that as I look around, I see fellow Barbicians here, and I'm thankful that this was expressed to us, and I hope that in the future going forward, these opportunities can be made available to all of Guyana's children. Once again, thank you very much for having us, and I do look forward to many more opportunities like this in the future.
I thank you very much for your feedback, and I assure you the Planning Committee will take it into advisement. Is there anyone else who would like to share? The Honourable Member of Parliament, Mr. Cameron Ramjatan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What?
Moderator, not as yet.
Mr. Chairman of the proceedings in this session. Having heard some of the arguments made by members from both opposition and government side, I got the distinct impression, why are you doing in Parliament? There should have been lots more like you in it, especially on these issues. I am so impressed with the quality of the research done on the very many issues that were brought via the motions that were prepared or arranged. But there is a special other particular that I am very impressed about, and that is the emotion that is put into the argument, especially like what I saw just now from the Leader of the Opposition. And that is a quality of a parliamentarian that matters plenty, because when you believe in what you're arguing, it goes a far way in instructing what are the values that you would like to see for your society. And so it is very important that at least the young people are putting in the emotions and the research to ensure that we get the values that we want, whether it be an oil refinery, whether it be better management of our mangroves, whatever. And I'm very happy to see you performing as you do. I know that the judges are going to have a hell of a time determining winners and losers and who are the best here, because we had quite a number of very, very good speakers. And you know, the final point, if I may say this is my first time here, and I have to put it down to the staff. Why after, and I've been in Parliament for 30 years now, my first time as a mentor, I will have to chastise a couple of the staff members for not allowing me to be here prior years. But now that I'm here, thanks so much for giving me this opportunity, and thanks again for the great performances. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honourable Member for making the time to be here. Before I invite anyone else to speak, I would just like to mention that persons are viewing on our social media pages, and I would just like to give a little shout out to some of them. I am seeing Miss Pratima Lal. She says that she is proud of our young people. And like myself, I am so proud of each and every one of you. So let's give it up for them, for yourselves. Also, Miss Saviti Mangal, she also is proud of the youth parliamentarians. And this is the response that we are looking for. We want to see these diamonds in the rough, all right? And I am elated to be here as the moderator and as staff of the Parliament Office and part of the Planning Committee, of course, headed by Ms. Carletta Charles. And we are happy to do this because, of course, this is a public service, and we do believe that what we are doing here is going to be beneficial to our nation. So we will continue striving to do so. At this point in time, I would like to invite anyone else who would like to give brief remarks as the judges continue their tallies.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to say congratulations to all youth parliamentarians, both the government and the opposition, especially the performance that we had from some of the members of the government side and some of the members from the opposition side. I don't want to name people because I don't want others to feel not special. But I really, really appreciate the effort that you make and the work that you put in to make your speeches and your delivery as best as you can. I want you to just give yourself another round of applause for that. And while I'm here, I want to also add or perhaps petition the governing committee that perhaps that youth parliament can become something that is legislated, affording members of youth parliament an opportunity to perhaps make speeches and presentations from their various regions in the actual Parliament of Guyana, which can again emphasize and bring some amount of importance to what the youth have to say. And we can clearly see that we have a lot to say by just being here and our performance. And with that being said, thank you again for affording me the opportunity to mentor. And I will always accept an invitation from this noble house. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your suggestions. And I saw what you did there. Duly noted. I would just like to remind each and every one of you in the House today that I would like to invite our members of Parliament, our youth members, and our special invitees, the Diplomatic Corps, to our prize-giving ceremony, which would be downstairs in the lawns of the public buildings. That would be right after the judges would have tallied and at least give us the best speakers for today's sitting. I know who the best speaker is already, but, and I have the name right here. The judges actually slipped me the name. Oh yes, youth parliamentarians. Yes, so you're all winners in my book and in the judges' books, I think. So, is there anyone else that would like to share? I would like to invite the clerk of the... Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mr. December. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're all tired, but I assure you I don't think we have that much longer. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Parliament staff, especially Ms. Carlito. I'm sure that this experience is something that we all enjoyed and we'll all take further. Also, I'd like to thank the Speaker for this initiative. Secondly, I'd like to encourage all of the participants, because I'm sure prior to this, some of you might not have done that much public speaking. But now with this opportunity, you have seen what you're capable of. So I'd like to encourage you to take this to your communities and your villages so that your voices can be heard. Don't just throw away the experience and go back home and let that be it. So you never know, maybe in a few years you can be right back here serving in a different position. So with that, I'd like to say thank you and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
I thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I would now ask the Speaker of the National Assembly for the Youth Parliament to give his remarks.
Thank you, Yannick. It is beyond a doubt that over time, throughout from its inception to now, that the Youth Parliament has completely evolved from what it was into what it is today. You guys have a longer time, you have more time to interact with each other, formulate your speeches, and I think you have more of a sense of understanding of what you're doing here. It is amazing to see and to witness the presentations that would come from you guys in this period of time, and especially to witness the amount of passion and vigor that you guys all possess when it comes to your presentations. Interestingly so, as speaker, you want to clap and you want to applaud when salient points are made. However, you have to refrain from doing such, and sometimes you have to smile. And I understand the amount of difficulty it would have on the actual Speaker of the National Assembly when it comes to this. However, I really know that the staff of the Parliament Office have gone out of their way to make each and every one of you comfortable enough here. I am thankful for the involvement of the mentors, and I'm thankful for the staff, and I'm thankful for the interactions that we've all had over time. You guys are truly an amazing bunch, and I look forward to either seeing you on a greater sphere somewhere else along the lines of this in the future, and even interacting after today and after this week. So I look forward to seeing you guys again, and thank you so much for your presentations and your time here at the Youth Parliament. Yannick.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can't believe I'm saying Mr. Speaker. Just
Mr. Speaker, could we put that into something? Could we make that something?
It was only yesterday that Stefan himself was a youth parliamentarian and a mentor, and I can tell you that this young man really did a lot of work throughout all the previous youth parliaments. I can recall us being at the hotel room 2, 3 o'clock in the mornings, helping with speeches, and still have to return very early in the morning to continue our program. COVID-19 has really set us back, and what I would like to say is that regardless of the pandemic, we were able to still have a youth parliament, and to that I would like to say congratulations. The experiences garnered from this year's youth parliament would be different from all the other years because we couldn't get the interaction, the personal interaction like the others, but what I can say to you is that some interaction is better than no interaction. So to that, I would like to say I'm extremely happy once again, and I really can't stop stressing on the fact of how happy I am to be here. I am also looking at the comments here, and Ms. Levy Holmes says very good, and she thinks that the youths are the future and to keep up the good work. Jas Singh has also said well done, and the speaker did a good job. Who told her to say that?
Did I do a good job? I'm pretty sure I did.
Yes, Ms. Fraser, Julia Fraser, she said our youth parliamentarians are doing great, and she's proud of all of you. A job well done, and she's appreciative of the fact. I would just like to thank each and every viewer out there who would have taken the time to view our sittings on all our social media platforms. I thought it was good for them to take that time to sit and follow, and not only follow when it's the National Assembly, but also follow the youths, because each and every one of you have some ideas, and I would just like you to continue propelling yourself forward and using this platform to showcase some of those ideas that you may have. And I am sure that the members of Parliament that are seated here currently are taking stock of what each and every one of you are thinking and feeling about the various motions that were seen here in these sittings over the past 2 days. Is there anyone else from the current Youth Parliament that would like to share any remarks at this point in time? Please feel free to stand and share those remarks. As the judges continue their tally.
I'd just like to echo a few sentiments that have been said already. Thanking the parliamentary staff for hosting this. I saw the amount of work they put into it, and they were dedicated. They were really behind taking care of us, and they made sure that this was a great experience. I came late to the event because of a last-minute fallout, and I still felt at home. It was amazing speaking to all of you fellow parliamentarians. The motions were good, but just having conversations with you, it really invigorated me to feel that, you know, we're going in good directions. We have good thoughts and we have good, you know, connections with each other and with our country, and that really inspired me. I do have a few issues. I noticed that we're terribly underrepresented in terms of our indigenous members, and I think that that should be looked at. You know, it should be reflective of society, the amount of members that come in here, and that should be something that should be looked into. On the positive side, I would like to thank personally the Honorable Cameron Dram-Datan, Honorable Alistair Charlie, Honorable Speaker. I've seen them around, they've been here and they've stayed, and you don't see that with I wouldn't say politicians, with leaders. You don't see very often leaders that take such an active role in fostering youth, in fostering growth, and I would like to really commend them, and I think we should give them a round of applause for that. Overall, this experience has been amazing, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Before anyone shares their remarks, I would just like to acknowledge Dr. Vindhya Prasad. She is a Minister of Human Services and Social Security and also a Member of Parliament. I thank you for being here today. So yes, Melanie John, she said extremely well done. I am really, these comments, I'm lost for words. These comments are just wonderful. Take some time and go through them for yourselves, and you will see that the job that you did here for the past 2 days, right, and today, right, you can see the gratitude and the admiration coming from the viewers. And I would just like to say to those viewers once again, thank you very much. What we will do is I am going to call on the judges one after the other, and we will end with the chief judge as they continue with their tallies. Let me just find out if they're ready. Wonderful. I would first call on Mr. Neil Marks. Mr. Neil Marks has worked in the print and the broadcast media in Guyana for the past 22 years. He currently works as a producer and editorial consultant with Newsroom while working as the Guyana correspondent for Reuters. Neil's work has appeared in the New York Times, BBC, and UK Guardian. He is the immediate past president of the Guyana Press Association. Mr. Marks serves as a project volunteer on community enhancement. Apart from English, Neil speaks Mandarin. He is an advocate for Creole language, and his goals include the establishment of community-based news hubs in Guyana's minority languages. I would just like to introduce or to welcome Mr. Marks as he gives his remarks today.
Thank you very much, Yannick. I know many persons have said a lot of things this afternoon, so I don't want to drag you out further. I just want to be presumptuous and echo the statements of Mr. Ramjitan that I could see many of you replacing many in the current parliament at the moment. And I want to confuse you a little bit this afternoon so that you get a little bit more nervous. I'd like to tell you about some of my favorite speakers this afternoon, and two of them are the best speakers this afternoon. So my list was Richard Bainey, Savitri Ramlochan, Bibi Yassin, Trevon Melville, Divine Ross, Kieran Williams, Chitranjan Jaikisu. So two of you are the best speakers this afternoon. So I hope I've managed to make you more nervous. You were very sound in your presentations. Your arguments were logical. You were controlled when you needed to be. You were firm when you needed to be, enthusiastic when you needed to be. I really enjoyed the debate, especially the last motion this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marks. I would now like to call on Mr. Carl Greenidge. He is currently Guyana's agent to the IECJ and advisor on borders to the MOFA. This post follows 2 stints as Minister of Finance and Planning, and latterly Vice President and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guyana. He is a former co-president of the joint ACP-EU, Council of Ministers of the African, Caribbean, and the Pacific States, and the European Community. On returning to politics in 2011, he was a member of the 10th Parliament, at which time he served as the chairman of the PAC, the Economic Service Committee, and the Special Select Committee on Telecommunications. Please welcome Mr. Carl Greenidge.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity to share a few words. This is on the scores, and I will limit myself to the comments made by Neil, as it were, as to the speakers that struck me in the presentation, because I believe I'm required to say something else afterwards, so I don't want to repeat myself. First of all, a number of the speakers were particularly impressive, and in terms of the highest marks I'm awarded on my sheets, the names were as follows. Mr. Pujadas, that is Ethan Pujadas on the first day, N. Sugrim, who also I think was an excellent speaker, K. Mahadio. Now, those are on the government side. On the opposition side, it was a little bit more challenging. In terms of numbers, you have Kieran Williams and Vikash Basdeo, I think the name is. But also, I think with good presentations were the presentations we had by Joshua Williams and Oscar Adams. Okay, again, the overall scores will be elsewhere, but can I just take a minute to say that I thought that the presentations, especially on the legal side, and one of the speakers who spoke on 2 different motions was particularly impressive, because he appeared either 1 or 2 on mine on both those presentations, and it tells you something of the quality of the persons. Perhaps perhaps I should mention the name. This is the leader of the opposition, and I was also I was a little blown away. I don't know it's because of my incompetence in legal matters. I will consult with Dr. Ramjitan afterwards. But I thought that the presenters of the case in relation to the constitutionality of the capital punishment was really quite remarkable. The quality of the presentations all round was, for me, very, 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 very good in terms of the coverage, in terms of the research that was undertaken, and also perhaps more than the others. Maybe these people have plans to to join Mr. Ramjatan in his chambers, but the presentation, with one exception, without reading from the notes, was, I think, very, 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 very impressive. Allow me a second. Let me just mention a couple of the names that arose in that regard. Divine Ross, Dante Wilson were two, in addition to the leader of the opposition. But this is not to perhaps ignore the quality of presentation by Vikash Bodu, in particular amongst those. So that's what I wanted to mention, and the leader of the team will indicate the overall winners in the two categories.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Certainly a pleasure to have been here for the 2 days and listening to our young people. And I must say that we have every reason to be hopeful for the future because they have done exceedingly well. For me, I looked at the articulation, the confidence, also the research that was done. Those are the things I looked for and dealing with the issue at hand. And for me, I would say the first day, like the second day, we had remarkable presentation. It was a tough job for us, as you may have noticed, because we have so much stars among us here today that it was a difficult task. But for the first day on the government side, I have Kieran Williams, who is the Minister of Armenian Affairs. I have Oscar Adams, and I have Joselle Williams. On the opposition side for the first day, beg your pardon, it's the Shadow Minister of Health, Bibi Yassin, Vikas Basdeo, as well as Esla Moore. Those are the names that I have. But as I said before, you all have done a remarkable job. So I want you to feel very good about this process that has unfolded here the 2 days. On the second day, on the government side, I have Malika Russell, Tabitha Alves, Purandial Omacharan, and Mir Rahman. Those are the people that I was really fascinated about in what they have done. From the opposition side, I have Romain Swetnam and Richard Bani, the leader of the opposition. You have really done a lot, especially today. I was amazed at your drama and the way you exerted a lot of energy. That was really amazing. And then we have Charandat Sivpasad and Kesha Tiwari. So those are the people that I was impressed me a lot. As I've said, everyone did a good job. However, when we take the sum total of the three of us together, we have concluded that Kieran Williams would have been the best debater from the government side. And we extend our heartiest congratulations to you, Kieran. And on the opposition side, the Shadow Minister of Health, Bibi Yassin, you also did a remarkable job. Overall in the debate, the government has won the debate. And they score 4,712 points. And the opposition, they got 3,921 points. So on behalf of our two colleagues here, we want to extend our best wishes to all of you. And I want to also say that how efficient our speaker was, as well as our staff, our support staff here. And I said to myself, my God, look how well these young people are managing, and then the divisions that they have been calling. That was a shocker. you know. But you all have done well, and we want to congratulate you and wish you all the best. And we know that one day you will be sitting in this hallowed chambers representing the people of Guyana. Congratulations, and thank you all very much.
Thank you to our esteemed judges. Thank you to the youth parliamentarians, and I would just like to remind you once again to join us downstairs for the prize-giving ceremony. And in the efforts of time, I would just like for us to speedily do this. And for persons who are viewing, please stay tuned for the coverage of the prize-giving ceremony for the 6th Annual Youth Parliament 2021. Please, thank you.
We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Albert. Speaker of the National Assembly, Ministers of Government, Members of Parliament, Youth Parliamentarians of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament, both senior and junior categories, Clerk of the National Assembly, who is viewing virtually, staff of the Parliament Office, members of the Diplomatic Corps, special invitees, esteemed judges, mentors, teachers, members of media in attendance, and to the many viewers on our social media pages tuning in. Welcome to the prize-giving ceremony for the 6th Annual Youth Parliament 2021. In the effort of time, I would like to welcome each and every one of you quickly to this ceremony as the curtains come down on the 6th Annual Youth Parliament 2021. I would like to invite Mr. Carl Greenidge, advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation on Borders and the agent for Guyana for the International Court of Justice, to deliver his remarks. Mr. Carl Greenidge.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies. Is that the capacity in which you're speaking this afternoon, or same as upstairs? Honorable ladies and gentlemen, friends, and especially the young people who both entertained and informed us over the last few days. It is really a great pleasure for me to be afforded the opportunity to say a few words this afternoon on this occasion. As I think all of you will appreciate, I shouldn't need to tell you, but let me just do so, just so that we are all on the same page. The importance of an event like this cannot be overstated. Our country, like many in the developing world, is populated primarily by young people. When I say young people, I'm not speaking of those of us who, at the age of, well, let us not mention a specific age, who like to regard ourselves as perhaps young in spirit. I'm speaking about those that are also physically and mentally young. It is very important, especially where today we are faced with so many challenges, for the mechanisms of decision-making, for the fora in which debates take place, to have a space, to have a process that allows the young people in the community to participate. We live in a country, and I'm not trying to be political here, where some people, when they're reprimanded for certain types of behavior, are fond of saying, but that's politics. In fact, often it has nothing whatsoever to do with politics, but to do with bad behavior or bad manners. The process of politics is part of a process of governance, part of a process of dialogue, part of a process of ensuring that debates can take place with people holding different opinions, different views. Some of those will be critical of one's own stance, and it does not mean that this is an opportunity for abuse or anything like that. But the point I want to make is, if you expect your young people to participate meaningfully in the process of governance, you can't wait until they enter Parliament. You have to start that process at a very, very early stage. And throughout the Caribbean, with the assistance of the Commonwealth Youth Program, I see some older hands from there, with the contribution of various agencies, including CARICOM, government agencies, Parliament Office, and so forth, we have had in place for some years mechanisms that specifically seek to inculcate in those of our young people that are interested the values and the processes that go with democracy, and democracy in its widest sense, but more specifically with the process of debate. That is a process by which problems are confronted, they are acknowledged, by which ideas for resolving those problems can be generated, and a process by which, between differing groups, they can allow ideas to contend, and the most predominant, the most valued ideas can be adopted by the community. And as Mr. Kemara said earlier, having listened to these young people, I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, the second opportunity that I've had to be exposed to our young people in this forum, one cannot fail to be impressed. Impressed in a number of ways. I think we often complain that young people, especially if you're teaching UG or somewhere else, you will hear the complaint, they don't read, they don't take an interest in anything, their time span is very short, and this type of complaint. Somehow, if that is true, we have managed to select from the community of young people the exceptions. I don't think they're the exceptions. Of course, our educational mechanism needs to find a way to encourage them to do the things that will enhance their capacity. But what I want to say is that we saw, and I was told just now, the topics that were selected were topics selected by these young folks themselves. And in selecting those topics, it enabled them to own the topics. And I'd like to say the topics covered, from the seat of someone who is not as young as he might like to be, the topics are very important, they are current, and they are very relevant to the challenges that we face today. Of course, we are in a season today where the rains began sometime in December, and in August, I'm having an experience that I've never had in my life of heavy rains every morning in the month of August, unheard of. So they address the issue of inundation, which follows from rains of that type, as well as the challenges that arise from trying to ensure that the infrastructure associated with drainage and irrigation can be enhanced, and that our attention is drawn to the economics of it. I didn't always agree with the arguments I heard. Some of them were not, in my view, accurate, but by and large, whether it was on drainage and irrigation, in fact, where a significant degree of knowledge was demonstrated, or law, where I was even more astonished to see the familiarity with many of the speakers with things legal, constitutional issues pertaining to capital punishment, for example, or whether it is in areas that had to do with gas and oil, the challenges of gas and oil, sometimes with complicated economics. Again, some of these need to be mastered, and you see the problem of existing in a community where knowledge isn't always accurate. What is disseminated isn't always accurate. So you see that there's opportunity to improve in a number of areas in which we have to provide, perhaps better access to information and literature, so that we're aware of what is happening in oil and gas. You can hear assumptions about what will happen, what has happened. In fact, neither petroleum demand nor production has fallen, which many people contend. This is not the case, and in fact what we see is that demand for petroleum products in the next 5 to 20 years will increase, is likely to increase. What will happen to prices, we don't necessarily know, but you have assumptions made, and I'm saying this not to criticize the speakers, but so that they can understand that they need to research widely, and they need to be critical with the things they read, because some of it is clearly nonsense. I think they themselves have recognized at times that there are contradictory information. There's contradictory information being provided. So I'm just drawing attention to those areas where one needs over time to develop a capacity. I think they also recognize and show a command of the process of the House. The parliamentary procedures aren't very easy, and one has to pay attention to learning them. I had colleagues when I first entered Parliament that encouraged me, devote yourself right from the beginning study the rules of the House, understand them, see how they're being used and manipulated, so that you can be an effective member. It's not only about economics or the law or the engineering. All of these things have to be mastered. So I was very pleased to see the degree of maturity exhibited by our young people in these areas and in these arenas, and would like also to say something about the gender dimension. In the context of the UN, UNICEF, which is also part of a process of encouraging young people, we see a lot of concern raised about, not merely about the Afghanistan type treatment of females in our society, but even in the Caribbean, which likes to treat itself as an exception, there is tremendous violence against women, for example. Some of it arising from ignorance and a lack of confidence on the part of men who the education system may have failed. That's part of the problem. But what is very pleasing, because I'm not here to address that problem, is to see not only the number of young women participating in an exercise like this, but the fact is that they stand their own, in fact. They do as well, as good as, and often as better than the young men. And this, I think, is a dimension of which we have to be very proud, and it tells us a lot, that there's a lot to look forward to in the future as regards our young people. We have to ensure that the enthusiasm that they have shown, the skills they have demonstrated, the confidence in the delivery of material, whether the material is everyday material that they find in the net, or they've gone to the trouble to look at a law book or a book on agriculture, the outcome was very commendable, and I would like to join or to encourage the Parliament office, the political parties themselves also, to ensure that our young people continue along these lines, and that the purpose for this exercise, which is to give them confidence in themselves, ensure that the voice of the youth can be heard in the analysis of the problems that we have, and that the tools of debate, the toing and froing of debate, can be mastered by our young people at a very early age and in all the different fora. So I would hope that we will understand that this is not something to be restricted only to the legislature. I mean, some of them carry titles of shadow ministers, some of them carry titles of ministers of agriculture, ministers of health. But what we have to try and ensure is that in the other arms of the executive, that we can also introduce them in this manner to decision-making and governance and the respect of rules, because the respecting rules and working within rules is one of the hallmarks of development. It's one of the hallmarks of development. So these are the points I'd like to make, and to thank you ever so much for affording us the opportunity to see these young people at work, and for me to say a few words to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greenidge, for your remarks. I would like to now call on Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan, Member of Parliament, to share brief remarks.
Thank you very much. I understand it was Dr. Tandika. Yeah, okay. She's not here. I just want to repeat what I said upstairs and to state that it has been an illustration for me that democracy is alive and kicking in Guyana. By virtue of what I saw, the preparation, the research, the articulation, the formulation, all makes me so proud to be Guyanese. And that came largely from the very many speakers we had, talking on the issues ranging from death penalty to management of our mangrove, to whether we should have an oil refinery here. And that it is important too because not only was the work put in, but I rather suspect the work was so much assimilated that it really got into some of the speakers. And that is important because as young people, when you read, you're going to start, of course, believing. And especially when you read from those that are facts rather than the fake. Because quite frankly, in today's world, and I noticed that you managed exceptionally to ensure that the fake as against the fact was discerned. It is a very difficult thing sometimes in a complicated society like we live in on these very many issues to make that distinction. If we don't start doing that, we could fall for a lot of fake news. But a lot of what I heard there in the past 2 days was wonderful. And for that, I want to end on this note. Remember this, and remember this always. Good readers make better leaders. Thank you very much.
I thank the member for his brief remarks. I would like to call on the man of the hour, the honorable member, the honorable Speaker of the National Assembly. I stand corrected. The Honorable Manzoor Nadir. Please give it up for him as he comes to share brief remarks.
Thank you, MC, honorable members of Cabinet, excellencies of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Parliament, we have 2 former vice presidents with us, youth MPs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Youth Parliament is something which I'm very passionate about, having been involved in it. And I want to say to our upcoming parliamentarians and leaders at all levels in our Guyanese society. The Honorable former Vice President mentioned the issue of democracy is alive and well. Democracy requires us putting our money where our mouth is. My first engagement with Youth Parliament started in 1983, funded by the German government in the Caribbean. And at that time, the Germans, they have 4 foundations. In October, the United States established the National Endowment for Democracy, and all these programs help to build democratic values among young people. So don't ever, when you become finance minister and president and minister, don't ever knock out the allocations to our young people to build democratic values. The exercise we have just concluded is just one of the initiatives which our National Assembly is engaged in to ensure that our people can understand what the role of the members of Parliament and the functions of the legislature are. That's why we're doing this. Not only to bring you together and establish strong relationships. And so with that, I too offer my congratulations to all of you. I want to commend the really hard-working young team who have put together this program, and more particularly, who work under a strategy, not a direction from my office. And today, like all of you who have spoken before me, I feel very proud also. I understand many of our guests this evening has to go to another function at 7 o'clock. I want to thank them for gracing our occasion with their presence. And I want to say to all of you, continue your hard work in service to our people of Guyana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your brief remarks. Once again, for the efforts of time, we would like to go straight into the distribution of certificates and prizes to the participants. We will begin with the junior category. The government side, the junior category. As I call your name, please step forward to receive your prizes and your plaques. Prime Minister, I apologize for the delay there. The Prime Minister, could you please step forward, sir, Mr. Divine Kalalizi? Yes. Yeah, this one. Yes. Could I ask someone from the diplomatic corps to please step forward to give this young man His Excellency Fernando Canto. Afina Wolford. Mm-hmm. Ashmani Jaigobin. Ashmani Jaigobin. Amir Atherley Ward. Followed by Bruce Bernard. Bloon Lima. Whitney Johnny. Miss Whitney Johnny. Marquise Benjamin. Sharida Prasad. Jaheem James. Big baller. I'd like to thank the Ambassador Canto for distributing these. Thank you so much. I would like to now call on His Excellency Mr. Mark Burnham, Canadian High Commissioner to Guyana, to distribute these. Parmeshwaram Gobin. Adrian King. And Nathalia Henry. Deaja Ferreira. Daniel Dowding. Taisha Moore. Caroline Platter. Sakaya Jones. Gamisha Samlal. I would like to thank the High Commissioner for distributing these prizes, these certificates. I would now like to turn to the government side for the senior category of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament 2021. I would like to call on the Honorable Sonia Parag to distribute the certificates. Prime Minister for this year's 6th Annual Youth Parliament, senior category, Malika Russell. Yes. You have worked hard. Put your hands together. Divine Ross, wonderful. Wonderful presentation today. Tabitha Alves. Kira Mahadiu. Smile. Up next, we'll have Babita Singh. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the youth parliamentarians, please. I'd like to thank the Honorable Minister for distributing the plaques. I would like to call on the High Commissioner, yours truly, Dr. K.J. Sharnivas. I'll tell you a little story about him quickly. when I met this High Commissioner, he came for a tour, and for the life of me, I sat there, we stood there probably like about 5 minutes trying to get this name correctly, and I'm still not getting it. Nevertheless, I would like to call on Marlon Phil. Please step this way. High Commissioner. Thank you. Right here. Devashani Nayapal. Wonderful. Let's hear it for her. I don't know about you, but I'm not hearing anything on that side of the house. What is going on? Trevon Melville, step right up, sir. You and your mustard pants, lovely. Dante Wilson, sharp like a razor blade. Wonderful. Chichandran Jaikisoon. Matching, boys, we're matching. Kieron Williams. Yes, sir. I would like to thank the High Commissioner. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and distributing. I would like to now call on Dr. Vindhya Prasad, Minister of Human Services and Social Protection. Joselle Williams. Puran Dayal Omacharan. I love that name. Thank you. You did.
Like his Texas study.
The lady that sang the national anthem, Ms. Kezia Albert. Angelina Ramudit. Narish Sugrim. Congratulations, sir. Put your hands together for this young man. Taisha Daveson. Oh, I love the Diamante mask. Ethan Pujas. Pujaras. Oscar Adams. Mir Rahman. Could you go on the other side, sir? Well, that seems to be the last person for this category, Honorable Member. Thank you very much, Minister. I will now call on the junior category for the opposition side. Sarah, well, before I call, sorry, I should have called the Honorable, the Charge d'Affaires, Mark, calling him. We tried. Sarah Danraj, let's hear it for her. She is the leader of the opposition. Let's hear it for her, please. She did a wonderful job today. Yadeli Downer. Christina Roberts. Come on, let's hear it for Christina Roberts. Christina, that's your namesake. I see. Julius Marquez. Gilly Marcello. Bibi Kanai. Go West them, go West them. Tiffany Williams. Nelville Seram. Nelville Seram. I would like to thank you, sir, for the distribution of the certificates at this time. I would now like to call on the Charge d'Affaires of China, Mr. Shen Shili. How did he pronounce it? Oh, Chen Shilai. I would like to call on Amisha LaRose. Please step forward. Siobhan Joseph, you're up next. Put your hands together for Siobhan Joseph. Marcus Liu. Ariel Ashby. David Hassan. Colleen Alberton. Yadram Kotaram. I would like to thank you, sir, for distributing the certificates today. I would like to now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Alistair Charlie, to distribute the certificates. Terry McRae. Put your hands together for Daniel Singh. These young men and women are Very brave. Crystal Smart. That concludes the junior category for the opposition. Now on to the opposition, the senior category for the opposition. Do I need a special introduction for this young man? Richard Biney, leader of the opposition. Mr. Biney, by the way, told me that this was the first, when he was in the Speaker's National Youth Debating Competition, told me that he never debated in his life. That young man said that. I agree with him. I do believe him. We all believe him. Mr. Biney? Chandradat Supasad. Thank you, Mr. Charlie. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for the honorable member. I would like to now call on Mr. Carl Greenidge to distribute the certificate, sir. Could you step this way? No. Vikash Budu. Mr. Vikash Budu. Could you go on the other side? No. Yes. Where am I? Vikash Basdio, step forward, please, sir. I'm proud of this young man. We went way back. Amar Budram. Put your hands together for Shania Mitchell. And I will not say that this young lady is my favorite, but Miss Bibi Wahida Yassin. Wasila. Oh my God. Zalisha Singh. Thank you, Mr. Greenidge. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to now invite the Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly, Ms. Hermina Giljas, to distribute the certificates. She's looking dashing today. She's matching someone else's mustard pants somewhere around there. Ashton Hussein, put your hands together, wearing my favorite tie. Chandradat Jagdeo. Step forward, Mr. Jagdeo. As Lamour. she would like to have a round of applause. Miss Moore, let's hear it for her. This young lady refused to move unless you up the applause. Keshaf Tawari. Romario Swetam. Swetnam. Come this way, sir. Congratulations, sir. Loving the tie as well. Thank you very much, Ms. Hermina. Thank you so much for assisting. I would like to now call on someone else, and I know this may be a surprise, but this young lady was here before me, and I learned so much from her. She's like a sister to me, Miss Josette Bacchus. I would like to ask you to please come forward to distribute the certificates. For those of you who may not know, Ms. Bacchus was a part of, actually, she was a part of the planning. She was a coordinator for the Youth Parliament before Ms. Charles. Put your hands together for her one more time. Akeem Myers. Narissa Stewart. Savitri Ram Lochan. Thank you very much, Josette Bacchus. Thank you so much for being a part of us. I would now like to call on the current coordinator for the Youth Parliament. She is also the Parliamentary Executive Officer, and she has no idea I was going to call her. I can see it in her eyes. She looks wonderful today. Put your hands together for Miss Carletta Charles. Kalika Fraser. Put your hands together for her, this young lady. Wonderful. Rajkumar Kemraj. Last but not least, Yannick December. No, I'm just kidding. I would like to thank Miss Carletta Charles. I would like to also recognize the two speakers. The two speakers, I would like to recognize you. Can you please come forward? But I would like the current Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Manzoor Nadir, to come forward and distribute the certificates. The two speakers did a wonderful job, I must say. Yeah. Miss Brittany Valadares. She was the speaker for the junior category of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament. Mr. Speaker, could you do that? No, could you say? Yes. Mr. Speaker is known to be a trendsetter, so he wants to set the trend. No, I don't have it. I would like to call on the speaker for the senior category, Mr. Stefan Gabriel. For those who may not know, Stefan was a previous youth parliamentarian and a mentor, and has been delivering and helping and assisting with youth parliament over the years. Mr. Gabriel, if my memory serves me correctly, was one of the youth parliamentarians that came up with the motto in the 3rd Annual Youth Parliament. And Josette is nodding to say that I am spot on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're winding down this award ceremony. But of course, we have to give recognition to our best speakers. Once again, I would like to call on the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Manzoor Nadir. We will start with the junior category. Is Sarah Danraj here? Could you please come forward? Sarah Danraj, put your hands together for her. She was the leader of the opposition for the junior category of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament 2021. Let's hear it for her again, please. Thank you. For the junior category, for government side, Mr. Devin Kalachezi. This young man looks like a basketball player, but he prefers to be a youth parliamentarian today. I would now like to call on Yedel Downer. Ms. Downer is from the opposition side of the junior category for the 6th Annual Youth Parliament 2021. Let's hear it for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. From the government benches, for the junior category, I would like to call on Sakai Jones. Please step forward. Congratulations, Ms. Jones. You've made us proud. Now we're on to the big guns. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I would like to now call on Bibi Wazida Yassin. She is the best speaker for the senior category from the opposition benches for this year's 6th Annual Youth Parliament. Mind you, she's not my favorite. I'm just saying. Just putting it out there. She has won a laptop. When I grow up, I want to be just like her. And last but not least, Mr. Kieran Williams. Let's hear it for him. He is from the government benches, the senior category of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament 2021. Let's hear it for him, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful.
System, I open up. Quick, switch now. Do it now. All right, just after this. Hold on, Hold on. You get that? You get that ready?
All right.
Good. Twist to me now. Everything is on.
Thank you so much. Well, of course, since we are recognizing everyone, we would just thought it best to recognize the esteemed judges who, of course, start the past 2 days tallying scores and ensuring that we have our best speakers. I would like to now call on Mr. Carl Greenidge, sir, to be recognized. I would like to now call an ex-colleague of mine, Mr. Neil Marks. Please put your hands together for Miss Anisha Mohammed. Miss Mohammed, could you please make your way? I would like to also recognize the other judges who unfortunately had to leave at this point in time. Mr. John Adams, Miss Africa Selman, and Ms. Indrani Chatterpal. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you so much, sir, for being up here. Let's hear it from Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I will now move on to the mentors. But I'm speaking of the MP mentors. So, the Honorable Ms. Charlie, could you please come up, sir? I will ask Ms. Allen to distribute the prize to you. Could you stand and take a picture? Ms. Allen. Mr. Kemraj Ramjatan. And the other mentors in no order of appearance. Miss Ruth Wilson. Miss Ruth Williams was also a member of, Wilson, sorry, was also a member of Parliament, a youth parliamentarian, and a mentor. I would like to now ask Miss Adams to please come and distribute the other prizes to the mentors. In the previous youth parliaments, Miss Adams was known as Mother at the hotels. Let the others tell you. Mr. Shaquan Gill. Mr. Shaquan Gill. All right. Seems to have left. So, Charlie Adhar, come quickly. Rayon Doris. Anika Felician. Tyrick Scott. Sherlyn Semple. Brittany Valderez. Matthew Gall, please come and you will take one group photo. Just stay and we'll take one group photo. Emma Joseph, Travis Bruce, Jermaine Hatton, Devita Ramroop, Levi Dio, Darnell McFarley, Havendra Sukraj, Delicia George, David Braffett, Kunlal Briglal. Please come forward and take your photo and collect your prizes. All right. I would like to invite the teachers, all the teachers. Can you please come forward? All the teachers, every one of you who are here with your students from across the 11 educational districts, please step forward quickly so that we can have a photo. Step this. Go ahead. Once again, I'm calling all the teachers to please step forward, those of you who are still here. Give it up for the teachers who took some time to bring their students all the way from the various regions to our youth parliament this year. Put your hands together for those teachers, please. For molding our young leaders. In a few. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things must come to an end. With that being said, it is with great pleasure that I stand here before you to extend thanks to the individuals that made this event a success. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament 2021. Despite the COVID-19 global pandemic, which dictated the way we socialize, this event was still executed. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty for blessing us with the capabilities to execute such an event in just under 8 weeks. To the Honorable Mansour Nadir, Speaker of the National Assembly, thank you for taking the time to mold and not only the youth parliamentarians, but the members of this planning committee. Thank you for continuing to spread awareness, spark conversations, and shed light on social issues that would directly or indirectly affect each and everyone present here. To the young parliamentarians, both from the senior and junior categories of the 6th Annual Youth Parliament, thank you for exhibiting confidence, expressing your interest and willingness to share your point of view during these sittings. You are the future leaders of this nation, and I hope that the experiences garnered during the Youth Parliament 2021 can successfully aid in your endeavors. To the judges, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to assist in molding beautiful minds. You have displayed patience, shared knowledge, and strategies of how to become a future parliamentarian. Special thank you to the Honorable Charles Ramson, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, and his ministry for their involvement in selecting various youth clubs across the 11 educational districts who secured their place in this year's Youth Parliament from that very competition. Thank you to the Guyana Learning Channel for broadcasting the sittings on their social media page. Thank you to Mr. Noel Harlequin and his team, Nigel Fraser, Mario Glasgow, and Craig Harlequin, for the crisp footage you all saw during this Youth Parliament 2021. To the viewers who streamed, shared, and left comments on the various media platforms, I thank you. During these sittings, your constructive criticisms were welcomed, and we look forward to your continuous support. With that being said, I would like to reiterate that this did not happen overnight, and I would like to also say a special thank you to branders for their branded items. Your efforts, ladies and gentlemen, of all those individuals from the planning committee did not go unnoticed. Mentors, you thought I forgot about you, I didn't. I'd like to thank you for taking the time off to be here as well. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I thank you for being here today. It has been truly a great pleasure. Thank you.